Chapter 13. Liam. Jonah and I were doing everything in our power to try and get Dean Eliza to talk to us, but it was going about as well as a bag of limp dicks. She literally ran away every time she saw either of us coming. I hadn't managed to get within 10 feet of her since the last time she'd thrown us out of her presence. Jonah had Eliza as his advisor for his major, but after every psychology class, she immediately left the room so that Jonah couldn't speak with her. "It's maddening, dude. She won't even look at me," Jonah told me the second Monday in March. I'd just gotten out of Master Toaqua magic, and he'd caught me on my way back to the Bayami dorms. Jonah was holding a massive coffee, which Squeaks kept guzzling from. Her feathers were ruffled, and she looked stressed. She kept snapping her beak at familiars who dared to get too close as they walked by. Some of the ones from DeForti gave her warning signals, but she made angry noises and clearly made it known she didn't care. Jonah took a deep breath. "I tried bringing it up during my advisory meeting, but Eliza told me she didn't want to hear it and blew me out of her office." He shook his head. "Maybe we should think about getting someone else to ask her." "I don't—" I broke into a coughing fit. The sound was thick and wheezing. I had to gasp for breath a few times before my chest finally settled. It had been bad enough to make my eyes water. "Dude, you sound horrible." Jonah's eyes narrowed in concern. I think I'm good." It was kind of a lie, and Squeaks caught it. She clacked her beak and let out a high-pitched note. "Haven't you been sick for a while?" Jonah questioned. "Yeah, like the past 2 years every fucking day," I snapped. "That's not what I meant. I mean like this." Jonah's tone was blunt. "Whatever you caught clearly isn't getting any better. This has been going on for weeks. So it's lasted a bit longer than usual. So what?" I didn't get why everyone was so concerned. I literally got a cold like every month. It wasn't anything newsworthy. Jonah paused for a moment. "There's like a crap ton of mucus in your lungs. I can fucking feel it," Jonah started. "You're breathing like shit." "I always breathe like shit." "Not like this." Jonah's mouth became thin. "You need to go to the doctor." "Fuck no. I'll be fine." I was sick of going to doctors. This wasn't serious. I hardly noticed a difference from what I felt like every day. I'd get over this random virus eventually. "I'm going to tell your girlfriend on you," Jonah started. "If you do that, I'll never forgive you." Sophia had nearly dragged me to the hospital wing last week. But we'd had a deal. If I went to class, I didn't have to go to the infirmary, and so far I was keeping up with that bargain. I had to be getting better. Jonah didn't know my body. I did. I cleared my throat again. "Anyway, I don't know if asking someone else to help us with Eliza would work." We'd talked about getting the girls involved, but doubted it would do any good. Everyone on campus knew the four of us were glued at the hip. If Eliza saw Imogen or Sophia coming at her, it'd be the same situation. "No, I mean someone else that isn't us," Jonah said. "Then we'd have to tell them about what we're doing." I didn't want anyone else knowing we were hunting prophecy pieces. Ezra already knew, and although I trusted him, this kind of information would put people in danger. "Do we really have a choice?" Jonah pointed out. "We're running out of options here." I went through the list of people we could trust in my head, and something clicked. "Maddie," I said. "She has Dean Eliza for one of her classes. She'd be the perfect fit." Jonah's eyes cleared. "Yeah, she's an Adderai. It'd be the best solution." "Keep your voice down," I snapped. I glanced around to make sure no one had overheard before I noted, "Her next class doesn't start for another hour. We can ask her now." The Bayami dorms were mostly empty when we entered. Sophia and Imogen, along with everyone else, were probably still in class. The only people inside were Drew, Maddie, and Ezra, who were hanging around the foosball table with their familiars. Ezra wasn't supposed to be down here, but he'd clearly decided to fuck the rules and sneak in as often as he could in order to hang with us. Ezra was playing a game against Drew. He scored 3 goals in a row and gave high fives to Maddie. Drew wrinkled his nose and cast worried glances at Maddie, like he was worried he was doing bad at impressing her. Ezra scored another goal and laughed. That's game, dude. You're done. Drew sighed. Man, I suck at sports. Even tabletop ones. If it doesn't have a controller, I can't win it. You'll always be a winner to me, my sister giggled. Maddie rose up on her tiptoes to give Drew a kiss on the cheek. Drew's face went completely red and a few flames flickered around his fingertips. At his feet, his German Shepherd familiar wagged his tail, tongue lolling out of his mouth. Ezra sent me an obvious look, and I nodded back. Maddie began gathering her things from her bunk. She piled several gigantic books into Drew's hands and said, "Would you mind taking these to Dean Eliza's classroom for me? They're so heavy, I can't carry them." Maddie batted her eyelashes, and Irakari gave a delighted noise. The ice dragon reached out and ruffled his hair gently with her breath. Drew gulped. "Yes, Maddie, whatever you want." Maddie beamed. "Perfect. I'll meet you there." "Okay." Drew struggled to carry the books toward the Bayami staircase. It was comical, watching the scrawny dude waddle under the weight of all those books. She had him totally whipped. It was clearly time to do the big brother thing and start interrogating this guy. Ezra moved before I did. As Drew rounded the corner out of the sight of Maddie, Ezra and I honed in and blocked his way forward. Drew immediately knew what this was before either of us said anything. His eyes contracted and he visibly gulped. "Hey, guys," he started. "What's up?" His familiar Ace whimpered on the floor. "Hey there, bud. Let's talk." Ezra took the books out of his hands and set them on the floor. Although they were nothing for Ezra to carry, Drew sagged when the heavy tomes left his arms. What do you want to talk about?" Drew stuttered. The kid was already losing his nerve. "We just want to know what your intentions are with our little sister," Ezra began, and he crossed his arms. Diami ruffled his wings and let out an intimidating noise. Intentions?" Drew squeaked. "She obviously likes you," I said. "So do you like her back or what?" Drew hesitated for a minute. Maddie's great. I mean, she's amazing. I like her, but in a friend way. And in a more than that way, too. And she's really hot. I mean, beautiful. I mean..." Drew drifted off awkwardly. His German Shepherd had settled for lying on the floor and putting his paws over his eyes. "And that's fine and all, but we're here to make sure you don't mess up," Ezra gestured between himself and me. "Or take advantage of her." "I would never," Drew burst. "I haven't even..." Drew went even redder as he cut himself off at the last minute. I rolled my eyes. No shit, Drew was still a virgin. It was obvious the kid never had sex. Except now with Maddie, that was totally a possibility. Though it kind of made me want to beat him up to think about him screwing my sister. I also wanted Maddie to be happy. And she could do a hell of a lot worse than Drew. He was a nice kid. "I know you don't like me because I'm not Toaqua," Drew mumbled. His eyes went downward and remained glued to the floor. "I don't give a shit if you're Coigny. I'm in an inner-house relationship myself, with a fire girl, mind you," I said. "Yeah," Ezra added. "We just want to make sure you don't break her heart. Or we'll break your face," I finished. Drew cringed. "Okay, I'm just gonna level with you," he started. "I like Maddie, but I'm kind of scared to ask her out. I mean, she's her, and I'm... me." He let out a long sigh. "She's totally a 10. I'm more like a 2. Couldn't argue with that analysis. But I knew Maddie cared about him. I wanted her to be in a healthy relationship, and though Drew might be a total nerd, I could tell he was a good guy. It's not the looks that matter, bro, Ezra said, but he was kinder than I was. She likes you for you, Drew snorted. Yeah, right. If I asked her to be my girlfriend, she'd say no. She wouldn't turn you down. She's head over heels for you, Ezra said. Drew's eyes gleamed with hope, and it was both endearing and sickening to watch. We just want to make sure that this isn't going to be a problem, I subbed in. So, is it? Drew shook his head so quickly I'm surprised it didn't go flying off. No, sir, it won't be. Good. I waited for a moment before I said, we don't want to be dickheads to you, but Mads, she's sensitive. You get what I'm saying? I didn't want to add that a breakup would devastate her. She wouldn't be able to handle it. Drew nodded. He suddenly grew very serious as he said, I know how she is. She's told me some things, stuff she'd never say to anyone else. Our eyes connected with a mutual understanding, while Ezra's remained curious. Maddie had told Drew that she used to cut herself. That was a big deal. If Maddie had opened up to Drew like that, she really loved him. Drew seemed to care about keeping Maddie's heart safe just as much as Ezra and I did. And Irakari seemed to favor him. Familiars didn't do that with significant others unless they truly were a good match. Ezra looked to me for approval, and I gave it with a nod of my head. Fine, you've convinced me, I said. Just don't mess it up. And use condoms, Ezra said. Or else. Drew gave a meep that sounded like it came from Esses. Oh, okay. Good talk. Ezra reached down and put the books back into Drew's arms before he clapped him on the back. Drew wheezed as he began to climb the stairs with the collection of books in his arms, the dog jumping around his legs. I think he's a decent one, Ezra said. We don't have to worry about him. He's a good guy. Ancestors, what a dweeb, though. Ezra's watch went off. Shit, I'm gonna be late, he told me. Catch you later, bro. When I left the stairwell to talk to Maddie, she was sitting on her bunk with her arms crossed. She'd clearly known what Ezra and I were doing. Jonah stood a few paces back, waiting for the explosion. Seriously? Maddie burst once I was within earshot. Can you guys stop harassing Drew? We're just friends. You want to be more than friends, I pointed out, and Irakari chortled. Maddie's cheeks flashed pink before she said, That's none of your business. It is totally sexist and outdated for you and Ezra to question Drew about what's between us. I can speak for myself. Fine, but if you think I'm going to be slacking on my duties as a big brother, you obviously don't know me that well, I said. The tone in my voice made it clear the argument was over. I was the eldest, and in our society, there was a chain of command to follow. Maddie rolled her eyes and snorted. Whatever. You guys are impossible. We actually wanted to talk to you about something. Jonah stepped in. Maddie's gaze grew interested as he and Squeaks approached. What about, she said. If this is about the thing, I'm ready whenever you guys are. She was obviously talking about sneaking students out. It's not, I said. We hadn't smuggled anyone else out of the castle in a while for fear of getting caught, but we'd have to do another mission soon. Jonah crouched down, and I sat beside Maddie on her bunk. Jonah dropped his voice. It's about the prophecy, he began. The one about Sophia, Maddie whispered. Irakari cooed and lowered her head. I'm sorry, but I can't help you guys with that. I'm not the one who made it. We know, but maybe you could offer some insight, I started. I went to say something else, but I broke into another coughing fit again. Fucking damn it, this was annoying. It was like I couldn't speak without hacking something up. Jonah glared at me, and Maddie said, Liam, you're really sick. You need to go in. How many people were going to harass me about this? I was fine. Leave me be. If you wait too much longer, I'm going to tell Mom and Dad, she shot at me. Mads, I swear to the ancestors, you keep your mouth shut, I growled. She flashed her eyes toward the ceiling and shook her head. You're so stubborn. But regardless, what did you want to ask about the prophecy? Well, Jonah cast a glance at me as he began. For the past couple of semesters, we've been looking for all the pieces of the prophecy, one from each house. There's more than just the part from Coigny? She asked in surprise. Yes, I said. We've got one from Navita and Toaqua as well. What about the Yapluma piece? Maddie asked. That's the problem, I began. We need Dean Eliza to help us with it. We think she's the Storm Lord, some kind of legendary Yapluma, and that only she can help us gain access to where the last piece is hiding. But she won't help us, Jonah said. She wants nothing to do with any of it. She's too scared of what the elders might do. Maddie tapped her chin with her index finger. Okay, so you want me to convince Dean Eliza to help you find the air piece of the prophecy so you can understand it better? Not exactly, I said. We've been putting the prophecy together so that we can stop it. Maddie's mouth dropped open. It hung there for a moment before she whispered, That's impossible. My heart skipped a beat. Maddie knew about this kind of stuff, but she couldn't be right about this, could she? Well, why not? Jonah asked. Is there a problem? Prophecies can't be changed once they're made, Maddie said adamantly. Whatever they say will come to pass, one way or another. That can't be true, I began. I leaned forward. A year ago, the four of us contacted Shawana Harjo on Ancestors' Day at the Anachi Temple. She's the one who made the prophecy. She told us that the future can be changed. You guys didn't understand what she meant. She may have told you that prophecies can be misinterpreted, Maddie said. If Sophia doesn't fulfill the prophecy, some other Coigny child will in some other way, but the prophecy will come true regardless. There are a million ways how the prophecy can be fulfilled, good or bad, but stopping whatever's coming is a futile effort. It will always be. I have no idea what you're getting at, Jonah said. You're making no sense. Maddie breathed a harsh gust of wind out her nostrils. Okay, so it's like this. For example, if I prophesied that you were going to, I don't know, have an event tomorrow that would change your world forever, so many different things could happen. You could meet the love of your life, or you could end up losing your best friend. Both are insanely different with totally different emotions behind it, but it came to the same result. Your life changed. So what you're saying is that the prophecy will always come true, but it doesn't have to be negative? I asked. Maddie nodded. Exactly. There are so many different paths to take, but the destination is always the same. The individual actions and choices will determine the outcome, but the outcome came full circle either way. Maddie turned to me. Can you tell me what you have so far? I might be able to interpret. I went to speak, but I ran out of breath before I could and coughed again. Jonah subbed in for me. The fated Coigny child, born in the summer solstice in the year of the dragon, shall bring glory to the greatest house. The future of the tribe is in Navita's hands. No Hawkeye shall survive if the weakest refuse to bend. The prophesied one will bring death beyond comprehension. It is she who shall cause Toaqwa's darkest hour. Maddie's expression was pale when he finished reciting. It's always up for interpretation, but that's pretty clear to me what's going to happen. That's why we have to stop this. I took a few deep breaths and added, We can't just let this go on. You guys don't understand how any of this works. I'm a Nadarai. Prophecies aren't just words on a piece of paper about the future. They're an experience, she said. Whenever supernaturals tap into prophetic powers, either through tarot cards or meditation, or by using their powers that were naturally gifted, all they're doing is gaining insight into a journey that has to be taken. But you can't go back once the journey has started. And if things have already come true, that means the journey has begun. I'd figure you guys are coming to the end of it now. There's nothing else you can do but ride it out. Mads, if we don't stop this, Tawakwa is going to face its darkest hour. It might already be here. Do you want to doom our tribe? I pleaded. Maddie hesitated. It looked like I was going to change her mind before she shook her head. No, this goes against everything I know as a prophet. It's against the Naderai code. I can't interfere with this. But Maddie, don't, Liam. Maddie shook her head. I get what you're trying to do, but you don't know how these things work. I would help you if it was for anything else, but I can't with this. You're tampering with things you shouldn't be messing with. Trust me. She got up and swung her bag over her shoulder. Irakari dove after her as they ran up the stairs. I gave Jonah a frustrated glance. He gave a hopeless one in return. Do you really think this is a futile effort? He asked quietly. Squeaks dropped her head behind him. Like hell. We're not giving up, I growled. If Dean Eliza can't help us, we'll do it ourselves. Jonah rubbed his left arm. I guess. Imogen and I will work on locating the painting in the meantime, and figure out what kind of monster took it. It's all we can do right now. We needed a Stormlord to speak to the painting, but that was a useless effort if we didn't know where it was in the first place or what was guarding it. We'd figure out a way to convince Dean Eliza to help us later. Maddie could believe all she wanted that changing the prophecy was a lost cause, but I was never very good at giving up on lost causes, and I'd be damned if I started now. At 6 o'clock on Tuesday evening, I reported to tribal headquarters for my internship. I was only working for 2 hours, which I was glad about because I really did feel like shit. All I wanted to do was go to bed, but I had to suck it up. I had plans for later tonight anyway, and I wasn't about to break them. I moved at a crawl as I vacuumed and dusted the main offices. The internship wasn't as bad as I thought. I mostly worked nights cleaning up people's messes, and everyone left me the fuck alone. I was leaning against a wall, trying to stop the vertigo, when I heard footsteps. My eyes flew open. The grumble of a bear greeted me as Dad and Tatum walked into the office I was cleaning. Dad's gaze searched me up and down. I didn't move to get off the wall. Are you all right? I'm fine, Dad. I'd recently decided I wouldn't say that to Sophia anymore, but my father? Absolutely. Not that he looked convinced. But he didn't question further. Instead, he moved closer. We need to talk. He showed me the illusion orb in his pocket, the one from the Arcania that manipulated conversations if anyone overheard. I nodded and followed him down the hall to his office. This office wasn't as nice as the one at Serpent Assembly. It was small and cramped, and both the desk and chair were broken. They'd obviously given him the poorest of conditions. What's going on? I sat in the worn armchair closest to the desk and wished the room would stop spinning. Tatum sat beside me and eyed the jar of honey my dad always kept for him on his desk. I've been thinking. Dad leaned against the desk and crossed his arms. You know I've been attempting to overthrow Oleander and Annette both. To do that, I need intel. Unfortunately, my people have come under a lot of surveillance lately. We can't do anything without the task force tailing our every move. If we're going to stop what's happening, we need someone to get that information for us, so we can make our move. So you need a spy, I said. Yes, he began. I wouldn't ask anyone else if there was another option, but there isn't. I hate putting you in this position again, but you're the only one who can gain access to tribal headquarters this late in the evening without looking suspicious. Whatever you need, I'm here for, I said. This isn't like last time. Dad frowned. I regret asking you to kill Sophia. I'd promised that I would never force my son to endanger himself again. You aren't forcing me. I'm willing. You wouldn't ask if you didn't have to. As for danger, I can take care of myself, I said firmly. What is it you need? Tatum grumbled. Dad handed him the honey pot, and he began digging his claws in it as Dad continued. Madam Wells and I have decided there's only one way to solve this. Oleander and Annette have to go. I figured as much. You just need to sort out the details, I said. Dad nodded. Correct. What we need to figure out is where, when, and how. We've gotten some information that shows Annette is planning an attempt on Oleander's life. If she succeeds, we'll have to be there to make sure she's next. I could just stop her heart, I said. It'd be easy. Dad's eyes widened. Ancestors, son. I'd never ask that of you. You're not a murderer. I scoffed. Yeah, well, too late for all that. He gaped at me, as if he couldn't believe what I'd just told him. Are you saying? I did what I had to do during the riots, I said, and I'd do it again to protect the tribe. Tatum looked up from his honey pot. Dad ran a hand through his hair tiredly, as if he felt broken at my confession. The motion was something I did all the time, too. Dad sighed. Regardless of what you're willing to do, I'm afraid that's not possible either. We can't use Tawakwa magic to stop her heart. Something like that in a woman her age would be strange. It'd show up during the autopsy, and suspicion would point right back on us. No other house has the ability to do something like that. He was right. If I killed Annette like I had Professor Fawn, we'd be key suspects. Okay, so we take her out another way. Not until Oleander is dealt with. Both of them need to go at the same time in order to prevent a takeover, Dad said. But just in case Annette's plan fails and Oleander survives, we need a backup. I thought about it. The easiest way to deal with Oleander is to take out his familiar. You'd be right. But there's a problem. We don't know where it is, or what. Dad began to pace. I've already reviewed the tapes from his cup year. He went through the entire competition by himself with his teammates, without a familiar. It never showed up once. I've spoken with people he attended Orenda Academy with, and none of them ever remember him bonding or recall seeing a creature with him. He's Tawakwa. His familiar has to be in the ocean, I said. That's his excuse as to why it's never here, Dad said. I called him out on it this morning. He claims it's too far out for him to just summon on a whim, but I don't buy it. He's hiding something, I'm sure of it. He has to have a familiar. Otherwise, he wouldn't be alive, I pointed out. I think we're overlooking the obvious. I'm sorry to bring this up, son, but you're still here, Dad said. Maybe Oleander is another anomaly. A pang entered my chest at the mention of Neshoma, but I shook my head. No, I think we'd know if he was like me. Dad laid a hand on Tatum's head. Either way, we need answers. I need you to get that information for me, so we can find out where his familiar is and target it before Oleander suspects what we're up to. I stood up. My knees wobbled for a moment, but I remained on my feet. I can sneak into Oleander's office tonight. Maybe there's something I can discover. Report back to me if you find anything, Dad said. But make sure no one follows. I'll be at home, waiting. Got it. I headed out of Dad's office and toward the elevator. Oleander's office was on the 5th floor, and no frickin' way was I taking the stairs. When I got there, I was shocked to find that his door was unlocked. Was Oleander so arrogant that he didn't think anyone would be stupid enough to try and snoop in his stuff? Or was this some kind of trap? Either way, it wasn't going to stop me. I walked in slowly and closed the door behind me. Of course, Oleander had the fanciest office in the whole damn building. It was decorated like he was some sort of king and was the size of my parents' living room. A large window behind the expansive mahogany desk displayed all of Kinpago below it and the mountain range beyond. Oleander probably sat up here and thought about how great it would be once he was High Chief and could lord over everybody. Not on my watch. There wasn't a computer in here. Oleander must have a laptop that he took with him. I started rifling through drawers. I found a bunch of files, but on a quick skim through, I saw that they were just minutes on council meetings. All of this was stuff that my dad already had access to. It wouldn't help us. The shelves were filled with books on elementai law. I rifled through them just in case he was hiding something inside, but nothing there. I checked underneath the desk, behind statues, even under the rug, but came up with nothing. Jeez, no wonder the guy left his office unlocked. There was nothing in here. All the incriminating shit was probably at his house. I was just about to give up when I tripped on something. I tumbled backward and landed on my ass. Fucking ow. When I sat upright, I noticed that my shoe had caught on a floorboard that was slightly raised. That was interesting. I slid forward and lifted the board out of its place. Bingo. Underneath was a wooden chest about the size of a shoebox. I lifted it out of the hole in the floor, it was really freaking heavy, and opened it. Inside was a small book, like an instruction manual, and a large silver collar, one that was large enough to fit a dragon or some other giant creature. The collar glowed a dark red. I tried touching it, but it burned my skin. I gasped. I had a few blisters on my fingers as a result. The collar had to be magical. Didn't think it was elementai. Not sure what supernatural race it was from, really, but that part didn't matter right now. Carefully, I moved around the collar and took out the instruction manual, quickly skimming it. Words leapt out at me immediately from the page, terms like familiars and mind control. This was a device for controlling magical creatures. My thoughts raced as I tried to think of what Oleander would possibly want with a magical collar that could control a familiar's mind. I didn't get it. It'd be useless on your own bonded creature. Familiars did what you told them to, most of the time. They had no trouble obeying orders, as long as it was from their elementai. Why would Oleander need magic to make his familiar listen? The answer rang clear, because the creature he was trying to control wasn't his. Oleander had accused other people of stealing familiars from the start. Was it possible that he'd stolen his own? Had he bonded with a weak familiar years ago and been ashamed of it? Was that enough for him to imprison it somewhere while he looked for an alternative, a creature that would be impressive and intimidating, one he could use magic on to bend to his will? If Oleander's real familiar was out there in hiding, Oleander didn't have to worry about it being killed and losing his own life in the process. He could flaunt whatever monster he found as his own while keeping his true soul under tight security. He'd be harder to kill that way. Dad could use this information. I had to get it back to him as soon as possible. I had planned to take Sophia out tonight. Once we were done, I'd head back home and tell him then. I put the instruction manual back, replaced the wooden chest and the floorboard. I left everything in the office as it was when I entered. A fresh bout of confidence flooded through me as I proceeded toward the exit. This was the right way to win a war, not by winning battles, but by outsmarting your opponent. Alric was right. We didn't need to take unnecessary lives in order to turn things around. As I left through the main entrance, I heard a crashing sound. I rounded the corner. Outside, near the dumpster, Haley was standing on Logan's shoulders and trying to climb in through a window. They'd knocked over a trash can as she put her foot in his face. "Higher, you dumbass! I can almost reach it," Haley hissed. Logan tried lifting her up and nearly dropped her. What the hell was Haley doing here with Logan, trying to sneak into tribal headquarters this late at night? Had Chiefess Annette assigned her to be a spy, just like my dad had with me? I had a gut feeling I was right. I tried to slip away, but Haley fell down and Logan went with her. As both of them looked up, they noticed me standing there. Too late to run now. Haley sneered as she got to her feet. Spying on me, Mito? That's fucking typical. Your daddy probably put you up to it. I was just leaving work, Haley, I told her. By the way, the front door is open if you want to try using that, but I guess with whatever you're doing, you don't want to be caught going through security. Haley flushed. Fuck you, Mito. Why don't you go jump off a bridge? Haley's mouth widened into a cruel smile, and she said, Oh, right. I forgot you already tried to kill yourself. My bad. Logan laughed loudly, but I didn't flinch. The comment stung, but only a little. I'd stopped giving a fuck about what Haley said to me long ago. Whatever you say, I replied, with as little emotion as possible. Her right eye twitched. Haley seemed bothered her jibe hadn't gotten to me. I heard the sound of flames igniting behind me, and I turned around. Imogen and Sophia were standing right there. Esses had his teeth bared from Sophia's shoulder, and at Imogen's feet, Sassy was growling. Giant fireballs glowed from Sophia's hands. Oh, fuck. Sophia had overheard. I'd asked the two of them to meet me in Kinpago after I got done with work, and it looked like they'd gotten here early. Perfect fucking timing, as usual. Sophia went to move forward to slam a fireball in Haley's face, but Imogen grabbed her by the arm. Sophia, don't, Imogen said. You're putting yourself at risk. Sophia hesitated, but only slightly. The decision whether to attack Haley or not warred behind her eyes. At the sight of Sophia's rage, Haley's wicked sneer returned. She was totally getting a kick out of this. Anyway, Mito, I'm sorry you didn't succeed, she added loudly, her eyes locking with Sophia's. Everyone else hates you just as much as you hate yourself. We'd all be happier if you were dead. Fuck off, Haley. She was purposely antagonizing Sophia, and damn if it was working. The fireballs in Sophia's hands swelled to an enormous size. You'd better apologize, Sophia said lowly. I could feel the heat radiating off her as fire began to swirl around her legs. Or what? Haley's grin grew even bigger. I make the rules now, Henley. I can say whatever I want and do whatever I want, so you'd better watch your mouth. Otherwise, there will be consequences. What the hell are you going to do? Kill me? Sophia snarled. I could. Haley's voice grew louder. I could turn you into a pile of ashes right now, and nobody would do a fucking thing, Bayami. I'd like to see you try, Sophia spat. Flames began licking at the tips of Haley's fingers. I stepped between them. This isn't the time or place. Liam, move out of the way, Sophia said. I'd love to get my chance at frying this bitch. Haley blanched a little. A fireball that was forming in her hand slowly began to fizzle out as she observed the flames that were gathering around Sophia's form. Logan grabbed her arm. You can't do anything now. People will know we were here, he hissed. The fire in Haley's palms died out. She flipped her hair over her shoulder and rolled her eyes as she turned to leave. Just watch your back, Henley, before you find a fucking knife in it. Haley strolled away, rocking her hips back and forth in a deliberate way. Logan followed. He slammed into me as he passed, but I didn't bother to retaliate. It wasn't worth it. Sophia's chest was heaving with fury. I blocked her view of Haley by stepping in front of her. Polly, you can't lose your temper with Haley like that anymore, I said gently. She has the power to really hurt you now. Suicide jokes aren't fucking funny, Sophia raged. She shouldn't be saying that to you. Never mind her. She's not worth our energy, I said. I took both of her hands in mine. I want to take you out tonight. Just the two of us. What do you say we get a break from all this drama? Sophia's expression slowly cleared of its anger, and a soft smile caressed her beautiful face. That sounds perfect, Liam. Then let's go. The ring was in my pocket. I'd been planning to propose once work was over. Time for round two of Operation Get Sophia to Say Yes. Imogen's eyes glittered as she gave us a wink. Have fun, sweethearts. I'm meeting up with Jonah in town. We're looking at locations for his cabaret. When Sophia's back was turned, Imogen mouthed, "Good luck," and scampered away with an excited giggle, Sassy skipping behind her. Why is everyone acting so weird lately? Sophia asked as we walked through town. It's like they're all giddy. Maybe there's something to celebrate. I couldn't resist dropping hints. Well, no one told me. Sophia scowled. Esses slipped down from her shoulder and slid inside her shirt. He stuck his head out of her collar and gave a delighted trill as he cozied up to her chin. I'd be lying if I said I'd shown you everything in Campago. There's so much to explore. I took her hand in mine and intertwined our fingers. There's a full moon tonight. I wanted to show you something really special, something that only happens once a month. Then show me. Sophia's eyes glimmered. We walked from the edge of town back towards school. A couple of task force members passed us by, but they seemed to be in a hurry to get somewhere. They didn't harass us, thank the ancestors. Spring was starting to show, and the nights were getting less brisk. A fresh wind of clean air blew past, cooling my face. Liam, you're a little warm, Sophia said. Are you sure you're okay? Would I be walking? Exactly. We left the path and entered into the woods. This was a part of the forest Sophia had never been to. I felt a little faint as we maneuvered around rocks and plants, but chalked it up to the late hour and continued on. My vision faded in and out several times, but hey, I was just nervous. This was the biggest moment of my life, after all. As we neared a clearing, I told Sophia to hush. Esses pressed a paw to his lips, and I pulled aside a branch. Before us, in a circular clearing, were a collection of animals. There were all kinds, from deer to lions, unicorns to bears. Wolves, bears, badgers, foxes, horses, and others had joined together to perform what looked like a complicated dance. They didn't look like regular creatures, though. They shone with a silver light and were transparent. You could see through them as they hovered over the ground and glided upon streams of silver light that suspended their bodies over the grass. The creatures moved delicately, as if they were made of air. Their eyes shone like sapphires, and, collectively, the white light they emitted made it seem like daytime. Silver owls soared in swirling circles above glowing dragons and shining manticores. Beaming griffins moved in complicated patterns around see-through hippogriffs. A music, much like the one that arrived when the ancestors came, played from the area, though it wasn't clear where the music came from. They're beautiful, Sophia breathed. What are they? They're called lunar fauna, I said. They're magical creatures that gain power from the light of the moon, like star beasts use the power of the galaxies. That's incredible. Why are they all here? Sophia hushed. They gather once a month under the full moon to dance under it. It's how they gain their magic. They only look like this once the moonlight hits them. In the daytime, they're disguised as regular creatures. Carefully, I emerged from the trees and led Sophia into the clearing. A few lunar fauna scattered, but most remained at a cautious distance. As we entered the center of the circle, the lunar fauna resumed their dance. They ventured closer, pressing in around us as the music swelled to a louder volume. Speak quietly. If you're gentle, they won't run away, I whispered. Sophia reached out a hand. A lunar fawn stretched her head out and brushed it against Sophia's outstretched fingers. Sophia shivered when they touched. They're so cold. Esses wriggled out from Sophia's shirt and jumped on the ground. He held out his hands to a lunar chimera, but it snorted at him and knocked him over. A couple of the lunar fauna gave trills of delight. Silver streams of magic ventured out from underneath their feet and wove around us. The moonlight ribbons wrapped around Sophia and I and forced our bodies together. We squeezed each other tightly as the lunar fauna cheered and began to dance more furiously. A thrill of exhilaration went through me as the moonlight ribbons tightened around our form before dissolving into the air. "What are they doing?" Sophia let out a laugh. "It's an old Hawkeye tradition," I said. "Years ago, couples used to leave the tribe together in search of the lunar fauna. If they found them and the lunar fauna tied them together with ropes made of moonlight, it was said that the couple was meant to be." "Did you make that up?" Sophia asked in a teasing way. "Nope, it's 100% true," I said. "They're harder to find now, so people don't do it anymore, but I've spent a couple of weeks looking for them, just for you." "Oh, Liam, that's so sweet." Sophia's eyes became watery with happy tears. "I can't believe you did that for me." "I did it for us." This was the moment. The lunar fauna were dancing all around. Everything looked pretty and magical, and Sophia was awed. It was time. My hand entered my pocket to grab the ring, and at that exact second, my limbs became water. I thought I was getting down on one knee, but all I was really doing was going down. I vaguely realized that I was in the process of passing out before my head smacked against the ground. I heard Sophia call my name, and everything went black. "Liam! Liam, wake up!" Sophia was shaking me. The stars came into view first, and then her face. Essus was sitting on top of my chest. Both of his paws were placed over my heart, and his eyes were tightly closed in concentration. The lunar fauna were gone. They'd run off after I fainted, making everything dark again, and the music had vanished. If it weren't for the light of the full moon, we wouldn't be able to see anything. Unfortunately, it was a full moon, and so there was no way to disguise my dazed demeanor. I felt like someone had taken a wooden board and smacked it into my face. "Why are you grabbing at your pants like that?" Sophia looked down, expression baffled. I realized my hand was fishing in my jeans. The ring was still in my pocket. She hadn't found it. Thank the ancestors. Except now it probably looked like I was jacking off. I mumbled something that was incoherent, because I don't even know what I fucking said, and she helped me sit up. Esses scuttled to my thigh and perched on it, making chirping noises that sounded very alarmed. "Where is your head at right now?" Sophia asked. Her tone was full of worry. My eyes lolled in the back of my head, and I almost passed out for the second time. Sophia flung her arms around my torso and caught me at the last second. "Okay, deal's off," she snapped. "You're going to the hospital right now." Couldn't argue with her this time. I didn't have the strength. Sophia dragged me back up to the castle and to the hospital wing. The staff took one look at me and put me in an emergency room immediately. I stumbled inside, and the nurse asked, "It says here that you have a pre-existing condition. What's your diagnosis?" "Combined magical suppression syndrome," I said, before launching into another set of coughs. Fuck, I could hardly breathe, and things were fading in and out again. "What's that?" The nurse's gaze was blank. She had no idea what I was talking about. Her Pegasus familiar took my temperature, and of course it was off the charts. "It's in his medical file," Sophia blurted out. I wavered again and vaguely heard the nurse mutter something else before she left the room. "God damn you, Liam!" I felt Sophia pull my shirt over my head before she fiddled with the button on my jeans. She yanked my pants down to my ankles and pushed me into a chair as she ripped off my shoes. Kinky. "Hey, now's not the time for sex," I slurred. This was all out of order. I was supposed to ask her to marry me first, then rock her world with my dick. I was doing it all wrong. "I'm not screwing you, jackass. I'm helping you into a gown." Sophia removed my jeans from my ankles and picked them up off the floor. I was terrified that she was going to look into the pockets, but she folded my pants up and put them safely on the counter with my shirt. Whew, crisis averted. It'd be no good if she found an engagement ring while she was currently stripping me down for a medical diagnosis. Esses watched us from a chair and pulled on his ears. It was clear he was frustrated. "It's not your fault, Esses," Sophia said fiercely. "Liam knows your magic won't work if he doesn't take care of himself. He should have went in weeks ago." Esses pouched out a lip and his blue eyes watered. I reached out and patted his head, giving a giggle. Sophia bit her lip before she yanked me up and slipped a hospital gown over my arms. She started tying it in the back. I jumped when her fingers brushed the ties near my ass. "Don't touch my butt," I snickered again. I don't know why, but everything seemed funny right then. "Oh, Liam." Sophia helped me into bed. She lifted the covers over me, and I sighed when my head hit the pillow. I could barely keep my eyes open. The doctor came in at this point. Usually at hospitals you waited forever, but I must have been bad enough they wanted to look at me right away. His St. Bernard familiar walked to my bed immediately and began sniffing my arm. He gave 2 barks, to which the doctor frowned. "I think we can narrow this down fairly quickly," he said, "even with the little we know about his condition. His primary care is listed as Jacques Perrault. Is there a way to get in contact with him?" I snorted. "Huh, that's funny." The doctor and Sophia glanced at each other. Sophia said, "I think he's a little delirious." "He's definitely dehydrated." The doctor glanced at his clipboard again and said, "Let me run some tests and get back with you." I wasn't even aware nurses were shoving IVs in until I tried to move my arm and found it hooked up to a line. Sophia sat in a chair with Esses on her lap, her foot bouncing nervously. My eyes drifted to my jeans, where the ring lay waiting. I was taken back for some x-rays and a CAT scan. An hour later, the doctor returned, and he didn't look happy. "You have double pneumonia, son, in both of your lungs," he said. "If we can get you started on antibiotics, we could have the infection cleared up within a week, but you'll need to be admitted, and some of the symptoms are going to linger for a while. That is, if we can get this under control now." My heart sank. Another week in the hospital. That was if I was lucky and the antibiotics actually worked, which, with the way my body acted, wasn't a sure thing. "You should gather some of his things, along with his homework, if he has any. It's going to be a long stay for him," the doctor said. He smiled grimly at Sophia. "He's lucky to have someone like you. A few days longer, and things wouldn't have turned out good for him." As the doctor left, Sophia's eyes narrowed at me. "I'm going to kill you." I gave a half-hearted chuckle before I forced out, "If this doesn't first." "That's not a joke, Liam. This is serious," Sophia shouted. I know. I didn't need a lecture right now. Another proposal blown up in my face, though this one was definitely my fault this time. "You promised me you'd take care of yourself when we got back together," Sophia accused. "Was that a lie?" "No. Ancestor Sophia, there's just been a lot going on lately." I rubbed my eyes. "I promise I won't do this again." She sent me a heated glare before she added, "It won't happen again, because I'm going to make sure of it." Sophia took Esses in her arms and rose to her feet. "I'll get some things from the Bayami dorm for you. Is there anything you want?" "Can you send my dad?" I still needed to tell him about what I'd found out on Oleander. Sophia's eyebrows knitted together in confusion. "Why? I can tell your family you've been admitted." "It's not about that." I took a deep breath. "My dad's asked me to spy on Oleander and Annette for him. If he has intel, he can get rid of the problem." Sophia sucked in a breath, and Esses copied her. "So that's what you meant about helping your dad." "Yeah, And I found out something. I snuck into Oleander's office today. I think he's hiding his real familiar and trying to steal a more powerful one so he can bolster his place on the council. That makes sense. Sophia grabbed my hand. But should you really be doing this? I'm so worried about you, Liam. I don't want you to take on more than you can handle. We're already doing this smuggling thing. Look where you've ended up. Due to my own stupidity. I squeezed her hand back. I can handle it, Pawi. I'm sorry this happened. I should have listened to you and taken better care of myself. You should have. She parted a strand of hair back from my face and smiled. But now you're in a place where you're forced to do that, so I can worry a little less. Try to get some sleep. Sophia squeezed my fingers before she left the room. Esses pointed at me from her arms as if telling me to stay put. My head slammed back onto the pillows as the door closed behind her, and I let out an aggravated groan. Fuck you, lungs. You couldn't keep your shit together for 5 more minutes, could you? I complained. Of course, they gave no response, except to make me hack up another huge globule of phlegm. Sexy. Being disabled was neither romantic nor glamorous. But hey, it was life. This espionage thing was working out, but my plan to ask Sophia to marry me was going fucking nowhere. I was striking out. Was the rest of my life going to be nothing but failed and humiliating proposals? Hopefully, the third time would be the charm, if I ever got out of this damn bed.
Chapter 14. Sophia. I woke to the feeling of Liam stirring beside me. I lifted my head to see that I'd fallen asleep, slumped over the side of his hospital bed. Esses slept in the crook beside Liam's neck. I'd snuck back into his room after his dad came to visit. Liam had already been asleep by that time. Liam's eyes fluttered open.
Pawi, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in class?
I checked my watch. I still had 20 minutes until my parenting class. I have some time. How'd it go with your dad last night? Liam coughed, but he sounded better than yesterday. I reached for the cup of water on the table beside him and practically forced the straw into his mouth. Liam took a sip, then relaxed back onto the pillow.
Forget that, he said. How long have you been here?
I shrugged. A couple of hours. So, your dad? Liam frowned at my insistence.
Dad took the news about Oleander well. Said it made a lot of sense and might give him an edge in going up against him, but...
I raised an eyebrow. But? He took a deep breath.
But he wasn't really happy to see me in the hospital, again. He kind of chewed me out for not coming in sooner.
Good, I stated firmly. Liam rolled his eyes.
Do we have to do this again, Pawi?
I crossed my arms. Liam, you scared me last night.
Look at me. I'm all right.
He gestured down to his body.
We agreed if I go to class, I don't have to be here. We have Hawkeye art at 3. I'll be out of here by then.
No! I pushed on Liam's shoulder as he started to sit up. You're staying at least another night.
Bullshit,
he said, though it was lighter than usual. I leaned over and looked him straight in the eye. Liam, you have pneumonia. I know you don't care about your health, but I do. I've been on the verge of losing you too many times, and you're not going out by some stupid infection because you wouldn't take care of yourself. So if you're not going to do it, I am. You're staying until the doctors say you can leave. Liam searched my eyes, as if looking for signs that I was screwing around. I wasn't. I wouldn't let his pride get him killed. He hesitated, then finally backed down.
Okay, Pawi. I'll stay.
I breathed a sigh of relief. Good. Now, I brought you some things. I lifted a shopping bag I'd brought back from Kinpago last night. Inside were various things I hoped would help him feel better, like painkillers, bath salts, and chocolates. I bet a bath in his hospital room would feel great after months of cold showers in the Bayami dorms. I pulled out a small paper bag with 3 donuts inside. Liam didn't like his glazed or stuffed, so they were just plain. I pulled one out of the bag and handed it to him. Breakfast? Liam's shoulders fell.
Pawi, you didn't have to.
I did. Eat up, I told him, shoving the donut in his direction. Liam took it and began nibbling on it. While he ate, I scooted my chair to the foot of his bed and pulled out the pain-killing lotion I'd bought. I pulled the sheets up over his feet and began massaging the tender areas in his toes and ankles.
Pawi,
Liam said, tilting his head back in delight.
that feels so...
He sank deeper into the bed as I rubbed my thumbs into the arch of his foot. By now, Essis had stirred awake, and he was copying me by kneading on Liam's belly. The room went silent for a few moments, until Liam whispered,
Thank you, Pawi. But you should really get to class now.
I huffed. Fine, but only because I need to go find Jonah and Imogen and tell them what happened. We'll come visit you this afternoon.
Well, you'll know where to find me,
He said.
I'm not going anywhere.
I shot him a skeptical look. You better mean it, Liam, because if you discharge yourself before you're ready,
I won't, Pawi.
he assured me.
Now get to class.
He shot me a smirk, and I walked to the head of the bed to kiss him. He grabbed my hand and held me there a while longer.
See you later, Pawi.
Bye, Liam. Essis jumped into my arms. As much as I didn't want to leave, I forced myself to step out of the room. I knew if I didn't go to class, he'd make a big deal out of me skipping for him. I suffered my way through Introduction to Parenting, but I could hardly concentrate when I knew Liam was up in the infirmary waiting for me. After class, I headed to the cafeteria to find Imogen and Jonah. They were seated in a dark corner, sectioned off for Bayami only. On their plates were only a piece of bread and a slice of meat that looked more processed than bologna. Imogen was poking at her food, but not eating, while Jonah leaned across the table and held her hand. A big rainbow-colored bow, like the ones she usually wore in her hair, sat beside her plate. My eyebrows knit together as I approached. Hey guys, what's up? Imogen immediately straightened at the sound of my voice. When she looked up, I saw that her eyes were red and bloodshot. She wiped at them and sniffled. Nothing! What's up with you? I sat beside her and ignored her question. Essis hopped down to sit beside Sassy, who was lying with her chin on her paws glumly. Imogen, I pressed. What happened? She waved her hand and wiped her eyes again. It's nothing. It's dumb.
It's not dumb,
Jonah assured her softly.
it's cruel.
I glanced at him. What is? Imogen, please tell me. Imogen dabbed at her eyes with the sleeve of her dress. It's Haley. My hands curled into fists. If she touched one hair on her head. Imogen sniffed again and softened her voice. I was walking with Sam in the hall after class, and Haley walked by. And she's like... Imogen choked up. I looked to Jonah for explanation. He had this sad, fallen look on his face. Imogen wiped her nose. She's like, Imogen, I never took you to be so heartless. And I'm all like, what the fuck are you talking about, bitch? But like, nicer, you know? And she's like, you're moving on so fast after your boyfriend died in the tournament. You must have not really loved him. Imogen's shoulders started shaking. If Jonah hadn't shown up, I would have... Strangled the bitch, I finished for her. Imogen threw herself onto the table, her face buried in the crook of her elbow. She spoke in a muffled voice. I could hardly tell what she said. No one knows how much I loved Cade, and now he's gone. She lifted her head and looked me straight in the eye. Tears streamed down her face, and her cheeks were red with fury. He's gone, Sophia, and I just can't. I can't. Imogen shot up out of her chair and grabbed her bag. She made a beeline for the door, covering her mouth with her hand as she went. Jonah and I both ran to catch up with her, but she whirled around and held a hand up to us. Please don't follow me, you guys. I need to be alone right now. Jonah and I stood there as she and Sassy left the dining hall. Squeaks tried to give chase, but Jonah held her back. I turned to him once she was out of sight, my features tight with worry. Should we go after her? Jonah shook his head.
I think Im means it. She hasn't had any time to grieve since the tournament.
Aren't you worried about her? I demanded.
Of course I am,
Jonah said, like he was offended.
But if Imogen wants space, that's what we need to give her.
I nodded. Okay, but there's something I need to tell you. Liam's in the hospital. I didn't think it was possible, but the sadness in Jonah's features deepened.
What happened?
Tears welled in my eyes. He passed out last night, and I wouldn't take no for an answer. He has pneumonia.
He'll be all right, won't he?
Jonah asked. As long as he does what the doctors say, I told him. I was hoping you, me, and Imogen could visit him after class. But if Imogen's not up for it... Jonah placed a gentle hand on my shoulder.
I'll let her know. We'll be there.
I swallowed the lump in my throat. Okay. I grabbed a plate of food, and Jonah and I returned to our table. I tried to eat, but I didn't have much of an appetite with everything going on lately. I was worried about Liam and Imogen. Eventually, we had to head off to Hawkeye Art, though I considered skipping because I didn't want to deal with it. But I knew what kind of lecture I'd get from Liam if I did. Imogen wasn't there, but Jonah said he knew where to find her. He went looking for her while I headed back up to the hospital the minute class ended. When Esses and I arrived, the head of Liam's bed was propped up at an angle and he was reading a book. I noticed all the donuts from earlier were gone, and it looked like he'd finished off the orange juice I brought him, too. He set his book aside when I walked in.
Hey, Pawi,
he said weakly, but at least he didn't cough up a lung.
How was class?
I shrugged. It was class. What are the doctors saying?
They want to keep me for more monitoring, to see if the medications are working.
Liam scratched behind Esses' ears as he hopped onto the bed.
They are, thanks to this guy.
That's because you're finally taking care of yourself, I pointed out. Liam frowned at that. Just then, a knock came at the door. Liam and I both turned to see Jonah step inside, with Squeaks behind him. I waited for Imogen to come in after him, but I didn't see her. Before I could ask where she was, Jonah cleared his throat.
May I present to you the new Imogen?
Imogen walked into the room, swaying her hips like she was on the runway. When I saw her, my jaw dropped. Imogen's outfit was even crazier than normal. Total 80s neon, with one of those skirts that was really short in the front and long in the back. It had long feathers attached to it that reminded me of a peacock. The shoulders on that thing were so pointed, they could poke someone's eyes out. Sassy strutted behind her wearing a matching dress. Her fur spiked at the top of her head. But it wasn't the outfit that caught my attention. It was Imogen's hair. Instead of her strawberry blonde hair falling in waves to her shoulders, it had been completely chopped off, buzzed on the sides, and spiked in the front. Liam spoke before I could find my voice.
Wow, Im. It suits you.
Imogen touched the side of her shaved head. You think? A smile spread across my face. Liam wasn't lying. It was so Imogen. It really does. I love it. Imogen began to tear up. Thank you. I just thought, with Cade gone, it was time. Jonah turned to me to explain.
In Hawkeye culture, we cut our hair after experiencing a great loss.
Well, I think it looks great, I said. Thanks, Sophia. Imogen looked touched. She spread her arms out and pulled me into a hug. When she drew away, she turned to Liam. Sorry, I didn't mean to make this all about me. How are you?
I'm
Fine, we all finished for him in unison. Everyone shared a quick glance before we all started laughing.
seriously, though.
Liam said,
I'll be back to normal soon. I should be out of here by Friday.
My face fell. I almost forgot about my meeting with Amelia this Friday.
What?
Liam asked in alarm.
Soph?
I took a deep breath. Well, I had something I wanted to ask you guys, but everyone was already dealing with so much already. I didn't know if now was the time. Liam reached over and took my hand.
What is it?
I sighed. Well, I'm supposed to meet with my sister on Friday, and I was just wondering. I trust her with all my heart, but I know we agreed to a unanimous vote, and we should probably ask everyone else too, but do you guys think I should tell her about what we're doing? The room got really quiet. It made me uncomfortable. Jonah was the first to speak.
I don't know, Sophia. I mean, I know you trust her, but the more people we get involved, the riskier it is.
Amelia has friends who wanted to go against the elders, I blurted. If we got them involved too, we could be stronger. It could put her in danger, Imogen pointed out. I chewed my lower lip. I know, but I think Amelia might already be in trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Liam asked. Like, our kind of trouble. She wouldn't tell me, I said. Liam squeezed my hand.
We'll bring it up in the next meeting. We've got your back.
Imogen and Jonah gave nods of agreement. I knew they trusted my judgment. I just wasn't sure if everyone else would. That night, I took a walk into Kinpago to visit Vanessa. She and Bren lived in this cute apartment complex with a pool, large trees, and adorable buildings that looked like fairy tale houses. It was way better than the Bayami dorms. I was kind of jealous. I knocked on the door and Bren answered.
Hi, Sophia,
he said. Bren was wearing an apron and covered in flour. Cooking? I asked. Bren glanced down to his apron.
This? No, Vanessa likes when I wear it during sex.
My face paled. Oh my gosh, Bren! Vanessa protested from somewhere inside the apartment. He's lying, Sophia! Bren chuckled and stepped aside to invite me in.
She wanted apple pie.
Aw, that's so sweet, I said as I stepped inside. Their apartment was huge, with a tall ceiling and industrial architecture. It was big enough for Aisha to fit through the balcony doors. The dragon lay curled up in the corner next to the couch, where Vanessa sat with her legs propped up on a pillow on the coffee table. She was dipping strawberries into a container of French onion dip balanced on her belly, which was getting really huge. Kingston was nearby, each one of his 3 heads digging into a different food dish lined in a row. Sophia, it's so good to see you, Vanessa said brightly, patting the cushion beside her. I sat while Bren returned to the kitchen. Essis bounded to Aisha and snuggled up beside her. Vanessa was watching some reality TV drama, but she hit pause on the remote. What's up? You weren't in class yesterday, so I wanted to check on you, I said. She frowned. Yeah, my doctor's got me on bed rest. Apparently, my blood pressure is scary low. I gasped. That doesn't sound good. I'm fine as long as I don't get up and walk around. Vanessa popped another French onion-covered strawberry in her mouth. I nearly gagged. So, how are those pregnancy cravings? Vanessa glanced at the dip and laughed. No judging, okay? I'm not, I assured her. I brought you something. Vanessa sat up straighter. Oh? I reached into my bag and pulled out a blue onesie, complete with tiny sweatpants, itty-bitty socks, and booties so small they could fit S's. Vanessa threw her hand over her mouth and tears rose in her eyes. It must have been her hormones, but seeing her like that made me want to cry. You said you're having a boy, right? I asked. Vanessa nodded and took the clothes from my hand. She peered down at them like they were made of gold or something. Sophia, you didn't have to. Of course I did. It's not like I'm going to be able to shop for my own. I choked up, but quickly cleared my throat before Vanessa noticed. I'm going to be cool Aunt Sophia. I'm starting early. Vanessa chuckled. You totally are. Do you want to feel him kick? My eyes lit up. He's kicking? Vanessa set her food aside and took my hand, then placed it on her belly right below her ribs. The strangest sensation traveled over my palm. It wasn't a sharp jab like you'd expect a kick to be. It was more like he was running his foot along her ribs and doing somersaults inside of her. I tried to imagine what it would feel like to have a baby inside of me, but that just made me sad. It's like you have a little alien in there, I joked. Vanessa laughed. Some days it feels that way. I can't wait to meet him. Yeah, it'll be the best day of your life, I said. I'm thinking of decorating the nursery with dragons, she said brightly. What do you think? Too cliché? I glanced over to Aisha, but inside, my guts sank. Vanessa was acting like there wasn't a war going on outside. Like people weren't rioting on the streets and getting their familiars taken away. I wish life was that simple. No, I finally said. Not too cliché. Bang! I jumped at the sound of a slamming door. Vanessa sat up straighter and shot a look at Bren. He'd gone still in the kitchen. Do you think that's them? Vanessa whispered. My gaze darted between the two of them. Who? Bren hurried to the door and looked out the peephole. He frowned as he turned around.
It's just her sister again.
Whose sister? I asked Vanessa. What's going on? Vanessa's face fell. A few days ago, the task force came and arrested our neighbor across the hall. We heard the whole thing. Arrested her? I balked. For what? Vanessa shrugged. We don't know. I can't imagine her doing anything wrong. She was such a sweetheart. The task force kept saying they had a warrant but wouldn't say for what. She was a single mom with 2 kids. We haven't seen the kids since. Just her sister coming every now and then to pick things up. My jaw dropped. Well, is she coming back? Vanessa shook her head. I have no idea. My stomach sank. I hope the kids are okay. Maybe they're staying with her sister. Bren leaned against the counter and crossed his arms.
They aren't. I ran into her in the hall yesterday and asked how they were doing. She said she hasn't seen them.
Bren leaned forward and lowered his voice.
Personally, I think they won't let her see them because she's Bayami.
The word Bayami had never sounded like more of a curse than in that moment. Kids were being kept from their families now just because they'd been sorted into the wrong house? How much more of this could we handle before we finally left? I woke Friday morning expecting to find a note from Kiwi in my bed, like last weekend, but my bed was empty. There'd been no meeting with Alric and the others yet, and he hadn't been in his office when I'd gone looking for him. It looked like I wasn't going to get permission to tell Amelia about our operation before I saw her. I dragged myself out of bed, showered, and headed to Hawkeye Artifacts. I spent the whole day on the lookout for Kiwi, but by the time I finished intermediate Coigni magic, I still hadn't heard from him. It's only 3 o'clock, I reminded myself. There was still plenty of time in the day to meet up with Amelia. I just wished she'd send Kiwi already. I headed up to the hospital after class. When I entered Liam's room, the curtain was pulled around his bed and the room was quiet. "Liam?" I asked. The curtain moved, and Liam poked his head out. He shot me a bright smile. He looked amazing.
Bowie, I'm just getting dressed.
"You're getting discharged?" I stepped behind the curtain with him, and Esses jumped out of my arms and onto the bed. Liam wore only a pair of jeans. I couldn't help it when my eyes traveled down his bare chest.
I am,
He said,
I told you I'd be out of here by Friday.
"Isn't that a little soon?" I asked. He shrugged.
Once I got the drugs in me, Esses did most of the work.
I reached out for Liam and gently ran my hands down his sides. He wrapped an arm around me and pulled me closer, then placed a soft kiss on my lips. "You look like you're doing a lot better," I said, as we drew away from each other.
Yeah, thanks, Bowie.
I gazed into his eyes, and my insides turned to mush. "For what?"
For helping me get better.
he said.
I wouldn't have if it wasn't for you.
I shrugged and grabbed the shirt that was lying on the bed, then handed it to him. "All I did was make you come to the hospital. I did what any girlfriend would do." Liam slipped his shirt on.
You did what the best girlfriend would do.
I blushed slightly. I'd expected him to be in the hospital longer. Liam was acting like he'd been cured in a matter of days. I wondered if it was all an act just to get out of here. Liam sat on the bed and looked up to me.
You know, I'm not officially discharged. I still have this room for a while, and I'm feeling great, so...
I nudged him in the shoulder and snickered. "Liam, a nurse could walk in at any time."
Then we'll have to be quick about it.
"Knock, knock." The sound of a woman's voice cut him off. Liam grumbled and got to his feet again, then pulled the curtain aside.
I'm decent.
A nurse stood in the doorway with a stack of papers in her hands. "Here are your discharge papers, Mr. Mito. You're free to go."
Freedom.
Liam placed his hand over his heart for show. I smiled. It was great to see him doing so much better. The nurse left the room, and Liam sat on the chair to pull his socks on.
How'd it go with Amelia?
I frowned, my bright mood instantly crushed. "I haven't seen her yet." He furrowed his brow.
I thought you were meeting with her today.
"Yeah, but she didn't tell me what time or where. She said she'd send Kiwi, and I haven't heard from him yet." A hint of worry crossed Liam's eyes, but it was gone as soon as it came.
Well, it's still early. Maybe she'll meet you for dinner.
Liam pulled on his shoes, then stood and took my hand.
Come on, I'm dying to get out of here.
Esses hopped on my shoulder, and we left the hospital. I knew Liam probably didn't want to head straight back to the dungeons, but I didn't want to wander around where Kiwi couldn't find me, so we headed back to the Bayami dorms anyway. When we got there, Tabitha was sitting on one of the nearest bunks, sobbing. Beside her, Hudson rubbed her shoulder with one hand while cradling his giant snail in the other. A large crowd had gathered around them, including Imogen, Jonah, and Maddie. We rushed over to them. "What happened?" I whispered lowly to Imogen. She was wearing another crazy outfit today, one that had an attachment behind the neck that looked like a giant fan. She lowered her voice to explain. "Tabitha had a run-in with the task force in the library. Someone saw her knitting. I guess they thought her needles looked like a weapon. They confiscated all her supplies." My face paled. "Can they do that?" Jonah crossed his arms and huffed.
They're the task force. They can do whatever they want.
Tabitha sniffled and wiped her nose. "They were my grandmother's knitting needles. She taught me how to knit." She sobbed again before catching her breath. I was making a baby sweater for my Hawkeye home ec class. It was supposed to be for my niece. Tabitha broke into a full-on sobbing fit. My stomach sank, and heat rose to the surface of my skin. I couldn't believe the task force would just take her personal belongings like that. No, scratch that. I could believe it. It was the kind of abhorrent thing they would do. I couldn't stand to watch her cry like this. I pushed between Jonah and Imogen and knelt in front of Tabitha. "It's going to be okay," I assured her. "We can all pitch in to buy you new supplies." Tabitha sniffled, but her sobs slowed. "But what if they find them again?" "We'll talk to your home ec professor," I suggested. "Maybe they'll let you keep your supplies in the classroom." You think they'd allow that?" she asked timidly. I shrugged. Why not? It's for an assignment. Tabitha wiped her eyes. "Thanks, Sophia. But it's not going to get my grandma's knitting needles back." "I know," I said softly. "I'm so sorry." Tabitha took a deep breath, but tears continued to fall down her face. "If you guys don't mind, I'd really like to be alone right now." "Well, if you need anything, we're all here for you," Maddie said. Tabitha offered her a light smile. "Thanks." Everyone dispersed. My friends and I headed to our corner of the dorms. Imogen checked her watch. "I know it's still early, but does anyone want to go get something to eat?" "I'm fine," I said. "I'm waiting for Kiwi."
I already ate,
Liam told her. Imogen looked to Jonah, and he shrugged.
Squeaks and I could eat.
Imogen and Jonah headed off with their familiars, leaving Liam, Esses, and me alone. I pressed my face into my hands as I sat on the lower bunk.
What's wrong?
Liam sat beside me and wrapped an arm around me. I took a deep breath and looked up to him. "I'm getting so sick of waiting, Liam."
For Amelia?
He asked. I shook my head. "For this war to end. I feel like we're living in constant fear of when the next riots will break out. I feel like I'm counting the days until I lose one of you." Tears welled in my eyes. I didn't even want to think about that.
Hey,
He said softly.
we're not going to die. You and me, we're going to grow old together. Imogen's going to own her own fashion line, and Jonah's going to party until his walker gives out.
I chuckled as an image of Jonah twerking with his walker entered my mind. The image quickly faded when I noticed that Squeaks wasn't there in my imagination. If she died in this war, so would Jonah. "Liam, please don't make promises you can't keep," I whispered.
It's not a promise,
He said.
it's just something I feel, right here.
Liam pressed a palm to my heart. I forced a light smile. "You're not a Natterai."
No, but I know I could never love you this hard if I was only going to lose you.
I blinked a few times to hold my emotions back. Esses placed a paw on my hand to calm me.
Come on, Pawi.
Liam wrapped his arms around me and guided me to lie down on the bed. Being in his arms made me want to cry, like it was okay to let my emotions flow. I curled into him and focused on my breathing. I didn't want to keep crying all the time. Liam ran his hands through my hair, which soothed me until eventually I fell asleep. I woke to the sound of a crash next to my bed. Liam's arms were still around me, and he startled awake too. Jonah was standing beside us with a shocked look on his face, while Squeaks was trampling over a pile of bangle bracelets that had spilled from the box Jonah dropped.
Whoops!
I sat up, and Esses rubbed his eyes from where he slept at my feet.
Blame Squeaks,
Jonah said quickly.
she's the clumsy one.
"Jonah, I watched you drop that," Imogen said, as she started helping him gather his jewelry. "How long have you guys been back?" I asked, pushing my hair out of my eyes. Imogen shrugged. A few hours. Hours? I checked my watch, and it was already almost 9 o'clock. My guts sank. Amelia should have sent Kiwi by now. What if he'd been caught by the task force? I quickly looked around the bed for signs of a note, but there wasn't any. Did Kiwi stop by? Imogen's face paled. No, we didn't see him. You still haven't heard from your sister? I shook my head as worry knotted in my gut. No, she was supposed to send her familiar today so we could meet up. Guys, I'm getting really worried. What if something happened to Kiwi?
Maybe she's waiting until after dark,
Liam suggested as he sat up. But he didn't sound so sure of himself.
Before we make any assumptions, we should go check on her.
I relaxed a little. Okay, we'll start at Trevor's apartment and see if she's there. Everyone quickly gathered their things, and the 4 of us left the dorms with our familiars. We avoided task force members as we left the castle and snuck off school grounds. Amelia's friend Trevor, who she stayed with when she wasn't on the hose-ho, lived in an apartment complex near the town square. I'd never been there, but Amelia had given me the address my first year at Orenda. My hands shook the whole time we walked, and the hairs stood on the back of my neck. I could sense something wasn't quite right. When we arrived, I raised my hand to knock on the door. On the first knock, the door swung open an inch, as if it wasn't latched. My guts turned hollow, and I shot a quick glance to my friends. They all shared the same look of worry. Slowly, I pressed on the door while I called out, Amelia? Something caught in the way, and I pressed harder. Amelia, it's Sophia! Whatever was blocking the door shot out of the way, and I stumbled inside. When I saw what was there, I completely froze. My friends went still behind me. Trevor's apartment was totally trashed. Pots and pans had been ripped out of the cupboard, and broken dishes littered the floor in the small kitchen. The coffee table was overturned in the living room, and posters had been ripped from the wall. An acoustic guitar lay smashed in the corner, and all the gaming consoles below the TV were lying in a heap on the floor. I stepped further into the apartment, and something crunched beneath my shoes. I looked down to see shards of glass in the carpet from some glasses that had been thrown off the counter. Esses clung tighter to me. Careful, I warned. There's glass everywhere. I went to the first bedroom, which looked just as bad as the living room. The sheets were in disarray, and clothes had been yanked out of their drawers and strewn all over the floor and on top of the furniture. The doors on the closet had been pulled off their tracks, and contents of various storage containers had been dumped everywhere.
Bathroom's clear,
Jonah called from the other room.
Bedroom 2,
Liam replied. Second bedroom is empty, Imogen said. We all returned to the living room with hopeless looks on our faces. What do you think happened? Imogen asked. I shook my head. I don't know. I was imagining the worst. What if task force members had come to imprison Amelia and Trevor? What if they took their familiars away? Liam held his hand out.
Jonah, I need your phone. I'm calling my dad.
Jonah dug into his pocket for his phone and handed it over. While Liam dialed his dad's number, I inspected the apartment for any signs that Amelia had been there. I poked my head into the guest room, but it was pretty much empty. There was a bed and a dresser, but the dresser drawers were empty. Everything else looked like Trevor's belongings from the closet. Imogen came up beside me and must have noticed the thoughtful look on my face. What is it? Well, Amelia was supposed to be staying here, I said. But I don't see her bag anywhere, or her clothes or anything. The only thing I noticed was an abandoned pile of birdseed in a dish next to the bed. Maybe she wasn't here when it happened, Imogen said thoughtfully. Then why hasn't she contacted me today? I pointed out. If something happened to her roommate and she was fine, she would have said something. Deep down, I knew whatever happened here involved Amelia. Liam stepped into the guest room behind us. He pressed a button on the phone, then looked up.
My dad said there's no record of an arrest for Amelia or Trevor, but that he's going to send a team to investigate. We should leave before they get here.
But we haven't had time to do an investigation of our own, Imogen protested.
We don't have time,
Liam said.
Every second we stay, we risk someone spotting us and somehow twisting this like it was our fault.
Who does he think did this? I demanded. The task force? Someone else? Liam looked unsure.
He doesn't know. He says it's possible the task force is doing things for Oleander, but it could have been anyone, which is another reason why we have to go in case they're still hanging around.
I shot another glance around the room. Liam was right, but I was hoping to find some sort of clue or something. If only Amelia had left me a note, like when we were kids. I inhaled a sharp breath and rushed over to the bed. What is it, Sophia? Imogen asked quickly. I shoved my hand beneath the mattress and felt around. When we were kids, Amelia and I used to leave secret notes for each other under our beds. What if she... Yes! My fingers curled around a piece of paper and I ripped it from beneath the mattress. I quickly unfolded it and scanned the words. Little dweeb. I can't tell you where I've gone, but I can tell you that Kiwi and I are okay. Mom and Dad are with me. I'm sorry I had to leave like this, but there wasn't any other option. We will come for you when it's safe. Big Dweeb. My eyes teared up at the nicknames on the page. Relief washed over me, but at the same time, I was angry. Angry that I didn't know what had happened to my family. And angry that they'd left me behind. Had the elders forced them to leave? Or had they chosen to leave on their own? I didn't know, and even though Amelia said they were okay, I wasn't sure whether to believe it. I was vaguely aware of a hand tugging on my elbow as I read the note through a second time. I thought I might find some code in it, like Amelia had explained where she was, or that the elders had forced her to write it. But nothing stood out to me.
Come on, Pawi,
Liam pressed.
We have to go.
I swallowed the lump in my throat and folded the note up. I slipped it into my pocket so I could study it more later. Okay, let's go. We snuck out of the apartment complex. Kinpago was quiet tonight, and we didn't think we'd been seen, but it was kind of hard to miss 4 kids with a hippogriff familiar who walked like she was stomping on drums. When we got inside the castle, the first thing we heard was the sound of screams coming from the dungeons. Everyone's faces paled in unison. No one said anything before we were all racing toward the Bayami dorms together. When we got there, we saw that the place was packed with task force members. Bayami students were screaming and crying as their possessions were ripped out of their hands. A task force member snatched potion vials from Maddie and she fell to the ground, sobbing. Our group rushed over to her. Liam knelt to her level.
Maddie, what's going on?
Tears streamed down Maddie's face. They say they're investigating and taking away anything that could be deemed a weapon, but Liam, they're taking everything! Liam's face fell even further.
Everything?
Yes! Maddie grabbed Liam's shirt and looked him straight in the eye. Hurry, Liam! They haven't gotten to the back yet! Hide your stuff before they get there! Liam was quick to spring into action. He helped Maddie to her feet, and the 5 of us, along with our familiars, pushed through the crowd to the back of the dungeons. Liam flung his trunk open and grabbed his prescriptions. He frantically looked around for a place to hide them. He looked on the verge of tears as he struggled to find a hiding spot. Here! I reached out and grabbed the pill bottles, then shoved half of them at Imogen. We'll hide these. Imogen followed my lead and shoved the pill bottles down her dress and between her bosom. She could hide more than me since her boobs were bigger. I handed Maddie a bottle, then shoved the rest deep in my backpack next to my pads and tampons. Liam only had his inhaler left. He quickly shoved it in his pocket. My heart pounded, and I was breathing heavily when 2 task force members arrived between our bunks. They aimed Noxite guns at us.
Open your trunks!
One of them demanded. Everyone moved to their trunks to open them. My hands were shaking. Essis was hiding beneath my ponytail.
We have nothing,
Jonah stated confidently.
We'll see about that,
one of the task force members snarled. They came to my trunk first. Instead of doing a quick glance, they shoved me aside and started pulling out all my clothes. At the bottom of the trunk, they found my sketch pad and colored pencils. One of the men held my pencils up to the other, and he nodded. They tossed my collection of coloring supplies into a cart, filled with other odds and ends they had confiscated. My stomach plummeted to my toes. "Hey!" I cried. But Liam held me back. "You can't do that!"
These could be used as a weapon,
a task force man said firmly. "But I have art class," I argued.
Then you can use the approved supplies in the art room, he snapped. These things have no place in the dorms.
They went to Jonah next, while another group of task force members came up to inspect Imogen's trunk. The dorms were chaotic and out of control. Everyone was crying as task force members yelled at them. It all happened so fast that I could hardly process it. On one end of the bunks, Jonah was arguing with a guy about his costumes. Even when Jonah assured them they couldn't be used as a weapon, they claimed it was unnatural for a man to possess them, and that they were going to conduct an investigation into the unusual material.
My soccer stuff!
Jonah exploded.
You can't be serious!
The task force threw his cleats into the cart.
Hold on,
Liam demanded, stepping in front of a task force member who held Jonah's soccer ball.
You can't really think we'd use a soccer ball as a weapon.
The task force ignored him.
Out of the way, Bayami!
He shoved him aside, and Liam caught himself on the edge of the bunk. My entire body heated in rage. I just stood there shaking, trying to keep my fire from exploding out of me. There was literally nothing we could do that wouldn't make everything worse. I calculated in my head which belongings we had left and which were at risk. The blanket Liam had given me was still at his house, so that was safe. I was sure I'd left my camera upstairs in the Anichi dorms, but nausea rolled in my gut as I wondered if I'd accidentally left it in my trunk. Liam didn't have much, thankfully, since most of his prized possessions were at his parents'.
Man, please,
Jonah begged.
Not my makeup! Take the brushes! Leave the eyeshadow!
They didn't even respond as they tossed his eyeshadow palette into the cart. The top popped open, and broken bits of pressed powder went everywhere. Meanwhile, Imogen was sobbing as they took all her hair bows away, claiming that the pins in them could hurt someone. My features were knitted so tightly that I was starting to get a headache. "I need those books!" Imogen screeched. One of the task force members pulled out a stack of library books from Imogen's trunk. They were all about magical creatures and cryptozoology.
These aren't required texts,
the task force member informed her. "No, but they belong to the school!" Imogen belted.
Exactly,
he snarled.
I bet you stole them.
Imogen sobbed harder as they took the books away.
No,
Liam shouted. I turned to see him reaching for the bottle of pain relief lotion I'd gotten him as a present a few months ago. The task force member yanked it away from him. He popped the top open and sniffed it beneath his helmet, then made the guy beside him smell it.
Could be lethal,
the second one said.
I swear,
Liam pleaded.
It's just what it says on the bottle.
They didn't respond as they continued searching his trunk. I threw my shaking hands over my mouth to keep from yelling obscenities at them. Everything they took from Liam was something I'd given him. They took his headphones and MP3 player, which they seemed to think was some sort of radio to contact people outside the castle. On top of that, they piled his heating pad, wrist braces, And the stuffed wolf I'd bought him. "Those were gifts!" I shouted. They didn't give a flying shit about it. "Fuck you! Fuck you all!" I wanted to scream. But the task force members outnumbered us, and each of them had a loaded Noxite gun on them. Lashing out wouldn't get us our stuff back. I watched in horror as they took everything from us. Everything but our clothes. They took our razors and our toothbrushes, as if they thought we'd file them down into prison knives. And our soap, like we'd use it to make bombs or something. They even took our deodorant. By the time the task force members had abandoned my trunk, all I had left besides my textbooks and schoolwork were my clothes, an extra blanket, and a comb. Everyone else looked to be in the same boat.
Open your bag,
A masked man demanded. I was so stunned he'd stepped up to me. What?
Open your bag!
He snarled as he raised his gun on me. I quickly grabbed my backpack from the bed and pulled the zipper open, holding back the lump in my throat. Red-hot rage burned my eyes, and my fire begged to escape. The task force member riffled through my bag and pulled out anything he deemed a threat: pens, pencils, and a spiral-bound notebook. He thankfully avoided my feminine products, which hid Liam's pills, but he snatched up my dragon egg. I was on the verge of exploding as he held it up carelessly. Essis growled at him.
What's a Bayami like you doing with a dragon egg?
He snarled. It's for a class, I stated firmly. We're to take care of them until they hatch at the end of the semester. He held Julian up a few seconds longer, until deciding I must have been telling the truth. He tossed the dragon egg back on the bed. Essis screamed as it flew through the air, then he bounded over to cradle the egg protectively.
I'm all done with you,
He growled at me.
but you!
He turned to Imogen and pointed a finger at her. She whirled around with a whimper as she was watching another task force member look through her bag.
That thing you're wearing,
He snapped.
take it off!
Imogen's eyes sparkled with tears. My clothes? He stomped over to her and pointed to the rigid, fan-like structure behind her neck. It was something the Queen of Hearts might wear.
The ribbing in your dress could pose a danger,
He insisted.
take it off!
Imogen stared wide-eyed at him. But I'm not wearing anything under it. He was obviously getting really angry. He swung the strap of his gun over his shoulder so fast the barrel nearly hit me.
I said, take it off!
He grabbed for Imogen and she screamed. Stop, I cried. But it barely sounded like anything past the heavy weight on my chest. He took her dress in one hand and tugged as hard as he could. The Queen of Hearts piece ripped halfway off and hung there. Sassy yipped and howled at his feet, but he ignored her as he tore the other half off. Imogen sobbed. That was brand new! He tossed her ripped piece of dress into the cart, then held his gun up at her again.
You do as you're told, Bayami. Next time I won't be so forgiving.
Imogen struggled to find her breath. Yes, sir. He turned from her and looked up to our painting between the beds.
Let's see what they're hiding behind here.
No, I screeched. But it was too late. He and another task force member stomped up to the painting. The four of us gasped in unison as they reached up and tore it off the wall. The sickening sound of tearing paper resounded through the dungeons. Nausea slammed into my gut like I'd just been punched. That was when I lost it. You crazy fuckers! I cried, rushing toward them. Fire was ready in my palms. But I never got to use it. A sharp pain entered my ass, and the room spun around me before it all went black. I woke up to the darkness of the dorms. Things were quieter now, like the task force had left, but I could still hear the sobs of fellow Bayami students. I struggled to push past the dizziness swirling around in my head as I sat up. What happened? Liam sat beside me, his eyes bloodshot in the little light we had coming from nearby Coigny flames.
I'm sorry, Sophia. We tried. We really tried.
I furrowed my brow. Tried what? Imogen and Jonah stood from the bunk across from me with sad looks on their faces. Even Squeaks and Sassy looked melancholy beside them. Essis' ears drooped from Liam's lap. We tried to fix it, Imogen said sadly. She leaned down and lifted mine and Liam's painting from the ground. Jonah helped, and they held it up. A huge tear ran through the middle of the painting, but there were pieces missing on the end, like the task force had ripped it up. My whole body shook as I took it in. It's just a painting, I said in a choked voice, though it wasn't true. It was our painting. It was special. At least no one got hurt. Imogen frowned. Well, you got shot. I shrugged. It's happened before. I'll recover. Did anyone save anything good? Jonah sighed and lowered the painting.
Luckily, most of my good stuff isn't here.
I knew he was talking about his makeup and costumes in the Anichi dorms. It could have been worse, Imogen stated flatly.
Drew managed to save a few Star Trek action figures,
Liam said,
and Maddie hid a couple potions. We saved a bow for Sassy, and they didn't get Squeak's stash of mice.
I breathed a sigh. It made me feel a little relieved to know they'd managed to salvage a couple of things. I think the worst is going to be the razors, Imogen said with a frown. My pits are going to be awful.
You can braid them, Jonah joked, like they do in France.
Shut up, Imogen swatted at him. No one braids their pit hair. Liam chuckled lightly, and I couldn't help but join in. It was nice that those two could still joke about things at a time like this. It hurt, but it also gave me hope. The scuffle of footsteps approached, and we all looked up. Maddie was making her way over to us. She crouched down between our bunks and whispered in a low voice. I just got word from Alric. She shot a glance around the room, but no one was close enough to hear. After what happened here tonight, he wants to move up the date. Maddie didn't say it, but I knew she was talking about the next smuggling operation. The one with the 12 people Liam had found labeled Code Red in the Bayami database. We're meeting tomorrow at nightfall, Maddie said.
Okay,
Liam replied.
We'll be there.
As promised, we met in the Anichi dorms the following day at dark. Everyone was still on edge after what happened in the dorms yesterday, so it was quiet as we climbed the stairs. Liam carried our rolled-up, torn painting. We planned to hang it up here, where the task force couldn't ruin it. Most of the group was already there when we arrived, including Maddie, Drew, and Wyatt. Lindsay and Miranda didn't quite look like themselves. Lindsay's red hair was tied into a messy bun, and she wasn't wearing any makeup. Miranda's wild, dark curls were all over the place. They were surrounded by their familiars and a couple of Dracovern, tiny little cave dragons who were perched on the back of the sofa. Hey. Lindsay stood as we came into the room. Miranda followed as she made her way over to us. I heard about what happened last night. How bad was it? I rubbed my ass where I'd been shot by a Noxite dart. By now, the effects had worn off, thanks to Essis. Well, I got shot, so it was pretty bad. Don't worry, Imogen said proudly. They didn't get everything. Today, she was wearing an even crazier outfit than the day before. It was all sequins and ruffles, and a pointed hat that was 2 feet tall. It was her way of getting back at the task force for tearing apart her dress. "How about you guys?" I asked, eyeing Lindsay and Miranda. "How's it going as de Forti?" "Better than Bayami, for sure," Miranda said. Liam tilted his head to the side.
You two look very...
He trailed off, and Lindsay placed a hand on her hip. "Very what, Mido?"
great!
Jonah quickly subbed in.
You look great!
I rolled my eyes at him. "You look stressed." Lindsay's hands were shaking, like she was nervous about this meeting or something. I eyed her curiously. "What does Alric have you guys doing?" Lindsay and Miranda shared a look, and Miranda's eyes darted over to the Dracovern. Miranda gave a nervous giggle. "Nothing. What makes you say that?" I crossed my arms and raised an eyebrow. "The fact that it sounds like you're lying." They didn't get a chance to answer before Alric and Bane entered the room, with the 12 students we were smuggling out behind them. I noticed a Dracovern perched on Alric's shoulder. What was up with that?
May I have everyone's attention, please?
Alric called across the common room. I turned back to Lindsay and Miranda and whispered under my breath, "Will you tell me later?" Lindsay shook her head as a look of regret crossed her face. "Sorry, Sophia, but you need to stay out of this. There are things we can't tell you." My shoulders fell. Why did it seem like everyone was keeping things from me?
Chapter 15. Liam. The task force didn't take our things to disarm us. They took our things to break us. Morale seemed permanently low in the Bayami dorms after the DeForti stormed in and stole everything. What laughter and joy that had been there was completely gone. People were quiet now and kept their heads down. They dehumanized us, and no one knew how to deal with it. We didn't feel like people anymore. We felt like property. On Monday, I had to go to the pharmacy to pick up a refill of my inhaler. I headed up to the medical ward and found it oddly quiet. The pharmacy itself was almost empty. Usually, it was packed in here. I asked for my prescription at the counter and immediately got a sick feeling in my gut when the pharmacist took too long to give it to me. I was standing there for 15 minutes before she finally returned from the room she'd been in. "There's nothing here for you, Mr. Maito," she replied. "All of your prescriptions have been cleared." "Nothing there? No, that's impossible." I shook my head. "I get a refill of this inhaler every 3 months." The pharmacist's eyes narrowed as she read my file on the screen. "Notes from the doctor that treated you said you made a miraculous recovery from pneumonia last week. You obviously don't need anything to help you recover." Shit. I knew using Essus was going to lead to some consequences. People didn't have double pneumonia and walk out of the hospital 4 days later. I should have been in there at least a month. I definitely raised some suspicion about my condition. "I'll pay the cost of the prescription outright," I told her. It was expensive, but I needed it. "I'm sorry, but the notes in your file specifically state you are no longer permitted to use this medication," the pharmacist replied. "Have a good day." Her cold and informal tone left no room for argument. She was staring at me in a way that made me feel ashamed and want to curl up inside. It was like she didn't consider me worthy enough to have medical care. Inwardly, I was panicking. I needed that inhaler. I couldn't breathe most days without it, and I was still recovering from having pneumonia. I'd go backwards if I didn't have medicine. What if they started restricting all my other medications as well? I had enough of a supply to get by, for a while, but after 3 months, I'd be totally screwed. When I walked out of the pharmacy, there was a Navita guy hanging outside the door. His familiar was a tiny bird that sat on his shoulder. It looked like a sparrow with pointed cat ears. The sparrow was losing feathers and its head hung lowly. The guy himself had huge bags under his eyes and looked tired. They refused to give you your pills too? He asked. The tattoo on his arm marked him Bayami. I think I knew him. He was in one of my classes freshman year. His name was Darren. Yes, I said. I think they've stopped refilling everything. What do you have? Cancer, he replied. They're holding my chemo drugs. Holy shit, dude. I'm so sorry, I said. Darren coughed. They're saying my insurance doesn't cover it anymore, but my parents are already paying so much in premiums. I think they've just restricted medical access to Bayami now. Horror infected my core. They were slowly killing us. Denying medical care was an easy way to get rid of the disabled. I should have considered myself lucky I was allowed to be treated at all last week. Do you need to get out of here? I asked him. Darren shook his head. My parents are taking me to a cancer treatment center at the end of the week, but I'll have to leave Juliana behind. Darren stroked the sparrow on his shoulder, and she let out a sad peep. I felt terrible for him. He had to be separated from his familiar in order to get treatment elsewhere, all because the elders had to be dicks. That really sucks. I'm sorry. It seemed like sorry was all I could say, and I wish there were alternatives because ancestors knew how much I hated people giving me sympathy. Take care of yourself, man. Darren coughed again. His exhausted face stayed with me all the way back to the Bayami dorms. I really hoped he pulled through, but I knew he wasn't the only Bayami in Kinpago who was sick and needed drugs to get by, including me. Fuck, I was totally screwed. Sophia immediately noticed something was wrong when I walked in the door. What's up? She asked when I joined her, Imogen, and Jonah near our bunks. Squeaks was leaning against Jonah while Sassy and Esses chased each other around on the floor. They're refusing to refill Bayami prescriptions, I told her. I can't get any of my meds. Seriously? Sophia shouted. The color drained from her face. Yeah, I nodded. I have enough to get me by for a while, but I'm totally out on my inhaler. Is it the red one? Jonah asked. I mean, yeah. I took it out of my pocket and showed him. Why do you ask? Jonah got a hard look on his face. I'll see you guys later. Come on, Squeaks. Where are you going? Imogen asked. I'm not going to let Liam suffocate, Jonah said harshly. He and Squeaks left without another word. What does he think he's going to do? Bang on Oleander's door and get him to change his mind? I asked. Imogen shook her head. I don't know. He's been acting strange lately. Sophia nervously ran her fingers through her ponytail. You need those pills, Liam. I'll be okay, I said, though that was an outright lie. Good thing we'd hid what I had from the task force when they'd stormed in here. Maybe the elders will reverse the ordinance, Imogen said, though her tone was full of doubt. Sophia checked her bag. At first, it was a casual browse through, until her motions became more frantic. Fuck, I'm out of my birth control too, Sophia said. I was going to pick it up tonight. It's not like we need it, I said. I hated bringing up the obvious, but my swimmers had permanently retired. Yeah, but it was helping my period cramps. She frowned. Oh well, it's not as important as you getting what you need anyway. We'll figure something out. I had no idea what. I checked my watch. We're going to be late for art class. Come on. Jonah didn't show up during Hawkeye art. The three of us kept looking around, expecting him to walk in any minute, but he never did. We returned to the Bayami dorms after class, but he wasn't there either. Do you think something's happened to him? Imogen asked anxiously. She was petting Sassy, her brow furrowed and mouth downturned. I don't think so. He acted like he had somewhere to be. I checked my watch. I've got to get to my internship. See you guys later. Tribal headquarters was still busy when I got there. People and familiars both were rushing around like chickens with their heads cut off. It was like everyone was preparing for something big, though I didn't know what. I kept my head down and refilled the copy machines like I was asked until I was assigned a new task. "There's a water leak in the women's bathroom on the first floor," my supervisor told me harshly after I was done banging on the same printer for the 80th time. "I want it repaired by closing time." Like I knew how to fix that, but okay. The floor in the women's bathroom was coated in a thin layer of water when I got there. I stepped inside and immediately sensed the problem. The water leak was coming from a busted pipeline beneath the floor. I could feel the water rushing through it beneath the ground, seeping upward as it overflowed over the foundation. I couldn't fix it, but I could redirect the water so it didn't soak through the tiles anymore. If they wanted anything more than that, they'd have to hire a plumber. As I was working on it, I heard voices in the hallway outside. "Hurry! This is the only place we can speak without fear of being overheard." That sounded important. I ducked inside a stall and closed the door shut behind me. Then I flattened myself against the wall as two women walked inside. Claws and hooves trailed behind them as their familiars followed. None of them seemed to care about the water that had overflowed the bathroom. "We should have gone back to your residence," a woman spoke. "It would have been safer." "There's no time," another responded. "We need to discuss this now." Coigny elders. If I had to guess, it sounded like Madame Wright and Madame Locklear. They were new. I'd heard them on TV sometimes when they gave speeches on the news. They were hasty replacements for Madame Chavis, who'd died of the plague, as well as her twin sister, who'd been killed in the riots. I'd heard Annette had a difficult time filling spots after her council had been decimated and Oleander took over. Locklear's heels clicked on the tile and sent water splashing everywhere. "There's nothing we can do. The council has already decided." "Nonsense. I have no great love for Bayami children, but this has gone too far," Wright argued. "It's what is necessary," Locklear hissed. "Those children don't belong here. They and their families are a threat to our way of life. They must be dealt with." "By removing them and putting them in detainment camps?" Wright snapped. "Be reasonable. The extraction process has already begun. The construction of the camps are complete. You can't possibly expect us to turn back now," Locklear argued. A shivering chill quaked up my spine. The elders were detaining children from Bayami parents and putting them in concentration camps? What kind of world were we living in? This couldn't be real. "We need to roll back on detainments. This is happening too quickly," Wright said. "Roll back? We need to step them up," Locklear spat. "The Bayami take our jobs. They take resources from the tribe and leech off the system. The Defortai need to be concerned about taking care of our own people before we help everyone else. Our society isn't a charity. The Defortai come first." "Yes, but children. This isn't what I signed up for when Annette asked me to be an elder," Wright said. "If you're so concerned, open up your home to them. What the tribe should really do is send them away. Get them to go back to where they came from," Locklear said. Where we came from? The Bayami were born and raised right here in the tribe. This lady was acting like we were some kind of outsiders, instead of Hawkeye just like they were. "I've heard about these camps. The conditions are terrible. There's no food, little water. They're abusing those kids," Wright argued. "So, why is it our responsibility to take care of them?" Locklear asked. "Reports of the camps and their poor quality is greatly exaggerated. It's a Bayami trick. They'll do anything to gain sympathy." "You don't understand where this is going. It doesn't stop here." Wright sounded worried. She began pacing, and her familiar followed her around the room. "They aren't our problem. If their parents didn't want them to be detained in camps, perhaps they should have been strong enough to defend themselves." Locklear's tone was harsh. It was clear she believed every word she said. "What if they come for our children next?" Wright argued. "That's impossible. The Defortai children won't be touched. Such things can never happen in a civilized society." Locklear sniffed. You must be insane to believe that would happen in this day and age. We aren't living in World War II. Wright stopped pacing. I don't know. All of this makes me very nervous. Nothing is going to happen. I don't see what the big deal is about a bunch of Bayami brats being held somewhere due to their parents' wrongdoing. Locklear's tone was disgusted. Are they all criminals, truly? Wright questioned in a soft voice. Of course. We need to take their children somewhere while their parents are being questioned. We can't just allow Bayami children to run wild in the streets. But what about the parents who are released? I've heard their children aren't being returned to them after questioning, Wright said nervously. Do people who put their own children in danger really deserve to be parents? Locklear asked. Paperwork takes time. DeForti can't spend endless resources on reuniting families. This was all Oleander's way of dividing the tribe further. Bayami parents wouldn't unite and fight back if they didn't know where their kids were. The paperwork process was just an excuse. But these kids, I've heard stories, and they're not good. Some don't have blankets. They're fighting over food, Wright whispered. We shouldn't even be helping the children of criminals. They aren't our problem. The fact that we're giving them shelter at all is something they should be grateful for. So what if it's not a 5-star resort? We're doing the best we can for those kids while their parents are in jail, Locklear replied. If you ask me, we're doing too much for them already. Locklear sounded like she considered DeForti a saint for taking care of these kids' basic needs. It made me sick. The tribe hasn't even noticed, Locklear continued. Bayami are being removed by the day, and the DeForti have said nothing. Everyone is content to move on with their own lives. There was a bout of silence before Wright whispered, What are we going to do about Oleander? We don't have to do anything, Locklear said. Annette's assassins will take care of him. Yes, but when? Annette can't be High Chiefess unless he's out of the way. Patience. Annette's people are working on something. Once they find an opening, the old man is done for. They're trailing his every move as it is. I don't like this. I don't like it at all. Grow a backbone, Locklear sneered. It's only a matter of time before Oleander is taken care of. He's got people after us as well. Let him. I'm not afraid. Heels clicked again on the tile floor. Come on, Locklear said. It's time for us to save face. The two elders and their familiars left the bathroom. I remained hidden in the stall for 5 more minutes until I was sure they wouldn't return. My heart was pounding in my chest. The elders had gone too far this time. The elemental cup was one thing, but now they were removing children from their parents, and they didn't care what happened to them after. People were disappearing left and right. What was the council's ultimate goal? To get rid of the Bayami for good? I didn't bother to clock out. My dad needed to hear about this. He wasn't in his office, so I planned to head back home until I saw him standing in the street outside the square. Kimpago was crowded today. I had to maneuver around a large group of people who were looking around and acting like they were waiting for something. Dad! I ran to him. He looked up and Tatum grumbled a hello as I skidded to a stop beside him. I dropped my voice and said, I overheard Madam Wright and Madam Locklear. Is it true that the council is taking Bayami kids away from their parents? He nodded solemnly. I've heard about the camps, son. I voted against them, but was obviously outnumbered. What else have you discovered? I lowered my voice and told him about Annette's assassins. Dad nodded, and he said, Then we need to be prepared. Either Oleander or Annette will be taken out within a few weeks or less. We need to look at methods to get rid of whoever's left without drawing suspicion to ourselves. Then that's what we'll do. My eyes skimmed the crowd. Why are there so many people here? Is there something going on? Before he could answer, a colossal roar shook the skies. I spun around. Oleander had wandered into the middle of the square, and a shadow fell upon him as a monstrous creature slithered up beside him. So this is what everyone was preparing for. The unveiling of Oleander's familiar. It was a drakish, a dragon hybrid. The monster had a long body like a snake's, with enormous bat-like wings on his middle and 5 heads sprouting from his shoulders. The monster was scarlet in color and 300 feet long. His tail ran all the way down the street and out of sight. The creature opened his mouths and bellowed an intimidating cry, and the sound shook the earth below my feet. I'd never seen such a large familiar in my life, except for Thalassa. This thing was massive. All the other creatures in the square were cowering at the sight of him. Oleander's grin was wide and mocking, daring anyone to come forward and challenge him. Something about the creature didn't quite seem right. If Oleander was bonded to a drakish, why hadn't he shown it off until now? Then I spotted it. I noticed the same collar that I'd discovered last week around the middle neck of the drakish as he roared. So my earlier theory was correct. This wasn't Oleander's true familiar. He had hid it somewhere. The creature he was showing off now was under his control. "I would like everyone to meet Skyless, my familiar," Oleander boomed. "He is very eager to serve the tribe." Smoke filtered out of Skyless's nostrils. The creature bared his fangs, which seemed to be stained red by blood, and the sun glinted off of them. Dad's expression was grim. "This doesn't bode well for us. The rest of the council will be even more wary about going up against his rulings. Doesn't work out for Annette either. Good luck on getting her assassins close to Oleander when he had that thing skulking around." Skyless growled as he narrowed his heads, and Dad said, "Get back to school. It's not safe for you here." Not safe for me there either, but with a drakish crawling around, I got his point. I left the square and headed up the road back to Orenda Academy. Wasn't but 5 minutes after I entered the Great Hall that I met my brother. "Hey, Liam!" Ezra grabbed my arm. "I need to talk to you." Ancestors only knew what this was about. "Okay, what is it?" He took a deep breath. "Alric wanted me to tell you to watch what you say in the Bayami dorms. The task force is secretly setting up microphones and recording devices down there so they can incriminate people without them knowing. Don't do or say anything that could be used against you." Wow, that's over the top. "Yeah, just be on your guard," he said heavily. I took a moment to observe my brother, really see him. He looked tired, like he'd been up all night, and his clothes were wrinkled and worn. His hair was a mess, like he hadn't combed it. Weird, considering he was just as vain as I was and was obsessed with how he presented himself. Diami matched him. His feathers were rumpled, and the Thunderbird looked around as if afraid we'd be overheard. I hated how Ezra looked nowadays. Used to be you couldn't wipe a smile off the kid's face. He was always optimistic 100% of the time. Carefree was his middle name. Now he seemed perpetually worried. He barely talked, and his eyes were constantly calculating, like he was strategizing or something. I realized I hadn't seen him sneaking around the castle with a girl in some time, which was crazy to think about. "Hey, Ez, when's the last time you went on a date?" I asked. "What? Why is that important?" His eyebrows knitted together. "Never mind." My heart sank. If Ezra had lost interest in chasing girls, one of his favorite hobbies, there really was cause for concern. He caught my meaning and said, "I'm not depressed, Liam. I'm just stressed out. There's a lot on my mind." "Like what? The operation?" I asked. "It's not just that." He was avoiding my eyes now. "Okay, you can tell me. Whatever's on your mind, I can help with." "You can't," he objected. "Not this time." His refusal was like a punch in the gut. Suspicion rose in my mind. "Do you know something I don't?" "Liam, please don't press for answers." Ezra was begging me. "I can't tell you anything." "Why? What's the big secret?" I tried to control my temper, but damn it, I didn't like people hiding things from me, especially my own family. It's my burden to bear. I can handle it. You guys just concentrate on staying safe, all right? Then, because he knew I'd press him for answers, he wandered off with Diami behind him. As if I needed any more reason to hate the elders. This war was robbing my brother of his college experience, and he refused to let me help him, which just about drove me nuts. Sophia was waiting for me on a stone bench outside the Great Hall. Essus was in her lap, combing his fur out with a small pink brush and chittering like he had gossip. Sophia was hardly paying attention to him. "Hey, Jonah found us. He said to meet him in the Anichi dorms," Sophia whispered. "Good, because I have stuff to tell you guys," I replied. When we got to the Anichi dorms, Imogen was already there, sitting on a wooden chair and poring over texts that looked like they had to be the Yapluma elders' scrolls. Sassy was on the table, munching on a pile of berries. Jonah stood by the fire, a bag in his hand. Squeaks lay on the rug beside him. Her eyes were closed, but it didn't look like she was sleeping. Jonah saw me coming and stomped toward me. "Here." He shoved the bag at me. I looked inside. My mouth fell open when I saw my inhaler lying at the bottom. "How'd you get your hands on this?" "I broke into the pharmacy after hours. Squeaks and I stole your inhaler," he said. "I would have gotten your other prescriptions, but I couldn't remember what they were." I was speechless. Stealing drugs was a federal offense, not to mention prohibited by tribal government. Jonah had risked everything to help me. "Jonah, thank you." "Don't thank me. You shouldn't have had to deal with this in the first place." Jonah turned away. He seemed moody, but not necessarily at us. "Liam says he's got news," Sophia announced. All eyes looked to me. I told the three of them about what I'd overheard from the Coigny elders, as well as about Oleander's new familiar and what Ezra had told me. Imogen was strangely quiet. She hadn't moved from her chair. Essus was currently packing all the berries he could in his mouth, while Sassy yelled at him to stop. Squeaks remained on the floor, though one of her eyes was currently open. She prodded Jonah's ankle with her beak, as if she wanted him to say something. "Well, it's obvious what we need to do next, isn't it?" Jonah said darkly. "What do you mean?" Sophia asked. A shadow fell over Jonah's face. "We have to leave Orenda Academy as soon as possible." Imogen's head snapped up. A moment of shock passed through the room before I said, "You want to leave now? I'm graduating in a couple of weeks. I'm not going to throw that away." "Dude, fuck graduation. It's better to be a college dropout than to end up dead," Jonah said scathingly. "Jonah, why do you want to leave?" Sophia asked. "You've brought it up before, but it's not like things have changed since then." "Of course things have changed. It's gotten worse. They're taking people from their homes. Children are being put in fucking camps. What is it going to take before you guys figure out we need to get the hell out of here?" Jonah said. Imogen rose so quickly from her chair, I'm surprised she didn't knock it over. "I'm not leaving," she shouted. "I'm not going to be a coward and run away while people lose their lives." "Imogen, I love you, but taking revenge against the elders isn't going to bring Cade back," Jonah whispered. Imogen's eyes watered. She wiped tears away with the palm of her hand before she exclaimed, "No, but it'll save some other girl the heartbreak of experiencing what I did. I never want another person to have to go through losing their brother or the love of their life. That's why I'm staying, because someone has to stand up and fight. If we don't, who will? This is way bigger than us. We can't control what happens anymore," Jonah argued. "Are you saying we can't make a difference?" Imogen asked. "Yes, this is beyond our control. We need to focus on saving ourselves," Jonah hissed. Imogen's voice wavered. "Let me tell you something, Jonah. I don't give a damn what happens to me anymore. I haven't since I lost Cade. The only thing I've thought about since that night is bringing the elders down and saving as many people as we can along the way. We're trying, but that's getting harder and harder every day. Eventually, we're going to be next, he said. We still have to find the air piece. This isn't over, Sophia broke in, her voice elevating above Jonah's. Jonah angrily tore at his hair. Oh, yeah, I forgot. The impossible fucking task. Newsflash, Imogen and I haven't found anything on the air piece since we started looking. Figuring out the prophecy is getting us nowhere. So you want to just give up? I asked. That wasn't part of the plan. Fuck the plan! We're being stupid by sticking around, Jonah bellowed. We can't just pick up and leave. I'm not going to abandon my parents and siblings while we go and hide, I protested. Then get everyone to leave with us. Convince them somehow, Jonah insisted. My dad is one of the few people left who has enough power to turn things around. He's not going to leave his people now, I argued. It's too late to turn things around. Jonah kicked the end table and it skittered to the side. Don't you guys get it? They're barely feeding us. How long before they start taking people out in a systematic way? That's not going to happen. Alric said it wouldn't, Sophia said, her voice growing in intensity. Jonah made a scoffing noise. Have you guys been paying attention? Alric is clearly hiding something from us. Him and everyone else. There's some big secret going around that Alric's told everyone not to let us in on. You're speculating. You don't know that for sure, Imogen rebutted. Open your eyes! Jonah rubbed his face in frustration. Lindsay, Miranda, everyone's sneaking around, giving us information on a need-to-know basis. Hell, even Ezra can't tell Liam the truth. That's his own brother. Leave Ez out of this, I snapped. I was starting to get pissed. You know it's true. Jonah's eyes were getting desperate. Our friends keep telling us that there's stuff we don't need to know, and when we go to pry, everyone lies or makes up excuses. Something's up. Why aren't we being involved? What reason would Alric and the rest have to keep a secret from us? We're the ones who started the smuggling operation in the first place, Imogen said. Really? What reason do they have for not telling us stuff? Gee, I wonder why, Jonah said sarcastically, with a sideways glance at Sophia. Her expression hardened, and her mouth flattened into a stern line. You think they're keeping secrets from me? Sophia asked harshly. She was daring Jonah to say yes. No offense, Sophia, but it's always about you, Jonah said. And everyone else knows that the three of us are close to you, so they're keeping us out of the loop so we don't tell you whatever they don't want you to know. You think they're using me? Sophia said viciously. I didn't say that, Jonah argued. But they've probably got some big plan for you. Otherwise, why not let you in on what's going on? You're reaching. You don't have facts to prove any of this, Imogen said. I can feel it in my gut, Jonah responded. Gut feelings aren't good enough. We need absolute proof, Imogen insisted. I stepped forward. You guys can go if you want, but I have to stay no matter what. My dad needs me to gain intel on Oleander and Annette. Liam, being a spy for your dad isn't going to make up for losing your chance at being chief, Jonah said roughly. His words were like a kick to the balls. Sophia noticed the crushed look on my face and stepped in. Jonah, if we can't trust Alric, if we can't trust our friends, this war is already over. We have to put our faith in the people we've allied ourselves with. You want to know who I trust? The people in this room and no one else, Jonah shot at her. We should have kept what we were doing between us. There's something going on that's just not right here. I hated that Jonah had a point. I knew Ezra was keeping something from me. I saw it on his face earlier, but it was too difficult to admit that my little brother was hiding shit behind my back. When we were quiet for too long, Jonah barked out, You guys know something's not right. I know you do. So what are we going to do about it? Jonah, we can't leave, Sophia said firmly. Her voice had taken on a pleading note. The three of them shared a glance, and I knew without anyone having to say anything that she was talking about me. It wasn't a big secret I wouldn't last long on the road. I had Essus, sure, but I didn't know if his magic would be enough to keep me alive as we were on the run. I had pills, doctor's appointments. Fuck, it was up in the air some days if I could make it across the castle without getting out of breath. I can't imagine how I'd keep up with the group if we had to jump from location to location for an extended period of time. But I hated the fact that Sophia wanted to stay here because she feared she might lose me if we took our chances and left school. I wanted her to be safe, no matter what consequences that brought me. I shook my head. You guys don't have to hide anything. If you decide to go, I'm staying behind. I already know I'd slow the group down. We aren't leaving without you, Sophia snapped. We aren't leaving at all, Imogen said viciously. Im, don't tie yourself to this sinking ship just because your boyfriend went down with it, Jonah whimpered. Imogen snapped. You don't know how I feel. None of you do, she screamed. The room shook. Dust fell from the ceiling and scattered on the floor. You don't know what it's like to wake up every morning and realize that the man you love died for nothing. We're all going to die for nothing if we keep this up. I love you guys. You're the only family I have left. Jonah was getting emotional. His hands balled into fists as he stepped forward and shouted, If you guys are dead, I'll have no one. I'd be devastated if I lost a damn one of you, and I get more and more worried every day that I will. No one's dying, Jonah, I said. I tried to make my voice steady and calm. Yet, he shot at me. His eyes dampened, but he held it in. I'd gladly give my life if it meant the tribe could change, Imogen said, but her anger was fading. She was worried about Jonah now. Her voice had sunk to a quiet tone, and her mouth slightly opened as she saw Jonah's lip tremble. I don't care about the tribe anymore. Imogen, if I lost you, that's something I'd never get over, Jonah choked out. I needed to calm everyone down. This was getting out of hand, and I was leader here. I felt responsible for everybody, and we couldn't fall apart now, not when we needed each other the most. Let's try to clear our heads, I said. Nothing's happening right now. We need to think for a moment. There's nothing to think about. The right thing to do is clearly in front of us, Jonah said. We'd need a plan. We don't have one yet, I argued. Look, Liam, your family is well off, and so are Sophia's grandparents. We could figure out a way to make it work, Jonah pleaded. What about my family? My parents? My brothers? Imogen demanded. We can hide them too. We can hide all of us, Jonah said, but his voice was getting weaker and weaker. Where, Jonah? Where are we going to go? Sophia asked. You're asking to move a large group of people to nowhere. You think the elders aren't going to notice? They'll send people to find us. We're safer here. Where do you think Alric is sending all those people we've been smuggling out? They have to go somewhere, Jonah said. Most of them have families outside Kimpago. We don't have that option, Imogen said. Jonah hung his head. It's pretty clear that you've made up your minds. I won't leave without you. I just pray to the ancestors I'm wrong. A quiet moment of silence passed. I broke it as a thought crossed my mind. We can compromise, I said. We can think about leaving eventually. That's not good enough. We need to make an agreement, Jonah said harshly. If things don't get better, and soon, we have to get out of here. It's not an option anymore. Imogen was still seething. Sophia said nothing, and instead she looked to me. I took a breath. Fine, we'll consider leaving, but only if there's no other choice. And, hear me out, there's absolutely no chance of getting the air piece. That has to be our first priority. Jonah's expression was hard to read. Done. I need some air." He left, and Squeaks got up to follow. After he slammed the door, Imogen collected the scrolls in her arms. "He's just scared," she told us. "We'll figure out the air piece eventually." Her words didn't hold any form of confidence. Even Imogen's faith was failing her. I didn't blame Jonah for being scared. I was scared too. For my family, for my friends, Sophia, for all of us. The group didn't talk much over the next few days. Jonah seemed to be avoiding us. He went to class and skirted off by himself whenever he didn't have somewhere to be. Imogen surveyed the Apluma Elder's scrolls over and over, but she didn't find anything. Sophia and I kept to ourselves. We didn't want to take sides, and at the moment it was easier to get lost in our own little world than to try and deal with everything that was going on outside of our relationship. By Thursday night, Jonas seemed to be in a better mood, which I was thankful for. Such a good mood, in fact, he insisted on dragging me into Kinpago to do some shopping, though for what he didn't say. "Jonah, where exactly are you taking me?" I asked. We were in the gay district, in an alley I'd never been in. We passed under a rainbow flag hanging from the rooftop and window displays of mannequins wearing, ancestors, leather-spiked bras with matching panties. "We're here," Jonah announced. Squeaks let out a happy chirp. I stepped inside the store, and a feeling of dread rose from the bottom of my feet all the way to the top of my head. Oh, no. Jonah had dragged me into a sex shop. I should have known he'd do something like this. Jonah skipped around like a kid in a candy store. This was like the time he'd forced me to go to a strip club. Why didn't I start asking where we were going before we actually went? A woman with spiked hair and tattoos ran the counter. Her familiar was a pink miniature deer with a long oxen tail and a singular horn sticking out of its head. When the deer moved, little hearts bubbled out of its tail and popped against the ceiling. The worker smiled at us as we walked by. "This the one you're talking about, Jonah? He's cute." Jonah waved his hand and said, "Oh, he's just a friend, Junine. I'm here for myself today." "Yeah, just here to look for stuff for me and my girlfriend," I said firmly. Junine scratched her familiar's ears. Does she have any particular kinks?" I didn't know. We hadn't been sleeping together that long. We certainly weren't getting bored, but it might be fun to try something new. I think I need some time to look around." "I can make a few suggestions. Come to me if you need any help," Junine said. I skirted to Jonah's side and lowered my voice. "Dude, what the hell? You couldn't have told me we were coming here." Jonah eagerly proceeded to the BDSM section. "Would you stop whining? I need this stuff. Besides, you can pick up something for yourself while you're here." "You think I'm into—" I read a nearby box of what looked like a torture device for your dick. "Male chastity cages?" "I meant you and Sophia. Monogamy doesn't have to mean monotony, you know." I guess that was true. I'd never been in an adult novelty store before, but there was just so much here. I don't even know what she'd like or where to start. Jonah started taking whips down from the wall and comparing them. He checked out a pair of handcuffs and a ball gag before shaking his head. "I just don't know what— Ah, here we go. Ancestors, Jonah." I had to get away from him. I walked to the opposite side of the store and started browsing, trying to figure out what Sophia would like. Nipple clamps would be fun, but it'd probably be best if we started out with something a little more vanilla. I nearly got a hard-on picturing her in some of the lingerie that was hanging around the room, but that was more for me, not for her. "What about this size?" A familiar female voice could be heard from not so far away. "Oh, no, Liam's much bigger than that, 8 inches at least." I rounded the corner and saw none other than Imogen and Sophia comparing dildos and laughing. Sassy was batting a dildo around on the floor with her paws, while Essus looked in the mirror and fluffed up his chest fur as if pretending he had boobs. I snuck up from behind Sophia and tickled her sides. She let out a tiny scream when I poked her. She turned around and her mouth dropped open in shock. "Oh my gosh, what are you doing here?" "Let's just say I did not come here of my own free will," I said. "Although I'm not opposed either." Sophia giggled. "Imogen and I came in on a whim. I'm definitely not disappointed. Look at this." Imogen lifted a giant purple dildo into the air, one that looked like it was made of a gelatin substance and sparkled in the light. It was at least 10 inches long. "It's huge." Sophia's eyes bulged out of her head. "Holy crap, that's the largest dick I've ever seen." "Besides your boyfriend's," Imogen teased, and both of them snickered. Imogen eyed the lingerie racks on the other side of the room. "Sophia, I think you need to try some stuff on." "What? Me?" Sophia squeaked. "But I—" "No buts." Imogen gave a teasing glance at me, then dragged Sophia across the store by her wrist. Imogen started yanking items off the rack. When Sophia had at least 10 garments in her arms, Imogen shoved her into a dressing room. My heart rate picked up when I heard Sophia slip out of her jeans and the rustling of plastic hangers. "Can I see?" I asked, hoping Sophia would crack the door open just a peek. "No," Imogen said. "You'll ruin the surprise." Talk about getting blue balls. "Not fair," I complained. Imogen dropped her voice so Sophia couldn't hear and said, "You can wait until your honeymoon. The only reason I brought her here was because she needs something for your wedding night." "We haven't even set a date," I argued. "It's good to be prepared. What do you expect her to do, grow 3 sizes by the time you get married?" Imogen shot back. "What are you two talking about out there?" Sophia called over the door. "Nothing," both of us responded at once. Imogen smacked the purple dildo into her hand, and the package bent. "I think I need to get this for the bachelorette party," she hushed. Her eyes lit up when she saw the multicolored wigs. "Ooh, I want a green one." Sophia didn't come out with anything, but there was a soft smile on her face as she exited the dressing room. "Like anything?" I prompted. "Oh, yes, but you don't get to see me buy it," she teased. "I'll come back and get it when you aren't looking." I moaned and rolled my eyes. "You're killing me, Pawi." She ran her fingers down my chest and gave the bulge in my pants a squeeze, biting her lip in a mischievous way. "I just want to see you squirm from anticipation." What the fuck? Did she just grab my dick in the middle of the store? Count me turned on. Nobody else had seen, but at the moment I hardly cared if they did. At the opposite end of the store, Jonah was trying on thigh-high platform shoes. Imogen waltzed up to him, adorned with a green wig. "Those are some pretty rad pumps," she said in admiration, as Jonah laced up the obnoxious heels. "You know it, babe." Jonah winked, and Imogen gave him a thumbs up. Looks like they had made up after that fight, which was a relief. They weren't the kind of friends who could stay mad at each other for long. "Sophia, try these on," Jonah pleaded, and he tossed a pair of 6-inch heels her way. "I think you'd look mad sexy in them." "I'm gonna break my leg," Sophia grumbled as she ducked down to untie her sneakers. Once she had the heels on, she had to hold on to Imogen to keep from falling over. Imogen and Jonah insisted she try on another pair, just in case she needed them for something formal, while Sophia argued that flats were the only way to go. Essus hid himself inside one of the heels, while Sassy wore a boot on her head. Squeaks was currently moaning that her hooves wouldn't fit inside a pair of pumps that were just like Jonah's. While they were bickering, something grabbed my attention. A blindfold hung from a display rack not far by. Perfect. It was small, but it'd do the trick. While Sophia was distracted, I nabbed the blindfold and something else I'd caught her eyeing on the way to the dressing room. Junine grinned as she packaged up the items. Good choice. That's one of my personal favorites. Your girlfriend's going to love it. I hoped so. Sophia's eyes lit up when she saw me walking toward her with the bag. What's that there? Sophia asked. She tried to peek inside, but I yanked it away from her. No peeking, I told her, though you can have a hint. I took the blindfold out of the bag. So my mom asked me to watch the house tonight, I told Sophia lowly. Apparently, Dad and the kids are going somewhere. Really? Where to? Sophia asked, smiling lightly. I'm not sure. I didn't ask questions. I'd been too excited about getting the house to myself. I was thinking, how about you get that corset out of the closet? The one I wore to piss you off last semester? She said coyly. Yes, and this. I pressed the blindfold into her hand. I'll be there around 9. I expect to find you dressed and ready to go. Yes, Mr. Mito. She gave me a wink. Esses took the blindfold from her and put it over his own eyes until she snatched it back. The four of us got dinner at one of the few Chinese places left that allowed Bayami in, and everyone picked on me for only ordering brown rice. Imogen and Jonah split up from us in order to see a burlesque show on the other side of town with their familiars. Sophia went back to school to get her corset. It was at the bottom of her trunk, and thankfully one of the few things the task force hadn't found during their raid. Jones was still giving us Periton rides, as he was a friend of Bain's, so Sophia would be able to make it to the island by herself. I worried how much longer the elders would allow that to continue. Mom had left the boat on the docks for me to take back home, as well as given me a list of groceries to pick up before I got home. I threw things into the cart and practically flipped the boat over on my way back to my parents' house. Hey, what could I say? I wanted to see Sophia in that corset again as fast as possible. Esses was on the couch watching TV when I got there. More reality television. A bag of cheese balls sat in his lap, and his fur was covered in orange dust. He took a giant gulp of the soda at his side before waving me upstairs carelessly. Ugh, totally a teenager. At least he wouldn't bother us. I put the groceries on the counter and vowed to put them away later before I hurried to the stairs. I cracked open the door to my bedroom. Sophia had done as I'd asked. She was sitting on the edge of the bed, the blindfold over her eyes and waiting. Her hair was in a low ponytail, and she'd put on a bit of perfume that I could smell from here. The black corset lined with red lace pushed her breasts upward so that they swelled above the fabric. Now that we were back together, I could appreciate the corset in all its beauty instead of being jealous that she was wearing it at all. Instead of leather shorts, Sophia had on a thong that matched the color of the corset. It was mesh and see-through. They held nothing to the imagination. Good. Oh, this was going to be fun. Sophia played with the ends of my hair. I want things to be like this forever between us, she said. I hope our feelings never change. They never will, I promised. For better or for worse. I let that last part slip out, but Sophia didn't notice anything unusual about it. She smiled and rolled into my chest. I put an arm around her and rested my lips against her forehead. I wanted things to be like this forever, too. Sophia was my catalyst. She was the one thing I was told I couldn't have and the one thing I needed to keep breathing. But I'd gladly take my last breath as long as it was for her. As great as the night before had been, Friday was a long, fucking day. Communing with the ancestors started at noon, and already I was this close to skipping and throwing in the towel in favor of an early weekend. I don't know why, but nothing went right. Mom and Dad didn't show up until after 10, making Sophia late for Hawkeye artifacts. I realized I was behind on a project for war and negotiation, and it was due next week. Not to mention, I'd fallen in a puddle of slime left behind by Hudson's giant snail after I'd gone to get my bag back in the Bayami dorms, and ruined my shirt. Freaking gross. Yep, it was a day where nothing could go right. But I knew I had to suck it up. Communing with the ancestors was a 2-hour-long class, but it wasn't hard. I could sit through it. Maybe my luck would turn around. We'd mostly been learning about different rituals, herbs, and incenses that you could use to heighten spirituality and deepen your connection with the ancestors. I'd been taught most of this during my chief training as a kid, but still paid attention as there was a lot of stuff in the material I'd forgotten. Professor Kinra's familiar was a creature that had horse hooves, a fiery mane and tail, but a wolf's body and head. The tone of her fur was blue, and antlers grew from between her ears. I never got tired of looking at her, as she was one of the most beautiful creatures I'd ever seen. She perched on Kinra's desk and watched as he began writing down some main points on the board. Professor Kinra himself was a new teacher, fairly old, a replacement for one of the professors that had resigned. He was a religions professor and used to work for the museum in town, if I'd heard correctly. Despite being one of the new hires, he wasn't bad. Just super old and maybe on the verge of having dementia. Didn't mean he wasn't brilliant, though. The guy knew his stuff, and he didn't seem to care he was teaching a classroom full of Bayami. Kinra tapped the board with a piece of chalk. "For today's lesson, we're going to start with something a bit unconventional." He moved his glasses up with a trembling finger. "Many of you have been taught that only chieftains and their firstborns can summon the ancestors, along with some elders. I am here to inform you that is a misconception. The blood of the ancestors runs through all our veins. Any of us can summon them at any given time." Surprised murmurs whispered throughout the classroom. Someone near the front raised their hand. It was Sam, the kid who Imogen had gone on a date with. "But, sir, I don't know how such a thing is possible. I've never seen anyone but a chieftain and a firstborn summon their ancestor, unless it's on Ancestors' Day." "You misunderstand. Chieftains and firstborns have the ability to make the ancestors appear before a great number of people. But just because a Hawkeye who is not a chieftain or a firstborn calls upon the ancestors and cannot see them, it doesn't mean they are not there. The idea that only a few chosen can summon their ancestral lines is an illusion, a misconception spread by those in power wishing to force the masses to submit," Kinra stated. Sam still looked confused. "Then why is Ancestors' Day so important? It's supposed to be the only day of the year you can speak directly to your spirit guides and talk to other Hawkeye who aren't in your ancestral line." "It is true that it is easier for Hawkeye to connect with their departed kin on Ancestors' Day. However, this wasn't always the case." Kinra shook his head. "In previous ages gone past, the Hawkeye didn't need a special day of the year to speak or gain wisdom from their ancestors. Elementi were able to contact and ask the ancestors for help whenever they needed guidance. Now, this didn't always mean that the ancestors spoke, or could even be seen by those whom they were called upon, but they were always there to aid the one who requested their appearance. Name-finding ceremonies are another example of common Hawkeye being able to speak with their spirit guides. The arrival of the ancestors and their guidance is dependent on the situation, not the individual." That made sense. Sophia had told me her spirit guides had led her to Essus when they were separated during the Elemental Cup and guided her back to me when I was dying. Neshoma had come to me when I asked last year before Sophia and I got back together. It seemed the ancestors did arrive in certain situations. "So, how come things are different now?" Lyra, the girl from my Tawakwa class, had a note of uncertainty to her voice. Why can't we talk to our ancestors like we did hundreds of years ago?
Many things have changed since the ways of our ancestors. The more years that pass, the farther we get away from our tribal roots. The modern world and technology have dulled our senses to the way things used to be, Kinra said. Some say you cannot speak with your ancestors unless you are pure of heart and worthy of their acceptance. Another misconception. Anyone, regardless of who they are or what they've done, can reach out and speak with their ancestors. Whether they choose to guide you or not is up to them.
And does that happen? Sam asked. Do the ancestors become silent if they no longer wish to guide you? Kinra took a deep and heavy sigh.
It is very rare for an ancestral line to abandon their kin.
His expression became serious.
One would have to be considered so evil that the ancestors would consider banning your soul from entering the ancestral lands after death.
I gave a shiver. That would be the worst fate ever, to be banished from the eternal land of our people and forced to wander Aya Nakshan, the mighty darkness, forever. Kinra shuffled around the room slowly.
We connect with our ancestors a variety of ways. Fasting is one, prayer is another. War paints are a way for us to reach out to our ancestors without having to summon them directly. The point is to make yourself vulnerable and be willing to open your soul up to the Great Spirit, having faith that He knows what's best for your life path.
Lyra crossed her arms. I wouldn't say the ancestors and the Great Spirit always know best, she said critically. I mean, look what's going on. They aren't even interfering.
Kinra gave her a kindly gaze. Speaking with the ancestors often requires sacrifice. You must show you are willing to make yourself humble and learn from their wisdom and the wisdom of the earth. Trust in their guidance is critical. With time and patience, you'll be able to feel the ancestors guiding you along your life path without even having to hear them speak. Even if your life becomes incredibly difficult and you can no longer understand their plan.
He moved toward the center of the room.
Turn to page 360 in your textbooks. You'll find terminology there. I expect a full written report on the lecture today, due by the end of the class.
I tried to work on my essay, but what Kinra had said was eating away at me. If there were more ways than we'd been taught to contact the ancestors, maybe deciphering the prophecy wasn't as difficult as we were making it. Though a small, angry voice in my head hatefully agreed that Lyra was right, the ancestors didn't know what was best for us. If they did, why were they allowing people to suffer? They didn't want to help. They wouldn't even if we asked. Not that we deserved it, anyway. Look what the Hawkeye had done to their own people. Had the ancestors abandoned the tribe to their fate? Or had we merely grown so proud they'd now refuse to hear us?
Chapter 16. Sophia. That night with Liam was the most fun I'd had in months. But when we returned to school, it was back to tiptoeing around DeForti in the halls, just in case you set one of them off. The DeForti were getting worse by the day. I'd heard some douchebag had thrown Lyra and her familiar into a tar pit and didn't even get a slap on the wrist. They'd survived, luckily, but both of them acted scared of everything now. According to Tabitha, 5 guys had jumped Riley in the atrium on his way back to the dorms a few nights ago and left him and his hawk familiar bleeding out on the path. A group of Bayami found him the next morning. I hadn't seen him to confirm the rumors, but I'd heard he was refused treatment at the hospital and sent home to recover because his injuries weren't life-threatening. I was starting to question whether Jonah had a point about leaving. But I wouldn't. Not at the expense of Liam's health. Not until we smuggled everyone out we could. Not until we were at our breaking point. I worried we didn't have much longer. Imogen walked me to my Hawkeye Artifacts class on Friday, though she didn't have to. It had become an unspoken rule to stick together whenever there were Defortai nearby. At least I felt comfortable once I got to class. Everyone here was Bayami since all the Defortai dropped. Apparently, this subject wasn't important enough for them. Bane walked into the room after everyone was seated. He carried a small drawstring bag with him. Bane wasn't originally meant to teach this class, but the deans had rearranged his schedule after he'd been sorted into Bayami. Apparently, they worried what parents would think of a Bayami teaching advanced Defortai classes. But at least Bane knew his stuff.
Today we'll be working in groups, Bane announced. If everyone will please sort themselves by house.
All 30 of us glanced around the room at each other. We were all Bayami, all from the same house now. Bane stared back at us blankly, not understanding our hesitation.
Quickly, students, he said. We have much to cover today. Coigni up in the front, Tawakwa in back, Navita on the left side, and Yapluma on the right. Let's go!
Everyone scrambled to join their respective groups. I sat in front by Tabitha, Hudson, and 3 other Coigni I didn't know well. Our group was the smallest. Bane began to walk around the room while he spoke.
I want each of you to take a moment and study what I'm about to hand you. Let each group member hold it and see if you can feel anything.
Bane reached into his bag and handed Tabitha a polished purple stone that fit in the palm of her hand. She tested its weight and flipped it over a few times before passing it off to Hudson. He did the same. Bane continued around the room. He handed Navita a red stone, Tawakwa a green one, and Yapluma a blue. I noticed none of the colors matched up with our houses, but I wasn't sure what that meant. Bane didn't give any more instruction. He returned to the front of the room and leaned against his desk as he watched the groups discuss what they felt.
I don't feel anything,
Hudson said as he eyed the stone in his hand. He handed it to a first year, and the stone continued its way around the circle until it reached me. I took the rock in my hand and looked it over, but I couldn't figure out what Bane was getting at. Essis reached out for it and ran his paw over the polished surface. He tried to take it from me. I just knew he was itching to add it to his collection. "No, buddy," I scolded. "We can't keep it." "What's our theory?" Tabitha asked the group. "I thought it was maybe a little cold," the first-year girl said. I rolled it into my other hand. "It feels warm to me, but we've all been touching it."
Maybe it's a little heavier than it's supposed to be, Hudson suggested. I didn't feel anything out of the ordinary,
a Coigni guy named Nicholas said. I glanced up to Bane, and he had a light smirk on his face. "Maybe that's the point," I said thoughtfully. "Maybe it is just an ordinary stone." "Then what's the point of the lesson?" Tabitha pointed out. "It has to be something special." Bane's voice sounded from the front of the room.
Once you've finished examining your stone, please pass it to the group beside you.
We gave ours to the Navita group and started passing around the blue stone Yapluma had given us. It was exactly the same as the last. Nothing out of the ordinary. Same with the green stone we received next. When I took the red stone from the Yapluma group, I gasped. This one felt different. It was warm in my hand, but not from everyone touching it. This was a different kind of warmth. A fiery glow, akin to my own magic. It buzzed like it, too. "What is it?" Tabitha asked, sensing the wonder in my features. "I don't know, but it's definitely different." I handed her the stone, then looked around to the other groups. They shared similar looks of wonder, and the chatter in the room began to rise. Whatever was happening had everyone excited, not just us. I was watching a Tawakwa girl toss the blue stone into the air when it hit me. We were all lined up with our own colors. Whatever we were feeling with the stones could only be felt by specific houses.
What do you feel now?
Bane asked the class.
Do these stones feel different to you?
A Navita girl held up their rock. "The green one feels magical."
"So does the purple,"
a Yapluma guy said. "But we didn't feel anything with those ones," a Tawakwa first year argued. Bane eyed the class curiously, as if waiting for it to click. I decided to play along and announce my theory. There must be magic in the stones that resonates with each house. Like we can't feel the Tawakwa stone because we don't have Tawakwa magic. Bane smiled proudly and stood up straight.
Precisely, Miss Henley. These stones have been infused with elemental magic, much like the ancient artifacts we've been studying this semester. However, just because magic has been infused into an object doesn't mean all elementi are capable of harnessing it or transferring the magic. Wait, Hudson said. So if this stone has Coigni magic in it, any Coigni could use it to enhance their powers? Yes, Bane said. It can be very helpful if you need an extra boost, or if your magic becomes fatigued.
Like in times of war? Tabitha questioned. She said it casually, like she was honestly curious, but the suggestion sent a shiver down my spine. Is this what we would have to resort to if things came down to it? Using our magic or dying? Bane cleared his throat, like he was uncomfortable with the suggestion.
Yes, like in times of war.
My hand shot into the air before I could stop myself. Bane's eyebrows rose.
Miss Henley?
If we can infuse magic into objects like this, then why don't we use these all the time? I asked. I mean, why isn't everyone walking around with an artifact as a backup power source? Why aren't these things sitting on every street corner? If this was how Anichi put soul magic into my totem, why was this one so special? Why weren't there hundreds all around Kinpago?
To be perfectly honest, they're not often needed,
Bane said.
We each have enough magic to serve our purposes, and that magic can be restored over time. It is only in times of great excess that objects like these are needed. But more than that, Miss Henley, transferring your magic into an object, or moving it from one object to another, is a very difficult, very advanced process. Most elementi die without ever mastering the process. Most who try are unable to stabilize their magic enough so it can be harnessed. But should you be strong enough, and start practicing the art now, it may just give you an edge when you need it.
My blood ran cold with the look Bane gave me. He stared directly at me as he spoke, a heavy weight in his gaze. It was like Bane was trying to tell me something, trying to challenge me. He held my gaze a moment longer before ripping it away to call on another student with their hand raised. I didn't hear what they said because I was still trying to decipher the message in Bane's stare. He couldn't say it out loud, but I was pretty sure I knew what he meant. He wanted to use these artifacts as weapons, and he wanted us to start building our arsenal now. I told my friends about Bane's lesson when we met in the Anichi dorms that night. We were seated around a study table that was covered in Imogen's open textbooks. I don't know, guys. It was like he was trying to tell me something, I told them. Imogen inhaled a sharp breath and her eyes went wide. He must think you can do it. That can't be, I said quickly. Bane said it's really complicated and he didn't teach us how to do it or anything.
Maybe he wants you to figure it out for yourself,
Jonah suggested.
Pawi, you've conjured lightning,
Liam pointed out.
I bet this isn't half as difficult.
Yeah, but I had instruction, I argued. You know what? Imogen grabbed for one of her books and flipped through the pages. I was researching spirit art, and I think I saw a section on transference. Ah, here it is! Imogen dropped the heavy book onto the table and began reading. Transference is a complicated technique that works by stabilizing magic within an object. It is executed using crystals, although in rare cases it can be performed on everyday objects. Imogen's eyes brightened and she reached into her bag. You should try it, Sophia. Bane wants you to. I shook my head. I don't even have a crystal. Yes, you do! Imogen pulled a cloth bag from her purse and poured a collection of small crystals over the table. Jonah, Liam, and I stared down at them. Essus tried to grab for them, but I held him back. "What are you doing walking around with crystals?" I asked. Imogen shrugged. "I got them from Hattie. She said they're supposed to soothe the soul and stuff." I'm not ready for this," I insisted. "What will it hurt?" she pressed. I bit my lip nervously. "I could burn down the dorms?" "Psh, you will not," she insisted. "I'm not that strong," I argued. Imogen crossed her arms. "Then why would Bane want you to do it?"
Pawi, that's a lie. Liam started. We all know you're strong. You did some amazing things during the tournament and several times afterward. Don't say it was because of the totem, because it's not. You're a strong elementi. You just don't want to admit it.
Their stares bored into me. I caved. "I don't know," I said. "But if I'm going to do this, you should all try it with me." "Fine." Imogen passed a crystal to each of us, then turned back to her book. "It says here that you need to visualize your magic becoming one with the crystal. Funnel it into the object like you're putting it into a box. Let the crystal work on your magic, not your magic on the crystal." "That makes no sense," I stated.
Sure it does,
Jonah replied. I frowned. Did Bane seriously expect me to figure out this advanced magic without him? Imogen sighed. "Tell you what, Sophia, let's make a bet." "What kind of bet?" I asked skeptically. "Obviously, you need some motivation." Imogen reached into her bag and slapped the giant purple dildo she'd bought from the sex shop onto the table. "Ancestors, Im! You're still carrying that around?" I squeaked. Liam found it funny. He covered his mouth and snickered. Jonah didn't bother covering his mouth. He flat out belly laughed so loud I thought someone might hear him. "If you can get transference before any of us, I'll walk around school holding this thing for a full day," Imogen offered. My mouth went dry. "And if I don't get it?" Imogen leaned forward and leveled me with a challenging gaze. "Then you have to walk around with it for a full day." I groaned. "Imogen, no, I'm not doing that." Imogen stomped her foot under the table for show. It startled Sassy at her feet. "Sophia, come on!"
I'd take it, Liam said with a smirk. I mean, you're the strongest out of all of us. Imogen's going to lose. Don't you want to see her walk around with that thing?
An image of Imogen walking into the dining hall waving the dildo above her head entered my mind. I started laughing.
Plus, public humiliation is a great motivator,
Jonah pointed out. He eyed me up and down.
Well, for you at least.
"Yeah, I'm sure you'd love this," I giggled. Jonah shrugged innocently.
What can I say? I like me some dick.
I got serious again. "Is there a time limit on this bet?" Imogen shook her head. "Nope. Whoever gets it first." "So when we're like 80, and I figure it out, you'll walk into Orenda Academy carrying this dildo," I challenged. Imogen nodded. "Absolutely." Now the image in my head was even more hilarious. Imogen would be in her wheelchair rolling into the Great Hall with a giant dildo all like, "I'm here, bitches."
We'll all take the bet. The three of us against you,
Liam said.
If any of us gets it before you do, you lose the bet.
The odds weren't in my favor, but everyone had a point. I hated being the center of attention. If anything would make me master transference, this was it. "Okay," I agreed. "You have a deal." Imogen and I shook on it. I turned my attention to the crystal and got to work. I tried to envision my magic entangling with the crystal, but all that happened was I made it kind of hot. I asked Imogen for her book so I could reread the passage, but all it talked about was visualizing your magic. It was a lot like what Doya had taught me about conjuring lightning. I guess it made sense, since magic was inside of you. You couldn't just wave a wand and make it work. Across the table, Jonah had his eyes squeezed tightly shut. He looked like he was going to shit himself. Well, at least I didn't have to worry about him getting it before me. Meanwhile, Liam sat there calmly with his crystal in his hand. He too had his eyes closed, but his features were unreadable. He looked like his mind was somewhere else. Imogen was concentrating hard and narrowing her eyes at her crystal, like it might work through sheer will. Essis had taken one of the extra crystals and was trying to chew on it, though it was too big to fit in his mouth. Squeaks took a crystal in her beak and closed her eyes like she was trying to do it too. Sassy sat quietly watching Imogen. It was silent for a long time as we all focused, until finally Jonah's voice cut through the quietness. He tossed his crystal onto the table and wore a proud smile on his face.
And that's how it's done, ladies and gentlemen.
He leaned back in his chair and made a crude gesture toward his junk, then crossed his arms proudly. You did not, I accused, eyeing him curiously. Jonah raised an eyebrow.
Oh, really? Wanna bet?
I thought that's what we were already doing, I pointed out. You just want me to carry that thing around. I gestured to the dildo that was still lying on the table.
I'm serious,
Jonah insisted.
Here, check it.
He shoved the crystal in my direction, but I leaned back. I can't. I'm not Yapluma. Liam's eyes had gone wide.
Did you really do it, Jonah?
Imogen had an equally shocked expression on her face.
I really did, he cried. I can feel the magic inside of it.
I couldn't tell if Jonah was lying or not. He sounded dead serious, but I knew he could put on an act when he wanted to. I crossed my arms. We're going to have to confirm that. Jonah nudged Squeaks in the side, who'd come closer to look at the crystal he'd apparently just infused with Yapluma magic.
Tell him, Squeaks.
No, I stated firmly. We need an impartial Yapluma. Jonah shrugged.
Okay, so we'll go find one. Follow me.
We gathered our things and hurried behind him out of the dorms. The third-floor corridor was pretty bare, so he led us down to the first floor, in the direction of the dining hall, where students roamed the halls. Jonah stopped the first Yapluma he saw, an upperclassman named Maddox, who'd been resorted into Bayami. His familiar was nowhere to be seen, as it had been taken away. Maddox seemed sad and kind of out of it. I couldn't blame him. If Essis was taken from me, I didn't know what I'd do.
Hey, Maddox, my man,
Jonah said as we approached him.
What's up, Jonah?
Maddox asked in a friendly tone. He eyed Liam for a minute, then quickly averted his eyes.
Can I get your expert advice on something?
Jonah asked, then added,
It's for a class.
Maddox's eyes brightened, like being asked for expert advice meant something important.
Sure, man. What's up?
Jonah cocked his head, and we all followed him down a quieter hall. Jonah pressed his crystal into Maddox's hand.
Can you tell me if you feel anything?
Maddox held up the crystal to inspect it in the light. He pressed his lips together and hummed through them.
I definitely feel something. Yapluma magic, for sure.
I gasped. Liam and I exchanged a glance like neither of us believed Jonah could do it until now. Had he been holding out on us?
Dude, where'd you get this?
Maddox asked as he handed it back to Jonah. Jonah shrugged.
My professor. Told you, it's for a class. Well, don't lose it,
Maddox warned.
These things are pretty powerful. Good luck on your assignment.
Maddox clapped Jonah on the shoulder before heading back toward the main hall. Nobody spoke until Maddox was out of sight. Holy shit, Jonah! I smacked him on the shoulder. You seriously did it! How's that possible? Squeaks huffed, like she was offended, but Jonah just smirked at me.
Hey, you're not the only one with decent powers.
Yeah, well, you could have told us you were amazing, Imogen joked.
Jonah made a duck face. Honey, open your eyes. I've always been amazing. Who wants dinner?
Jonah snapped his fingers and walked off, swaying his hips, like this whole transference thing was nothing. I just stood there blankly watching him go. Liam and Imogen were stunned beside me. Did you know Jonah could do that? I asked them.
Liam shook his head. No, I guess he's been held back.
Well, good for him, Imogen said. And just so you don't forget, Sophia. Imogen pulled the dildo from her bag and handed it to me. Your punishment starts tomorrow. The one perk to losing this bet was that it was Saturday, so I didn't have to walk to my classes carrying a giant dildo. But Imogen also wasn't letting me stay in the Bayami dorms all day. Come on, Sophia, she begged. Sassy needs a walk, and she's not leaving without Essis. I groaned and joined Imogen for a walk around campus, holding the dildo in one hand and Essis in the other. I blushed a bright pink as a group of Bayami passed us on our way out of the dungeons. Luckily, no one took notice. This is ridiculous, I hissed. I hid the dildo behind my back as a few task force members passed. Nonsense! She beamed, obviously loving this. Her eyes darted from person to person, waiting for someone to notice the dildo in my hand. Nobody did. People were too absorbed in their thoughts. When she started to get impatient, she led me toward the dining hall. Imogen, I protested. I'm not eating breakfast holding this. I waved it in her face. It was at that moment that I heard a gasp from down the hall. I looked up to see Doya and Bane talking next to her classroom. Bane had spotted the dildo and his face had gone pale. He looked like he was going to have a heart attack. Doya snapped her fingers in front of his face. Elliot, pay attention! Her gaze followed his, and she caught sight of the dildo before I shoved it behind my back. The corners of her lips slammed downward into a frown, and Naomi growled. Miss Henley, what is the meaning of this? I immediately got flustered. It's, not mine. It's Imogen's. I shoved the dildo in Imogen's direction, and she snickered. We share custody. The blood drained from my face, but Bane looked worse for wear than I was.
Ladies, perhaps it's best if you put that thing away.
Imogen and I were both trying not to laugh. Yes, sir, I said. Now, Miss Henley, Doya snapped. Ancestors, I mumbled as I shoved it into my bag. Imogen and I continued on down the hall. What a prude. I heard that, Miss Henley, Doya shouted so loud it made me stop. She stomped over to me and lowered her voice. The elders are coming to visit the school today. I suggest you keep that thing where it belongs, out of sight. If I didn't have enough on my plate today, I'd be giving you detention. I was mortified, and for totally different reasons than showing off my latest sex toy. Essis buried his face in my elbow. Yes, Madam Doya, I answered in a shaky tone. Damn, her mood swings were giving me whiplash. Doya whirled around, obviously done with me. Don't listen to her, Imogen whispered as we entered the dining hall. A bet's a bet. Imogen, I complained. You heard what she said. Elders are coming. Well, they're not here yet, are they? Imogen forced me to bring the dildo back out and leave it on our table while we ate breakfast. Today it was gross scrambled eggs that tasted like they came from a box. Most of the meal was fine, until someone noticed the dildo sitting on our table and pointed it out. Soon a bunch of people were looking our way and whispering. Some Coigny jackass even pointed and loudly announced it to his friends. Imogen, I think I've been humiliated enough. Can I put it away now? I begged. Nope, she smiled. She was obviously having way too much fun with this. After breakfast, Imogen and I headed toward a nearby study area. I had a paper to write from Fundamentals of Familiar Magic, and Imogen was working on a design for her fashion major. But when we reached the study area, the chairs were already filled with DeForti students who were laughing about something I didn't hear. Imogen and I turned around right away, but not before one of them spotted us. Logan, the douchebag Coigny who'd attacked Isabella, jumped up from his chair and followed us. His familiar stayed put with the other DeForti. Scars ran through the lion's skin from where I'd burned him, creating ugly patches of fur. Imogen and I tried to ignore Logan, but he hurried in front of us and cut us off.
Sophia, we meet again.
My fingers tightened around the dildo. We were far enough away from the study area now that the other DeForti couldn't see us. What do you want, Logan? I thought Madame Doya told you to stay the fuck away from me.
I was never any good at following rules.
He smirked and glanced down to the dildo in my hand.
I saw your toy at breakfast. You and Maito break up again, looking for a replacement.
In your dreams, I spat. My Coigny fire hovered just below the surface. What was this asshole's deal? Didn't he know by now not to mess with me? Logan's eyes traveled down my body.
I'd be lying if I said I hadn't dreamt about it. You're hot, Henley.
Ew! Gross! Imogen took charge. Get lost, Logan!
Why don't you get lost, chubster?
Logan snarled back. Don't even fucking start, I snapped. What do you really want?
Hey, I'm just making an offer,
he said. Like hell, I shot back. Last time we talked, I nearly lit your ass on fire. Besides, I'm Bayami and you're DeForti. I don't believe for a second you'd want a piece of me. Logan chuckled.
Then you don't know me at all, Henley. I've been screwing Bayami chicks all semester. You're the first to tell me no.
I gasped. I didn't believe it for a second. He'd probably done the same to them as he tried to do to Isabella. I narrowed my eyes. You can fuck right off. I'd never sleep with you. Logan's features darkened, and his lips turned into a sneer.
I said you'd pay for what you did to my familiar, Henley. Nobody tells me no.
Logan reached for me, and I yelped as he grabbed hold of my wrist. I yanked back. Thinking quickly, I swung my arm and brought the dildo down on his face as hard as I could. Logan's eyes rolled back into his skull, and he slumped to the ground. I stood over him, taking shallow breaths as my heart pummeled against my ribcage. A red welt, in the shape of a dick, was starting to form on Logan's forehead. Shit, Imogen! I cried. I've killed him! You did not! Imogen grabbed my shaking hand. We have to go! I glanced behind me to see Logan's lion familiar charging at us. I quickly gathered my wits and raced behind Imogen, clutching Essus tightly in my arms. We ran back to the main hallway, only to smack straight into Madame Doya and Chiefess Annette. Doya shot a look down at the dildo in my hands. Miss Henley, she snarled between gritted teeth. We were attacked, I said quickly, before I could stop myself. My heart was still pounding, and I wasn't thinking straight. Attacked? Annette laughed, like the idea was ludicrous. Her phoenix squawked from beside her. In broad daylight? It was Logan, I told Doya, ignoring Annette's accusation. Annette's laughter quickly died down, and she shot me daggers. I bet she was still pissed about all the shit I got away with between me and Haley last semester. She was probably plotting her revenge. Doya's lips pressed into a thin line. In my classroom, now. Imogen and I practically raced to her classroom and each took a seat at one of the desks.
Stay here,
Doya told us. Then she and Annette breezed out of the room with their familiars. I didn't know where they had gone or what they were doing. Imogen and I sat in silence for what must have been at least 15 minutes. It might have been shorter, but I was so on edge that it seemed to take forever. Essis and Sassy got bored and started chasing each other around in the training area next to the fireplace. Eventually, I heard the sound of Doya's heels clicking on the floor outside her room. "Listen to me, Eleanor," Annette snapped before they'd made it back into the room. "I don't know why you think so highly of this little snake, but you can't protect her forever." Snake? I was a snake now?
What do you want me to do, Annette? Doya replied in a harsh tone. Let some idiot like Logan kill her?
Who cares? Annette said. She's Bayami. Doya gasped, as did I. Imogen's jaw dropped from beside me.
What are you suggesting, chieftess? Doya demanded. You don't care if we make murderers out of our own children?
My jaw dropped so far it was comical. It was an obvious jab at Haley. Annette let out a laugh that sounded more evil than anything. If we have to, yes. Doya huffed.
You do what you must, Annette, but Sophia Henley isn't getting hurt on my watch.
I could practically hear the smirk in Annette's voice. The clock's ticking, Eleanor. One of these days, your watch is going to end. And when it does, Sophia Henley isn't going to last very long. My hands quivered as I heard the sound of Doya's heels once more. I snapped my gaze away from the door, pretending as if we hadn't heard. Doya and Naomi entered alone.
Logan's been taken care of, she started.
Wait, that's it? I asked.
That's it, Doya stated. You can go now.
Doya looked at me with an indifferent expression. I didn't know why she pretended like she didn't care when it was obvious that she did. I didn't know why, considering I was Bayami and she didn't need me anymore. Maybe she thought I was still useful to whatever plan she was concocting on her own. Or maybe, just maybe, there was a part of her that still had a heart. I saw Logan in the hall that afternoon on my way back from the Anichi dorms. He still had the imprint of the dildo on his head, and his hand was wrapped in bandages. I didn't know why, since his hand hadn't been hurt when I left him passed out in the hall. Something told me it had to do with whatever Doya had said or done to him to scare him off. One glance my way, and he curled in on himself like he was terrified. I continued on my way down the hall. I was alone, no one but Essis with me. He was perched on my shoulder. In my arms, I clutched my mother's scrapbook. I'd hidden it in the Anichi dorms. After the way Doya stuck up for me today, I thought she might appreciate it as a thank you. Doya wasn't in her classroom, so I headed to her office and knocked on the door.
Who is it?
A harsh voice came from inside. I cleared my throat. It's Sophia.
Come in.
Doya's tone was bored. Hi, Madam Doya, I said timidly as I opened the door. Can I talk to you?
Doya looked up from her desk. If this is about intermediate coigni magic, Sophia, you can visit me during my office hours on Monday.
It's not, I said quickly, clutching the book tighter to my chest. She glanced downward and noticed it for the first time.
Then what is it?
I stepped further into the room and closed the door behind me. I found something I wanted to show you, if you have time. Doya rarely showed emotion other than bitterness and rage, so I was surprised to see curiosity rimmed around her eyes. She stood and gestured to the couch.
I have time.
I sat, and she came to sit beside me on the couch. Naomi didn't move from where she was curled up under Doya's desk. I ran my hands over the cover. My grandparents gave me this. It was my mother's. A look of recognition crossed Doya's features as she gazed down at the book. I couldn't meet her eyes because I was afraid of how she might react to my request. I thought maybe you could tell me more about her? Doya's voice came out softer than I'd ever heard it before.
May I see?
I nodded and handed her the scrapbook. She flipped it open to the first page and her eyes softened. She swallowed as she flipped the pages, running her fingers over the faces in the photographs. Holy shit! Was Doya actually showing emotion?
It's true that Lucy and I were friends,
Doya said, though I couldn't read her tone.
I don't know what you expect to learn from me, Sophia.
Do you have any stories about her? I asked. Or my dad? The corners of Doya's lips twitched as she stared down at a picture of the three of them in front of the castle. I wasn't sure if she was trying to hide her smile or didn't know how to smile anymore.
I have many, Sophia, but to revisit them...
She hesitated, never taking her eyes off the scrapbook.
I can't.
Well, how'd you two meet? I asked. She shook her head, as if trying to push bad memories from her mind. But for whatever reason, she didn't shut me down like I expected.
We knew each other since we were kids. We grew up in the Coigny village together. My father died when I was young, and so my mother would send me over to Lucy's house whenever she needed someone to watch me. But my mother...
Doya trailed off as she stared down at another picture. She and Lucy were in the Coigny common room dressed in their pajamas. Lucy was bent over with her hand to her mouth and a fake look of shock on her face, while Doya pretended to slap her butt. Your mom... what? I asked gently. Doya took a deep breath and flipped the page. She spoke like she was repeating facts, but her eyes remained on the photos as 100 memories flickered behind them.
My mother died before I came to Orenda. We had been very close. After she passed, Lucy and her family were all I had.
So my grandparents, they were like a surrogate family to you? Doya nodded. What kinds of things did you two do together? I asked. Did you have any hobbies? Did you go on double dates? Doya's face fell, but she didn't look at me.
No, Lucy didn't approve.
She stopped in her tracks. I wanted to ask what Lucy didn't approve of, but the dark look in Doya's eyes suggested she wasn't going to tell me. I looked down to the scrapbook. She'd stopped at a picture of her and Bane. Doya was holding up a certificate and looking up at him in admiration. Doya's eyes glossed over. She didn't seem to see the picture on the page. After a moment, Doya slammed the book closed and shoved it back in my direction. I thought I caught a glimpse of tears rising to her eyes, but it must have been a trick of the light. Doya turned away from me to return to her desk, her voice strong.
I'm sorry, Sophia, but there's nothing more I can tell you about your parents.
She turned back to me.
Lucy was a very kind, strong woman. You're very lucky to call her your mother. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to get to.
I still burned with questions. I stood on shaky feet. Essus clung tightly to my shoulder. Madame Doya, what happened? Her lips pressed into a thin line.
What do you mean?
I gestured down to the scrapbook, my hands trembling. You look so carefree in all these pictures. What changed? Doya's eyes darkened as she narrowed them in my direction.
I grew up, Sophia. Eventually, so will you.
My blood ran cold. There was no getting an answer out of her. Doya would never let it show, but I sensed that I'd made her uncomfortable. I thought she might appreciate this. I was wrong. Yes, Madame Doya. Sorry to bother you. I started for the door. Doya muttered something, but it wasn't meant for me to hear. I could have sworn, though, that I heard her say, it was no bother at all. When I returned to the Anichi dorms to put my scrapbook away, Imogen was bawling. I dropped the book onto the nearest table and rushed to her. Liam and Jonah sat on either side of her and tried to calm her down. Sassy was rubbing her nose on Imogen's face, but Imogen sobbed so hard that nothing anyone did seemed to work. Essis jumped off my shoulder as I knelt in front of Imogen and took one of her hands in mine. "Ancestors, Im!" I cried. "What happened?" "They're gone!" Imogen sobbed.
I'm sure they're okay,
Liam said gently. "Who? What's going on?" I demanded. Imogen ignored my question and opened her other hand to reveal a piece of paper crumpled up inside. "Does it sound like they're fine to you? Imogen, if you find this, we're safe. Don't worry. Mom and Dad." "Wait." My breath stalled in my chest. "Your family is gone too?" Jonah pressed his lips together.
And you guys wouldn't believe me when I said people were hiding shit from us. First Amelia and Sophia's parents, now Imogen's family. Where's everyone going, and why are they leaving us behind?
I shook my head. Jonah's right. That doesn't sound like them.
They must have a good reason,
Liam argued. Imogen sniffled. "Yeah, like the task force got them and forced them to write these notes."
I don't think they'd do that,
Liam said, rubbing Imogen's back.
And if they did, your families would have left some sort of code, wouldn't they? To let you know something wasn't right.
"This isn't right!" Imogen waved the letter in front of Liam's face. "My family wouldn't just leave me behind without saying goodbye. Mom, Dad, Levi, Quentin, Soren, Roland, they're all gone." "Imogen, where did you find this?" I asked. Sobs bubbled up in her throat again. "While you were doing your thing, I took a Periton to the Navita village to grab some books from our library, but the house was empty, and this was on the table." Imogen let out a high-pitched wail again, and Sassy nuzzled even closer to Imogen. My hands curled into fists as I watched her break down. Jonah pressed his fingers to his eyes, then shot to his feet in a fit of rage. He stomped across the room toward the door. I stood in alarm. "Jonah, where are you going?" He whirled back toward us.
We can't just keep sitting around while everyone around us keeps leaving. We're staying for the air piece, right? Well, it's time we got it so we can fucking leave this place. I'm not taking no for an answer.
Jonah's heavy footsteps echoed throughout the room, and Squeak's hooves clicked behind him. I shot Liam a worried look, and he quickly said,
I don't know what he's planning, but we should probably go after him.
Imogen wiped her tears, and the three of us hurried down the stairs behind Jonah. He was pretty far ahead of us now. Liam was having a hard time keeping up. "Jonah, stop!" Imogen cried down the hall. He just kept walking. "Where are you going? Please!" Jonah didn't stop until he was standing in front of Dean Eliza's office. He landed a heavy fist to the door over and over again until it popped open and Dean Eliza stuck her head out. Her face fell. "Not you again." Jonah stuck his foot in the door before she could slam it in his face.
I know what you're going to say, but here's the deal. People are disappearing off the street, and if we don't do something about it, all the bloodshed in this war is going to be on your hands. So I'm going to ask you one last time to help us, or so help the ancestors, I will rain down the wrath of Jonah Chani on your ass so hard even the ancestors won't show mercy.
"Jonah!" Imogen protested with a groan.
Imogen, I won't stand for this, Jonah cried. Your family is gone. Who's next? We can't keep dragging this out.
Dean Eliza's brow knitted tightly, and her lips pressed into a thin line. "Mr. Chani, you are way out of line. I've told you many times, and I won't repeat it again. I am not the Storm Lord. Even if I wanted to help you, I couldn't.
So I suggest you leave me alone or I will flunk you. Go ahead, Jonah said, calling her bluff. I know you're lying, so I'm going to sit here until you decide you want to actually help the Hawkeye. Fine with me, she snapped. Make yourself comfortable. At that, Dean Eliza shoved Jonah's foot out of the way and slammed the door. We heard the sound of the lock slipping shut behind her. My shoulders fell. Well, that didn't go well. Jonah crossed his arms and slumped to the ground. Squeaks plopped down beside him. I mean it. I'm not leaving. I won't let these disappearances be in vain. Imogen knelt beside him and placed a gentle hand on his knee. Jonah, I really appreciate that, but I don't think she's going to help us. Then what do we do? Tears rose to Jonah's eyes. Imogen sighed and sat next to Jonah, leaning her head against his shoulder. He wrapped her in his arms, and the two rocked back and forth together. I don't know anymore, Imogen whispered, before a fresh wave of tears began to streak her cheeks. I just want this to be over with. Jonah squeezed her tighter. Soon, baby doll. Soon. I spent all night trying to calculate the similarities between my sisters and the Onild family's disappearance. They happened too close together and were too similar to write off as a coincidence. Had her family been pushed to leave by the task force, like Amelia and Trevor had been? Is that even what had happened to my sister? I didn't know. I didn't know anything. Why hadn't anyone given us more information? Why hadn't they asked us to come with? Were they both so rushed that they didn't have time to come get us? Or was there really some underlying conspiracy and they were all in danger? I didn't even know where to start to get answers. Liam seemed to notice my unease the next day, because he suggested we go visit Adriel to get my mind off things. I agreed, mostly because I wanted to get away from the castle. The group home was a welcome change to the darkness surrounding Orenda Academy. The kids here didn't seem to have any idea what was going on outside these four walls, so they were happy and energetic when we arrived. It was playtime, so after Miss Evangeline greeted us, we went over to play with Adriel in his favorite spot by the blocks. Sophia! Blue! Adriel held up a blue block. Good job, Adriel, I praised. Baby, the hippogriff, ran up when he saw us and started nipping at Essis' tail. Essis jumped down and chased him around. Aminos! Aminos! Adriel cried to Liam. Liam chuckled and unscrewed the cap on his water bottle. He'd brought it along just in case Adriel asked him to show him the water animals again. Adriel giggled as Liam made images of birds in the water, and had two lion cubs chase each other around on the carpet. Miss Evangeline White, a voice boomed across the playroom. Liam and I startled, and the water creatures he'd created melted into puddles on the floor. Adriel let out a disgruntled scream, while the rest of the room had gone quiet. We turned to see at least a dozen task force members step into the room. Miss Evangeline came forward nervously. I am she. May I help you? The man in front pulled a piece of paper from his breast pocket and handed it to her. We have a warrant for your arrest. Miss Evangeline gaped at him as she unfolded the paper. My arrest? What are the charges? Child abuse and endangerment, he stated firmly and without emotion. Liam and I gasped. Several children shrank behind their toys to hide. The two adult helpers looked utterly shocked. My heart pounded wildly. There was no way what they were accusing her of was true. Miss Evangeline was one of the sweetest people I'd ever met, and she loved the kids as her own. Miss Evangeline's eyes widened as she scanned the paper. Malnourishment? Is this a joke? You can bring it up at your hearing, the task force member told her. Now, we can do this the easy way or the hard way.
These kids have never gone more than a few hours without eating, Miss Evangeline protested. It was the loudest I'd ever heard her raise her voice. She shot a quick glance around the room and lowered her voice, like she didn't want the kids to see her lose it. We keep records. I can show you. Her eyes darted across the page. And what's this? Mental and physical abuse? I demand to see your evidence.
It doesn't work like that, sweetheart, the task force member said. It looks like we're going to have to do this the hard way.
He reached for her and she screamed, Ow, please, not in front of the children!
You should have come when you were told then,
he snarled. He gripped tightly to her wrist and twisted it around her back. She cried out in pain. Several children had started to cry, and the other adults had frozen up. Her familiar, a small hummingbird, dove for the task force member, but he merely swatted it out of the way. A wave of heat flashed through my body. I knew I was going to lose it at any second. I shot to my feet. Hey, take it easy on her! Liam was on his feet beside me in under a second. He grabbed my hand as if to hold me back.
Watch it,
the task force member snapped as he pulled a pair of cuffs from his belt and secured it around Miss Evangeline's wrist.
Or you'll be next.
Ow! Miss Evangeline cried. That's too tight! You're hurting me! I'll come willingly!
Stop resisting!
He growled as he slapped the other side of the cuffs onto her wrist. He yanked on her shoulder and she stumbled to the side. He must have took it as an attempt to escape because he shoved her to the ground and jumped on top of her, squishing her face into the ground.
Are you done? Are you fucking done?
Tears streamed down Miss Evangeline's face and my whole body quivered. I wanted to step in and help her, but I was no match against a dozen task force members, even if Liam and the few helpers stepped in with me. Stop it! I yelled. She said she'd come willingly!
You!
He pointed a gloved finger at me.
Shut your trap! And you!
He leaned his face down so close to Miss Evangeline's that I bet she could feel his breath beneath his helmet.
You'll do as you're told.
Okay, she sobbed. Please just leave everyone else out of it. He yanked Miss Evangeline to her feet and smacked her on the side of the head when she stumbled again. Terrified sobs from the children echoed throughout the room. The main task force guy turned to his backup.
You deal with the rest of them.
My blood ran cold as they scattered throughout the room and started grabbing children. Wait! I shouted at the one who made a beeline for Adriel. I threw myself between them. What are you doing? The children have done nothing wrong. Then again, I didn't believe for a second that Miss Evangeline had done anything wrong either. This home is being shut down, the task force member informed me. They had a higher voice. It might have even been a woman. The children will be taken to a safe and secure facility while Miss White awaits her trial. She reached down and grabbed Adriel by the elbow. Come on, kid! He screeched like he was in pain and kicked out of her hold. She grabbed for him again, holding him so hard he couldn't struggle away. The sound of Adriel's cries, mixed with that of the other kids, made me want to hurl a fireball at the lot of task force members. It was like an arrow shot straight into my heart. I couldn't take it. You can't do this! I shouted. I lunged forward to free Adriel, but Liam's arm caught me around the middle. I felt like I was being slingshotted backward as my body slammed into his.
Sophia, you can't stop this,
he whispered in my ear. Sophia! Sophia! Adriel cried as the evil woman dragged him away. He reached out toward me, but we couldn't reach each other. Liam, let go! I shouted. I was ready to blow this whole place to kingdom come. Tears streamed down my cheeks. Essis was running back and forth at my feet, screeching and tugging on his ears.
Sophia, you fight and you'll be arrested too,
Liam reminded me. I glanced over and saw a task force member aiming a Noxite gun at me. I stilled in Liam's arms, but my whole body quaked. I couldn't stop the flood of tears running down my cheeks. Meanwhile, Adriel was having a meltdown as the woman tried to drag him away. The man holding the Noxite gun shifted the barrel and pointed it straight at Adriel. "Do it!" the woman sneered. She had Adriel by the neck now, obviously unable to hold on to him. Suddenly, it felt like the whole room had gone silent. I heard the sound of the trigger and the zip as the dart sped across the room and into Adriel's thigh. It was like everything happened in slow motion. Like everything was crumbling down around me. "Adriel!" I screamed, the shriek echoing through my ears. But he was gone before I could say goodbye. My attention was stolen by a task force member who was shoving the young familiars into cages. He tossed Baby inside with the others, with no regard to their cramped space, then reached down for Essis. Essis snapped at him and growled. "He's mine!" I seethed. The task force member backed off. I turned my face into Liam's shoulder as the sound of protests continued around us. The 2 employees who'd been playing with the kids were put into handcuffs and dragged away behind Miss Evangeline. Several other kids were shot with Noxite guns for no reason at all. Before I knew it, the playroom had gone completely silent. The task force was gone, and they'd taken everyone associated with the home with them. My knees buckled and I slumped to the ground.
Sophia, Pawi.
Liam placed his hand on the side of my face to help bring me back to reality. I shook my head. I couldn't believe what I'd just seen. I blinked away the tears, but they just kept coming. "Liam, that was wrong! That was so wrong! Why didn't you let me fight back?"
We can, Pawi, but not here. Not like this,
he said gently, though his voice shook. He was obviously horrified by what he'd just seen.
We can't fight for these kids from jail.
I nodded. I had to agree with his reasoning. It was good he was here so I didn't go all Coigny bitch on their asses. They'd all be burnt to a crisp by now, and my ass would be in a cell not long after. "It's not true," I whispered. "What they said about Miss Evangeline, she'd never hurt the kids."
I know, Soph,
Liam said. "They made it up to take the kids," I accused. "It's those camps you heard them talking about. I bet they're doing it to divide the tribe, to use the kids as hostages so Bayami doesn't fight back."
I think you're right, Pawi,
Liam agreed. "But no buts!" I snapped so fiercely Essis jumped. "We keep waiting for some big battle to break out, but I'm done! This is the last straw!" I got to my feet as stone-cold resolve washed over me. Whatever their plan is, it isn't going to work. It's time we bring the battle to them and end this, once and for all.
Chapter 17. Liam. Sophia had changed ever since Adriel had been taken away. She used to be terrified. She used to keep her head down and pray nobody would notice her. Now a fire burned in her gaze whenever the task force walked by. A hard look came upon her face, and flames flickered upon her fingertips. Sometimes she shook. Her whole form quivered with slightly concealed rage that was bursting at the edges of her being and begging to erupt. She was fucking ruthless, which scared the hell out of me. Now she and Imogen were both walking around like loose cannons. Both of them were about to snap. It was like they were looking for any reason to get back at the elders and set things straight. I couldn't blame her. Watching those kids get taken away by the task force was one of the most difficult things I'd ever been forced to do. I'd never seen Sophia like that. Her grief and wrath were beyond anything I'd ever imagined. Even I was afraid of her in that moment. I knew they'd taken the kids to the internment camps, but I didn't know where. No one did. So many Bayami, adults and children, were missing now. The only Bayami left, it seemed, were the ones at the school. And the task force were definitely closing in. I couldn't explain it. There was an underlying tension at Orenda Academy that had no name or face. Students, both Bayami and Defortai, were walking on edge. It was like all of us had predicted something big was going to happen, and nobody knew what it was, only that it'd be terrible when it did. My instincts were screaming at me to get the fuck out. And ever since the group home had been raided, it was all I wanted to do. Jonah was right. We needed to leave. But how? I wasn't sure. It felt like we were trapped rats in a cage and predators were closing in. I didn't know if it mattered anymore that we didn't have a plan and had nowhere to go. All that mattered was we needed to stay alive. We'd helped so many people escape the castle. Now we had to escape ourselves. I had a rotten feeling we'd waited too long. It was too late. I was still running through multiple scenarios in my head days later on Thursday at noon. None of the possibilities I came up with for getting out of here seemed plausible. We could escape through use of the Anichi dorms, but once we did, how would we survive afterwards? And how could I leave my family behind? They still needed me. If I left, I wanted them to come with me. I was dropping off a paper for Bain and returning to the Bayami dorms when I got distracted. Bayami students were supposed to take the long way around school, as the atrium was forbidden to them. But when I looked through the glass and saw that piece of shit Logan sitting on the fountain next to his lion familiar, I couldn't give a fuck about the rules. He'd messed with Sophia twice now, which was a bad move for him. It was time I put the bastard in his place. I stormed through the atrium and didn't slow my pace as I approached. People stopped talking and eyes locked on my form. There weren't any task force around, but I couldn't care less if there were. Logan's gaze narrowed, and his lion growled as I came near. His hand was still wrapped up, and the dick-shaped bruise was still prominent on his forehead where Sophia had hit him. I hoped the fucker had a permanent mark. The world deserved to know what a dickhead he really was. "Think you can threaten my girl and get away with it?" I challenged loudly. Logan stood up from the fountain. His lion crouched downward, ready to pounce. "I don't see you doing anything about it," he threw at me. A fireball immediately conjured in his good hand, and the lion bared his teeth. "How about I break your fucking neck?" I summoned water from the fountain he was sitting on, and it flowed around me in a rushing cyclone. The fire immediately grew around Logan's hand until it was running all the way up his arm. A circle of students had formed around us, holding their breath in anticipation. Logan threw back his head and gave a mocking laugh. "You couldn't if you tried." "Fucking bring it." I was going to suffocate this jackass. Let's see what kind of derogatory things came out of his mouth when his lungs were full of water. Logan sneered. "After I get done with you, Henley's all mine. I'll make her come like you never have before." My temper totally snapped. Logan and I both drew our arms back at the same time, but a sharp voice cut us off. "Mr. Maito!" Madame Doya stood merely a few feet away. Her face was burning and intense, scarier than I'd ever seen it. I wouldn't have hesitated to use my magic for anyone else. For some reason, her tone held me back from doing the worst. Naomi was at her side, and she leapt forward. Her strong charge pinned Logan's familiar to the ground. The lion groaned as Naomi snarled and immediately locked her fangs onto the creature's throat. The lion froze, terror in its eyes. He knew Naomi wouldn't hesitate to rip his neck open. At the sight of Doya, Logan's eyes contracted. He immediately ran off. Naomi let Logan's lion go free, and the familiar scampered away with a low whimper. Doya's cruel gaze swept around the atrium, and people dispersed. She gave a disgusted sniff as she looked at me. "Bayami aren't permitted in this area, Mr. Maito." That's what she fucking cared about. I was merely protecting my own. I shot at her. Doya's eyes flashed at that. Sophia is not your own. What was it with her? It was like she was possessive over Sophia or something. Logan threatened to rape Sophia last week. I'm well aware of the situation and dealing with it. I have made it clear to Mr. Melbourne that if he dares to harm Sophia, I will deal with him in a very permanent way. There is no need for you to get involved. Doya hesitated. Though I do appreciate you defending her. Holy shit, she actually thanked me for something. Count me impressed. Doya raised a critical eyebrow and said, You have already put Sophia in enough danger. I've got my eye on you, Maito, and I'm watching. Be careful where you tread, before I deal with you as well. Doya swept away, and Naomi prowled at her side. I was equally confused and offended. I knew Doya hated me. That much was obvious. Her dislike for me had only increased after she found out I was dating Sophia. Yet Doya had thanked me for protecting her, just before warning me to back off. I wondered if proposing to Sophia would be enough to make me Doya's target. Dating was one thing. Marriage was something else entirely. She'd probably try to kill me before the wedding even happened. Like I cared. Doya could threaten me all she wanted. It wasn't going to stop me. Well, that whole encounter ruined my morning. I was pretty pissed off. I needed to go for a walk and cool down. As I rounded an isolated corner, someone grabbed my arm. I immediately reacted, thinking that either the task force or a Deforti were fucking with me, but the water ball died in my hand when I saw that it was just my dad. What are you doing here? I whispered. And Dad, holy fuck. He had a black eye and a couple of bruises. Tatum wasn't here. What had happened? I've come to tell you plans have changed, he whispered. He glanced around to make sure we were alone before he said, Madam Wells and I are specifically being targeted. Neither my word nor hers makes any difference anymore on the Elder Council. So what are you going to do? My heart was pounding. I'm moving as much of the tribe as I can to another location. Kinpago isn't safe for the Tawakwa anymore, Dad said. But I thought we were staying here to fight back. There's another way, Dad said. Ezra is rounding up the rest of the family as we speak. We leave tomorrow at dawn to join the other Tawakwa. Son, you need to come with us. My mouth went dry. I can't leave my friends. Bring all of them. There's enough room. My eyes widened. What are you saying? Have you been working on a place for the Water Tribe to evacuate? Yes. It was a last resort, one we unfortunately have to take. Dad seemed somber. The look on his face was tired, like he'd been up all night. I wanted to find the person who'd given him a black eye and make them suffer. Where are we going? Is it far? I asked. I can't explain anything here. It's too risky, we'll be overheard. Dad's tone was completely serious. Just know that you have to trust me. Gather your friends and we'll meet at the house at midnight. Everything will be revealed. Dad swept away. My mouth was dry and my hands were shaking. Dad had a way out. We just had to get through today and tomorrow. I needed to tell the others. Sophia was between classes, and I was betting the other two were at lunch. With luck, I found them clustered together in a ragged booth in the dining hall. Jonah and Imogen were leaning against each other. Sassy played mindlessly with a piece of potato, which Squeaks and Essis nudged back without much interest. Nobody was eating. The food the school provided us was gross, and no one had much of an appetite these days. It was like we showed up for lunch out of habit more than anything else. Sophia was sketching, writing, furiously in a notebook she'd acquired. I didn't think it was for class. Her expression was hard and unforgiving as the pencil moved over the paper. She closed the notebook as I approached and shoved it in her bag with a rough vigor. We need to talk, I whispered. They knew what I meant by the tone in my voice. We split up on our way to the Anichi dorms. It wasn't safe for us to walk in one big group anymore. It attracted too much attention. When we regathered in the safety of the Anichi dorms, I didn't waste any time. My dad talked to me. He said he's moving the Water Tribe to a safe location. He doesn't have any standing on the council anymore and is getting my entire family out. Ezra is helping them escape now. Dad told me that he wants us to come with him, and I think we should go. Jonah's shoulders sagged in obvious relief. Imogen opened her mouth to say something, but Sophia got there first. Liam, I want to go, but what about those children in the camps? She asked viciously. We can't leave now and let them stay there to rot. No one's saying that. I'm sure my dad has a plan to get them out. We just have to be patient, I responded. Like hell. I'm not waiting. Sophia's voice rose. We have to storm into those camps and free those kids. Soph, I want to do that too, but the four of us can't take on the entire task force by ourselves, I pleaded. Dad said he has a safe place. I bet it'll be easier to gather people to help us once we're far away from here. We need an army if we're going to shut those camps down. Sophia fumed, but I could tell she agreed with me. Fine, she said. We get out of here, we get some elementi around, and we fight back. We can fight back here. Imogen's hands were bunched into fists. We can't abandon the tribe now. Doesn't it make more sense to get away from the problem and figure out how to deal with it then, instead of being constantly in danger? Jonah asked. We can't strategize if we're too preoccupied with always watching our backs. Jonah's logic worked its way into Imogen's head. She gave a sigh of defeat. You're probably right, but I don't like leaving the prophecy open. I wish we had enough time to figure out what this air piece means. Won't it be easier to research the air piece once we're safe anyway? It'll be harder, but not impossible, I suggested. Maybe, Imogen tapped her chin. Though we've exhausted every clue we could think of. Something sparked in Jonah's eyes. No, we haven't. I just thought of something. What is it? Imogen asked in interest. Follow me to the library. It might be a dead end, but I want to make sure just in case. Jonah looked to me. Where are we meeting tonight, Liam? I racked my brain for places to meet up. We could leave through the Anichi tunnel, but the woods there were being so heavily guarded lately, I feared we'd get caught. We had to head the other direction. The waterfall, 7 o'clock tonight. Pack only what's necessary. We'll go to my parents' house from there. Jonah nodded. He and Imogen left with their familiars. I looked at Sophia and jerked my head. Come on, I'll walk you to class. Why are we even going to class if we're leaving? Seems kind of pointless, she responded. Esses leapt into her arms and cooed. We don't want to raise unnecessary suspicion. Skipping classes makes it look like we're preparing to run, I pointed out. Good point. She hugged Esses closer to her. Liam, I heard what happened between you and Logan earlier. What you did was sweet, but it's going to get you in trouble. You don't need to stick up for me. I can handle myself. Fuck that. I'll kill anybody who puts their hands on you, I spat. Sophia gave a tiny smile. Well, thanks for defending me. You never have to thank me. If anyone ever tried to hurt you, they'd have to kill me first. That's my promise, Soph. Her smile faltered. That's what I'm worried about. I dropped Sophia off at intermediate Coigny magic. I wasn't scared to leave her there. With Doya around, nobody would touch her. I had a few things to do before we left. My class wasn't until later on tonight. I knew I had to get ready to go, but I wanted to make sure things were taken care of here before I left. When the elders came to the school last week, Sophia had told me everything she'd overheard in Doya's office. Annette had threatened Doya and said she was going to take Sophia's life. It wasn't going to stop, even if we were on the run. Which meant I was planning on taking her bitch ass out first. We'd deal with Oleander later, but if I wouldn't be here to kill Annette, I needed to ask someone else to finish the job. I'd been giving some thought on how to eliminate Annette and figured poison was the best idea. Some potions didn't leave traces behind in toxicology reports and therefore wouldn't arouse suspicion during an autopsy. But I wasn't a skilled alchemist, so I didn't know which ones to use. Maddie was an exceptional alchemist for her age, but I didn't want to bring her into this. I didn't know who to ask for help. "You need to back the hell up before I make you." A familiar voice rang throughout the hall. I turned around. It was Mia. She was standing in front of a first-year girl who was shaking and crying against the wall. Mia's canine familiar, Taryn, stood dutifully by her side. Directly across from her was Courtney, the bitch in my old Hawkeye leadership class last semester. Her large rainbow-feathered bird snapped its beak at Taryn, who growled back. Courtney sneered. "Why do you care, Mia? Willow's a Bayami. You shouldn't be defending her." "Just because she's Bayami doesn't mean she has to do what you say," Mia snapped back. "Find someone else to kiss your ass." Courtney's nose wrinkled. "What is your fiancé gonna think? You sticking up for a dirty Bayami?" "I don't know. What's yours gonna think when I tell him you've been sleeping around with Gray Daniels?" Mia smirked. Courtney's visage darkened. "You wouldn't dare." "Try me." Mia's eyes narrowed. Courtney looked to Willow. She backed away slowly and gave Mia a dirty look. "This isn't over. You're going down for being a filthy Bayami lover." "Tell Gray I said hi," Mia shouted loudly as she left. Courtney cringed and fled the scene. Mia turned back around. Willow was still shaking. "Are you okay?" Mia whispered. Willow sniffed and wiped the tears off her cheeks. "Yeah, I guess so." "I'm sorry." Mia wrapped Willow in a hug. "You shouldn't have to go through that." Willow sobbed again, then shook her head in an attempt to pull herself together. "Thanks for standing up for me." "Don't worry about it. She comes at you again, you let me know. I've been praying for a chance to show Courtney she's not the toughest bitch in the room." Mia gave Willow a smile. She smiled back tearfully before scampering off. It clicked in my head then. Mia. I needed her help. She was minoring in alchemy. She'd know exactly what to give Annette to take her out. I knew I was going against our voting policy and asking for her aid and revealing the Anichi dorms to her, but there was no time to gather a vote. Dad had told me to get ready to leave. We had hours. Mia hadn't helped us much with the smuggling missions, but she had been a pretty good informant as to who needed to escape school. She'd saved several people's lives. She hadn't turned us in either, which meant we could trust her. She was in the halls defending a Bayami for ancestors' sake. It was obvious she was on our side. I was backed into a corner. I had to ask for Mia's help. I caught Mia's eyes once Willow was gone. She immediately made her way over to me. "I know that look on your face," she said. "What's going on?" Taryn barked in agreement. I looked around, then gestured for her to follow me. I walked ahead of her in silence. She clutched her books to her chest, eyes darting from left to right. "Where are we going?" Mia asked. "I need to show you something," I whispered. It was a short walk to the tower from here. Mia asked no questions as we took the winding steps upward. At her side, Taryn remained quiet. When we reached the top, Mia's mouth dropped open. "Wow!" Mia turned in place. "This is amazing. Are these?" "The Anichi dorms," I finished for her. "There's a tunnel here leading to the grounds. It's how we've been sneaking people out." Mia looked at me. "Why are you showing this to me now?" "Because I'm getting out of here, Mia. My family and I are leaving town tonight," I told her. "But the mission still stands. I need someone to finish the job." "What's the mission?" Mia knelt and stroked Taryn's ears. "I'll help in any way I can." I took a breath. "Chiefess Annette has to go. Something that won't draw suspicion to Toakwa. I was thinking poison." Mia stilled. "Liam, You're asking me to commit murder. I know. I crossed my arms. I wouldn't ask if I had any other option, but you're the only person who I know is smart enough to do it without getting caught. I know it's taking a life, but hundreds more will die if she's not dealt with. Her obsession with power can't be contained unless it's dealt with permanently. Mia stared at the floor. I know you're right. There are some poisons I can brew that would take care of her. Stuff the task force couldn't trace. So you can do it, I pressed. Mia bit her lip. Why do you trust me with this? I cheated on you. That's all in the past. I don't care about that anymore, I said. What's important now is doing what's best for the tribe. Mia hesitated. What do you need me to do? Continue our work while we're gone. Keep smuggling people out, I told her. And finish Annette. I wouldn't ask if I had any other choice. Otherwise, I'd do the job myself. Mia waited a few long moments before she said, Okay, I'm in. You can count on me. Thanks, Mia. It felt like a large weight had been removed from my shoulders. I don't know how I'll ever repay you for this. Mia avoided my eyes as she rose to her feet. Where is your dad taking you? If I knew, I'd tell you, but he's keeping it a secret, I said. It's probably for the best, she responded. Good luck, Liam. You too. I felt terrible putting this on her. I didn't know how I could ask Mia to take a life, but it wasn't like I had any other option. It was Annette or Sophia, and if that was the case, I'd always pick Sophia. I just hoped Mia got away with it. I wouldn't forgive myself if she didn't. I was counting the hours until I met up with the others later so we could leave. Going to class felt pointless, but not showing up would draw attention, so I dragged myself to Professor Chaveo's classroom for war and negotiation at 4 o'clock, just like any other Thursday. The old warrior seemed more somber than usual as he prepared for today's lecture. A projection screen was set up at the head of the room, which Chaveo was gathering slides for. His Appaloosa familiar was on high alert and kept sending looks at the door, ears twitching as he listened intently. I sat next to Wyatt and Lyra at our usual desk and tried to appear as casual as possible, but shit, it was hard. Only a few more hours and we'd be far away from here. Safe for freaking once. You okay? Wyatt whispered. Lyra leaned in. She seemed similarly concerned. I must have looked pale. I'm fine, I said. Just don't feel well today. It was nice sometimes to use that as an excuse, even though more often than not it was true. I wanted to tell them I was leaving tonight, but I worried it might compromise my exit. I figured they were Tawakwa too, so maybe their families were involved in the exodus my dad was preparing, and nobody wanted to say anything for fear of being overheard. My answer satisfied Wyatt and Lyra. They sat back in their seats, and the chatter in the room died down as Professor Chaveo stood from his desk and began to speak. I suggest you all listen very closely today, he began. This lesson will be on the exam. A couple people groaned, but I caught something in Chaveo's tone the others didn't. I didn't think this lesson would be on the exam at all. I think he wanted us to pay attention for entirely other reasons. Chaveo crossed his arms. This semester, we've been learning about the various magical wars that have taken place over the centuries, primarily the wars that the Hawkeye have participated in. This lesson focuses on what is known today as the greatest magical conflict of our time. Chaveo turned off the lights and began the slideshow. Images on the screen showed ruined battlefields, destroyed buildings, and lifeless bodies lying on the streets. They didn't look too different from what I'd experienced in the riots. Chaveo stood near the screen. 80 years ago, there was a division among the magical community. Some within our supernatural world wanted to expose our kind to humans so that we could live alongside them and eventually learn to control them.
Others feared that this would be too dangerous and that living in isolation would be safer for the supernatural community, as human technology was feared to be more powerful than magic. The opposite side argued that was exactly why the supernaturals needed to take control of the human threat, to stop human sciences before it became too late. This accumulated into a conflict called the Great Supernatural War. More slides played across the screen as Cheveo talked. It was hard to look at them. I saw too many similarities between the photographs of old and what was going on now. I tried focusing on my textbook instead, but the words blurred together as Cheveo continued. The Arcania, shifters and their sorceress mates, began the war by attacking the Miriamic Coven. The witches and warlocks fought back. That inciting incident was the spark that caused things to erupt in the magical world, Cheveo began. The Midnighters, the vampires and succubi, joined the Arcania alongside the Celestials, otherwise known as angels. Meanwhile, the Atlanteans, mermaids, sided with the Miriamic Coven with the help of the Astromancers, talented enchanters. Lyra raised her hand.
What's the difference between an enchanter and a witch?
Enchanters are gifted with the potential to harness the abilities of space and astronomy, he replied. They use the power of the stars and the zodiac to channel their magic. Lyra nodded.
That makes sense.
The slide changed. A photo of angels, vampires, witches, mermaids, and enchanters took up the screen. Each of them were using their magical powers to try and win the fight. All I saw was people killing each other. Cheveo pointed to the screen. The Arcania, the Midnighters, and the Celestials all wanted to control the human world and gain dominion over it. The Miriamic Coven, the Atlanteans, and the Astromancers insisted that the magical world have no part in human affairs. So began a bloody conflict that lasted for 6 years, from 1939 to 1945. Those are the same years as World War II, Wyatt spoke. World War II was an excellent cover-up for the bloodshed happening between the magical races, Cheveo said. The Elementi did their best to remain uninvolved. We had friends on both sides and didn't wish to make any enemies. But our involvement became necessary in 1941 when the Elven Union was exterminated. I nodded. My grandfather had been one of the people who'd fought in the supernatural war. He'd only been a teenager at the time. He hardly spoke of it, but when he did, he always mentioned the terrible atrocities the elves had endured. Cheveo's frown deepened. The Arcania, Midnighters, and Celestials committed a terrible genocide against the elves who'd sided with the Miriamic Coven. They targeted the elves directly and eliminated every last person in their race. It wasn't long before the Elven Union was completely wiped out. Cheveo began circulating the room. After the elves became extinct, the Elementi knew we could sit out no longer. Something had to be done before the supernatural world collapsed. The Hawkeye were nearly exterminated by humans long ago, and we refused to expose ourselves again. We sided with the Miriamic Coven and fought for the right to conceal our magic. We eventually won the war in 1945. A treaty was signed, and all races agreed we would continue to conceal our magic as we had done in the past. So far, there has been peace. So far. Who knew how long that was going to last?
I'm confused. I thought the Hawkeye were allies with the Arcania. We trade with them all the time. Aren't they mad they lost the war?
Lyra asked. Reparations were made after the war. There were countless negotiations on both sides to ensure everyone came out with a fair deal. The Hawkeye and the Arcania repaired their relationship, but sadly the animosity between witches and sorceresses is still there to this day, Cheveo answered. He pointed to the slide. The main focus of today's lesson is recognizing the stages of genocide, which are critically important so that atrocities against magical races, such as what happened with the elves, never happen again. There are said to be as many as 10 stages, but for today's lesson, We'll stick with the main 8.
The slide changed to show 8 numbers on the board. Cheveo began listing them off.
The first step is classification. A society begins to separate people based on the concept of us and them. That is, dividing groups of people into distinguishable categories.
As he spoke, gears started turning in my head, and I couldn't stop them. Classification, the division of the houses.
The second step, he continued, is symbolization. Words and names are used to define the separate classes. Physical characteristics such as skin color or face shape, along with dress or culture, are used to further segregate society. Later on, the targeted group is often required to wear an identifying symbol to show what classification they are.
The Bayami name, the tattoos. Cheveo moved onward.
Classification and symbolization are common operations in all cultures, but they become violent when combined with the third step, dehumanization. The targeted group is denied their humanity and shown to be less than when compared to the ones in power. They're referred to as infestations, diseases, or made to appear filthy somehow. This is an attempt to convince the masses as a whole that the targeted group doesn't deserve the same rights as everyone else because they are different from all the rest. Usually the argument is that the victims deserve what is coming to them.
I'd heard it so many times in the halls. Dirty Bayami. This whole lecture was making me sick. I thought I might puke. I wanted Cheveo to stop, but he continued forward.
Genocide has to be held by a hate group or a unified force, usually a state government. That leads us to our next step, organization.
Cheveo's tone grew darker with every word.
In order for a genocide to take place, it must be organized and carefully planned. Genocide does not happen by random occurrence. It is a specific plan to eliminate a targeted group first by causing hatred and division, then through mass murder. It is directly connected to the next step, polarization. Those who oppose the discrimination and hatred are dealt with first until society is forced to allow extremists to take over and there is no one left to oppose what is coming.
The elders taking total control. Oleander dealing with those who opposed him and eliminating anyone who stuck up for the Bayami. The task force scaring the Defortai into submission.
Cheveo cleared his throat. His voice was getting thick. The sixth step is preparation. Lists of victims are created. People are taken from their homes and disappear. The property and personal items of the targeted group are confiscated. Internment camps are constructed, and transportation of victims into these camps starts taking place.
We were fucked. We were so fucked. Cheveo's words became quiet, hopeless even.
We come to the seventh step of the process, extermination. Extermination is the key word here, because those murdering the targeted group do not consider their acts evil, because the victims are not deemed worthy of life. To them, it is the same as taking out pests, like insects or rodents. The targeted group is killed in large numbers, usually in horrific ways. Mass graves, mutilation, and burnings are common.
Cheveo turned the slides off. He strode to the middle of the room.
And always after genocide happens is the final stage, denial. No matter how many are killed, or in what sick ways, deniers are always prevalent. No matter the case or how much proof is exhibited, there are those alive who refuse to believe what happened. There are still many magical people today who deny that the elves were ever persecuted, despite there being none left today.
He rubbed his eyes as if exhausted.
I expect all of you to be able to name and list the various stages of genocide the next time we meet. Anyone unfamiliar with any of the terms will fail. Class dismissed.
People got up to leave. The usual chatter resumed. Students laughed and smiled. There was a carefree vibe around the room which was eerie and bizarre. I caught bits of conversation about parties happening this weekend, who was dating who, and classes people were worried about failing. Even Lyra and Wyatt didn't seem affected by Cheveo's speech. I felt like I was the only one who had truly gotten the message. How could anyone get up and go about their day after what Cheveo had taught us? Didn't anyone see the similarities between what had happened with the elves and what was happening now? He'd practically given us a list of what had occurred in Hawkeye society over the past few years. It was hard to swallow. Yet nobody had listened. And if they had, they didn't care, or didn't want to. People didn't want to believe this kind of stuff happened in today's world. Genocide was a word for terrible things that happened in the past, stuff that couldn't take place anymore. The sickening truth was staring us in the face, and the Hawkeye couldn't face it. But Cheveo knew. That's why he was teaching us this. If I was the only one who'd learned anything today, I wasn't going to let it go to waste. Extermination was the next step, which meant I needed to get me and the people I loved the fuck out of here. I hurried to the Bayami dorms. No one else was there when I arrived. The basement was empty. I hoped the others had packed their things already and were waiting for me at the waterfall. I grabbed my backpack and started throwing clothes in, along with my pills. I didn't care if the cameras caught me. It wasn't like I was coming back. I shoved the engagement ring into my pocket. The first chance I got, I was popping Sophia the question. I didn't care how. I just wanted her to be mine, and we both needed something to hold on to during times like these. The hope of a future together would keep us going. I abandoned everything else I didn't need and threw my backpack over my shoulder. I tried not to think about leaving as I was doing so. Orenda Academy was my home, and I was abandoning it because I had no fucking choice. I didn't know when I'd come back to campus, if ever. It broke my fucking heart to leave it behind. But better to have a broken heart than be dead. We should have left weeks ago. I was cursing myself out in my head for not seeing the light sooner. I took the main road to Kimpago, but diverged into the woods before I hit town. I wandered through the trees I'd known my entire life, a forest that had been my childhood and everything else in between. Once we left Kimpago, where would we go? This place was all I'd ever known. I didn't know if I could live without it. I'd never been away from the reservation for more than a few weeks at a time. Could I really survive somewhere other than the land of my ancestors? Noise broke me out of my thoughts. I heard dozens of voices up ahead, pleading, the sounds of sobs. I pressed myself to a tree and crouched down behind a bush so I'd stay hidden. Through the leaves, I was able to make out an image. About 20 feet ahead was a line of people and animals. They were all ages. Many of them were crying. Some looked frantically for ways of escape, while others clutched their children or familiars. They were Bayami, but if I had to guess, belonged to Yapluma House. All of them were lined up before a deep ditch in the ground behind them. It was one of the tar pits around the school. A large group of task force members pointed Noxite guns at them and closed in from all sides. There was nowhere for them to run. I looked at the ditch and pieced together what was going to happen. A noose of terror tightened around my neck. "That is enough! I demand you stand down!" Dean Eliza stormed from the trees. Her Thunderbird approached from behind her, and I breathed a sigh of relief. She was a Deforti with authority. She could stop this. A task force member came forward. By the look of the uniform, I presumed them to be a captain. "We have official orders from Elder Oleander. Interference is breaking the law." "Interference? How dare you?" Eliza breathed. "You don't think I know what you're doing to all these people?" "Step aside," the captain said coolly. "This is your final warning." For as frightened and terrified as Dean Eliza had been merely a few days before, she seemed to have reached her breaking point. "I cannot allow this to take place. I will no longer stand by like a coward and watch the people of my house be eliminated," she cried. "You've made your choice. Seize her!" the captain cried. Dean Eliza raised her hands to summon her air powers, and lightning crackled off the Thunderbird behind her. But before she could do anything, several officers shot her and her familiar with Noxite guns. Darts protruded out of their bodies, and their magic flickered. Officers strode forward to grab them both. "What are you doing? Get your hands off me!" she yelled. She sounded terrified. The officers ignored her. They threw Dean Eliza and her Thunderbird into the line of Bayami. Several people caught them. The officers lowered their Noxite guns and raised their hands into the air. Elements grew within their fingers and waited. "Fire!" the captain shouted. The firing squad began shooting. Fire, water, earth, and air came rocketing out of the hands of the task force and connected with bodies. A bolt of earth hit Dean Eliza in the chest. Her eyes rolled backward, and a large hole erupted in her middle just as her Thunderbird was consumed by flames. I knew she was gone long before she and her familiar toppled into the pit. I couldn't help it. I closed my eyes and leaned my back against the tree as people cried for mercy. I couldn't bear to watch, but I was forced to hear. The screams people made as they tried to avoid the firing squad and failed would be a sound I'd remember for the rest of my life. I listened to the sound of corpses rolling into the ditch as people fell, and the sound of elements as they ricocheted through the air. I covered up my mouth so I didn't scream. If they found me, they'd kill me too. The silence afterward was the worst sound of all. Dead. Everyone was dead. "Burn them," the captain said. "We move on to the others." There was the crackling of fire. I smelled smoke, then the stench of burning bodies as the tar pit was set ablaze. I nearly gagged. I was rocking myself long after the task force had gone. I needed to move, but felt paralyzed. We'd lost our chance at getting a Stormlord. Dean Eliza and dozens of other Yapluma had been slaughtered, which meant the rest of us were next.
Chapter 18. Sophia. I was on high alert as I traipsed through the forest that night as the sun began to set. Essus was huddled in the open zipper of my backpack, trembling. He'd insisted on nestling himself in there with the dragon egg. Essus didn't want to leave Julian behind, and I wasn't too keen on turning him back into the school either. I didn't have much with me. I'd managed to fit a few changes of clothes, a water bottle, and my camera in my backpack. I'd also snuck into the Survival Instincts classroom earlier and stolen a first aid kit, some rope, and a pocket knife from the supplies closet. I had to leave my mother's scrapbook behind, but I'd managed to take a few photos, one of my parents with Doya, and another of my grandma and grandpa. It killed me that I couldn't tell my grandparents where I was going, but there was no time to go to the Coigny village, and it would only put us at risk. I wanted them to come with us, but they were de Forti. They'd be safe. And I just knew they'd try to talk me out of it. I pulled the zipper up on my fleece jacket. It was the beginning of April, and the weather was getting nicer, but the nights were still chilly. The sound of my heavy hiking boots sounded like drum beats in the empty forest. I thought I heard the sound of shrieks in the distance, but it must have been my imagination running wild on me. I didn't walk the normal paths, but I'd been to the waterfall enough times that my feet knew where to take me. Finally, I heard the sound of rushing water cutting through the forest. I broke through the trees, and my heart melted at the sight in front of me. Liam was knelt at the water's edge, looking deep in thought. His backpack lay beside him, and he was running his hands through the water. The water swelled between the banks, creating a 5-foot-high dome that displayed a beautiful view of the fish inside. Above us, fortune fairies fluttered, creating a glittering display against the dark sky. It was magical. Like this was the one place where nothing bad could touch us. I could almost forget that we were running away. Liam's head snapped up at the sound of a stick breaking beneath my feet. His eyes brightened, and he stood and rushed over to me. He wrapped me in a hug so tightly that my toes lifted off the ground. He spun me around, making me feel so light in spite of everything happening around us. I couldn't help smiling as my feet flew out in an arc, and Liam's pine forest scent surrounded me. He set me down and buried his face into my hair.
Pawi, I'm so glad to see you.
The tone of his voice made my body tense. I quickly drew away from him to look him in the eyes. There was relief within them, but something darker, too. Liam, what's wrong? Did something happen? I glanced around frantically. Where are Imogen and Jonah?
They're coming,
he said quickly. Then what is it? I demanded. Liam took my hand and led me over to the water's edge.
I'll tell you when they get here. But first, there's something I want to do.
I took my backpack off and set it aside. Essis jumped out of it and scurried up a tree, batting at the fortune fairies above our heads. Liam took my hands and gazed deep into my eyes.
Pawi, I know that everything around us is going to shit, but I wanted to do this before we left. I meant for it to be special, but I'm sick of waiting, so here it goes.
Liam took a deep breath and reached into his pocket. I watched him curiously, wondering what he could possibly have in mind. I was kind of hoping it was another toy from the sex shop. It made sense that he wanted to work in a quickie before we went on the run. Who knew how long it'd be before we had another chance? Liam cupped the object in his hands so I couldn't see it.
Pawi,
Scree! Essis jumped down from his branch, his arms spread wide like a flying squirrel. He landed on top of Liam's head. Liam lost his balance, and whatever was in his hand went flying. It landed in the water with a sploosh. Liam! I cried as he fell to the ground. I knelt at his side. He pulled Essis out of his hair, and Essis screamed in protest.
Ow!
Liam complained.
Let go!
Essis flailed his arms and legs. When Liam finally tore him away, a few strands of his hair had come out in Essis' hands. Essis pouted as Liam set him aside, but Liam's eyes were etched in fury.
Bad, Essis,
he scolded. He turned back to the water, staring into its depths hopelessly.
Are you fucking serious? This can't be happening right now.
I couldn't help it. I threw my head back in laughter and chuckled so loudly, a few birds flew from their nests.
Pawi, it's not funny,
Liam cried as he frantically scanned the river bottom for whatever he'd dropped. Yes, it is, I snickered between laughs. You should have seen Essis' ancestors. I was laughing so hard that tears were forming at the corners of my eyes. I wiped at them, welcoming the light, happy emotions.
Pawi, you don't get it. I was going to...
Going to what? I asked when he trailed off. Fuck me like there's no tomorrow? Liam held up an index finger.
Hold on. I can salvage this. I just gotta find it.
He pointed his hands at the water and closed his eyes, concentrating hard. He spoke between gritted teeth.
There's so many rocks.
I placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. Liam, it's fine. Whatever it is, I'm sure we can get another when all this is over.
No, Pawi,
he said firmly.
I'm not letting this get ruined again.
I blinked a few times. Again? What do you mean?
Aha!
Liam shoved his hands into the water, and a jet stream came up to meet him. He clutched the object tightly in his hand and turned to me on one knee.
Pawi, will you...
He cut off as he opened his hand. Inside sat a large golden key. An old one that looked as if it went to a treasure chest or something. It had a beautiful, twisted design on the end, and there were various patches of green, like a penny that had been lying in the rain for too long. A moment of shock crossed Liam's face. He glanced back to the water as if he couldn't figure out where the key had come from. Essis nudged him from behind, and he quickly relaxed. Liam cleared his throat and pocketed the key.
Hold on.
He placed his hand back in the water, and it began to shape to his will. As the water twisted toward me, I gasped. Between us, a stream of water had risen from the river. It was like a hand reaching out of the pool and controlled by his magic. At the very tip of it sat a beautiful silver ring with a teardrop diamond, little red and blue stones surrounding the shape. My hand shot to my mouth and tears rose to my eyes. My heart was pounding so hard, I swore it shook the earth. Was this? Liam gazed up at me with a look I'd never seen before. It was so full of love and passion.
Pawi, will you marry me?
The most amazing feeling of euphoria washed through me at that moment. It was so intense that I couldn't find the words. Liam Maito wanted to marry me. He wanted me to be his wife. After a moment of silence, Liam's eyes went wide. He seemed terrified.
Ancestors, Pawi, please say something.
I stammered, still trying to find my voice. Of course, yes, Liam. Yes, I'll marry you. Liam breathed a sigh of relief. He reached for the ring and pulled it out of the stream of water. As soon as he stood, the water fell back into the river as if it was never there in the first place. Tears streamed down Liam's face as he shakily placed the ring on my left hand. A flood of emotions, stronger than anything I'd ever felt before, whipped through me all at once. I couldn't control the tears. I threw my right hand over my mouth again, then covered my eyes to keep him from seeing me cry. My shoulders shook involuntarily.
What's wrong, Pawi?
Liam's voice sounded more concerned than ever. I dropped my hand from my face, letting the tears free fall down my cheeks. I shook my head as I gazed into his glistening eyes. Nothing, Liam. I'm just so happy. Liam swept me into his arms and squeezed me so tight I couldn't breathe.
Me too, Pawi. Ancestors, I can't believe it. You're going to be my wife.
He pulled away to take my face in his hands, then pressed his lips firmly against mine. I couldn't handle it anymore. There was so much heat on my skin that I thought I might explode. I need you. I need you now. I reached for the hem of Liam's shirt. His hands immediately went into the air, though he didn't stop kissing me. I drew away from him for only a second to pull the shirt up over his head. I didn't know when it happened, but somehow we ended up on the ground while we were making out. I straddled Liam and started unzipping his pants when he went rigid. What? I asked in alarm. Liam looked up to the trees above us.
We have an audience.
I glanced upward to see Essis hanging over a branch and watching us with big blue eyes. Essis, some privacy, please. Liam laughed.
I've got this.
Liam raised his hands, and the water from the river began to rise on all sides of us. He created a dome around us, trapping a few fortune fairies inside. The blinking lights from the fairies glittered off the swirling water. Above us, Essis was nothing more than a distorted white blob. I looked around in awe as fish of all colors swam through the walls Liam had put up. Liam, I breathed. It's beautiful. His voice shook.
I know you are.
I turned my eyes down at him to see he wasn't even looking at the water dome around us, but was staring straight at me. My heart lifted in my chest. I couldn't tear my gaze off his face. Liam? I said lightly.
What is it, my fiancé?
He beamed at the words. Liam, make love to me. A blissful look came over his face as he whispered,
Today and every day after. I just never thought I'd be this happy,
he said softly.
I've always wanted you to be mine, Soph. From the first time I saw you. Now you get to be mine forever.
His words caused a burning passion to erupt within me. He was right. I'd be his and he'd be mine, always. We were making this permanent. I could have never dreamed when I made the decision to come to Orenda Academy, it would lead to this moment. Though the world was falling apart, this was perfect. He was perfect. And we would create our own world together. A whistle cut through the momentary silence, and we both went rigid. Liam shot me a wide-eyed look.
Hey, lovebirds!
Jonah's voice sounded from outside our bubble. We could see his and Imogen's blurry outlines outside the dome.
Finish your lovemaking, then get your butts out here. We have stuff to discuss.
I threw my hand over my mouth and tried not to laugh. I wasn't succeeding. Liam beamed, but he didn't take his eyes off me as he responded.
We'll just be a minute.
Ancestors, that's all it takes, Imogen joked. You two can shut up now, I called back. Liam made our dome bigger so we could stand up. We both put our pants back on, but our shirts were outside the dome. Liam reached through the water and grabbed my bra and shirt, then waited until I had them on before sending the water around us back into the river. I straightened my shirt before turning to Imogen and Jonah. Imogen was wearing a huge backpack that stuck up higher than her head, and Squeaks was wearing a saddlebag. Sassy seemed coy, like she knew what had happened minutes ago. Imogen narrowed her eyes at us. We must have been beaming because she looked suspicious. Is there something you two want to tell us? Liam draped an arm around my shoulder and smiled proudly.
It's official. Sophia and I are engaged.
Delight lit up both their faces. Squee! Imogen bounced on her toes and flapped her hands. Beside her, Jonah brought his knuckles up to his teeth. His eyes went comically wide. He looked like an anime character or something, the way his eyes sparkled.
You finally did it!
Jonah cried. I looked to Liam. Wait, they knew about this? Liam nodded.
They helped me pick out the ring.
I looked down to the ring on my hand and admired it. It truly was beautiful. So that's why you guys have been acting so weird. Imogen rushed forward. Let us see! Let us see! Essis scurried down from the tree and hopped onto my shoulder to get a good look. OMG! Imogen squealed when I showed her. It's so pretty! Jonah put a hand on his hip.
Okay, girl. So, for the dress, I was thinking big, poofy ball gown. We want you to look like a princess.
Whoa, I said. Slow down. We haven't discussed any details yet. As happy as it made me to be engaged to Liam, I couldn't be thinking about wedding plans right now. There was too much going on.
We need to be in a safe place before we get married,
Liam said.
The wedding can come later.
When he said get married, butterflies ran through my stomach. This still didn't seem real to me. Jonah and Imogen groaned in disappointment. Right. So, what did you guys want to talk to us about? I asked. Jonah's face fell.
Right. The thing is, we can't leave yet.
What? Liam nearly exploded.
But my dad, it's about the earpiece.
Jonah reached into his pocket and shoved a piece of paper into Liam's hands. Liam unfolded the letter and began scanning it with a furrowed brow. I peeked over his shoulder to read along. There were no names, just a message penned in quill ink. I can't tell you how much I regret not listening to your concerns earlier. Events in Kinpago are far worse than I feared, and I can't sit around any longer pretending as if it's not happening. I wasn't lying when I told you I was not the Storm Lord. However, there is one piece of information I kept from you, as I feared for your safety and my own. I've just received troubling news that has confirmed my fears were misplaced. That is why I'm giving you this information now, in hopes that you can truly stop what's happening to our own brothers and sisters. The item you seek is hidden in the Air Kingdom, protected by a vicious beast. Tread carefully, for this is not a task you should take lightly. You put yourselves at risk if you go. But if you don't, the entire fate of the Hawkeye is on the line. I furrowed my brow as I finished reading. What's the Air Kingdom?
It's a secret floating city known only to Yapluma,
Jonah explained.
I'd forgotten about it until this morning. It's been abandoned for years, so it never crossed my mind to investigate it until now. Imogen and I were in the library, researching all we could on it, just in case it had something to do with the prophecy.
Liam held up the sheet of paper.
Jonah, where did you get this? It was tucked under my pillow. I found it right before we left, as Im and I were packing. Along with this.
Jonah held up a large feather, that of a thunderbird. Eliza's thunderbird. We tried looking for her, but she must have already took off like the rest of our professors, Imogen said. Liam's face had gone so pale that he looked like a ghost.
She didn't leave. Or at least, if she tried, she didn't make it.
My pulse quickened. What do you mean? Liam closed his eyes and shook his head as if trying to rid his mind of horrible images.
I saw...
He hesitated.
I saw the task force kill Eliza.
My hand slapped over my mouth. Jonah and Imogen gasped. What happened? Imogen asked softly. Liam swallowed.
I was on my way over here when it happened. The task force lined them up. Dozens of Bayami, even children, and they executed them. The police threw the bodies in a ditch and burned them all. I watched.
Both hands covered my mouth now. No wonder Liam had wanted to propose before he told me that. It was beyond cruel.
But Eliza's not Bayami,
Jonah pointed out. Liam shook his head.
No, but she came to try to stop it. So they killed her as well.
Imogen's hands balled into fists. Then we have to do the same. We're following Eliza's instructions before we leave.
But we don't have a Stormlord,
Liam reminded us.
It doesn't matter,
Jonah stated.
We have to try. Come hell or high water, we're getting that airpiece. Tonight.
Chapter 19. Liam. There were screams coming from up ahead as we trekked through the depths of the woods. We'd left the waterfall behind as we followed Jonah to where he said the Air Kingdom was located. The four of us pressed close together in the forest. The noise was horrifying, even from this distance. It was a mixture of desperate pleas and breaking glass. "Stay here," Jonah whispered. "I'm going to take a look." Jonah went onward, Squeaks following. The rest of us remained silent and held back. A few minutes later, Jonah returned with a grim expression. "The Yapluma village is being raided," Jonah said. "We need to go around." "Task force?" Imogen asked. He nodded. "They're taking Bayami out of their homes and killing them on the streets. It won't be long before they start on the other villages." "Fuck," I shook my head. "Good thing we're leaving tonight, then." "Not without that airpiece," Imogen murmured. Jonah turned and diverted through the woods a different way. As we walked hand in hand through the brush, I caught the glimmering of Sophia's engagement ring on her hand. It gave me a total thrill. I couldn't believe this was really happening. She had said yes. Sophia and I were getting married. Though there was so much death and destruction all around us, I couldn't help but feel joy. After Neshoma died, I never thought I'd get married. I never thought that anyone would want me. She caught me looking at the ring. I smiled and said, "It looks beautiful on you." Esses chittered happily from her shoulder. Sophia glanced at it and said, "You picked the perfect ring. I can't wait to be your wife." "I can't wait to be your husband." I nudged her shoulder. "Though asking you sure took long enough." Her eyes narrowed. "What do you— Oh," her expression brightened with realization. "The beach party at your house? And the lunar fauna?" "Both failed attempts," I confirmed. "Third time's the charm, I guess." Sophia laughed lightly. "You tried. That's what counts." Jonah and Imogen convinced me I needed some grand proposal. I rolled my eyes. My first mistake was listening to them from the beginning. "They should know better. I'm not a flashy girl." She giggled. "Now they're going to be over the top and planning some huge wedding." "I think we're both in agreement we should keep it simple." I paused. "As simple as they'll let us make it anyway." "Jonah will turn it into some big stage production." Sophia giggled, and Esses peeped in agreement. "It's a wedding, not a play." My tone soured. "I don't really care what happens." She kissed me on the cheek. "I just want to be married to you." My heart warmed. "Me too. As soon as possible." Ess's eyes widened, and Sophia frowned slightly. "How, though? I mean, there isn't time to plan a wedding with all of this going on." She waved her hand around. I shrugged. "I don't know. But to be honest, I don't want to wait until after the war's over. Who knows how long that's going to take?" "Or if we'll survive it," Sophia said quietly. "Soph, stop." My voice became harsh. "Everything's going to be fine." Sophia stroked Esses and frowned, like she wasn't sure. "Quiet down, guys," Jonah called back. "We're almost there." We fell silent. Jonah broke through the trees. We emerged into a flat clearing that was sparse and expansive. Above us were dozens of clouds that blocked out the moon. The area seemed dull and gray. "So, where is it?" Imogen asked, putting her hands on her hips. "Keep your panties on," Jonah shot back at her. "We've got to go up. Hold on, guys." Squeaks beat her wings and took off to the sky. Jonah raised his hands, and the rest of us began levitating off the ground. We slowly rose through the air, upward into the clouds. Imogen gave a little scream. What exactly are we supposed to hold on to?" I asked in alarm. In response, both Imogen and Sophia reached out and clung to me. Sassy paddled her way through the air and clung to my chest. Esses sat on my head and grabbed my hair, looking for a ride. Like I'd be able to save them if we started falling. "Relax," Jonah said lazily. He was lounging on his back and allowing the air currents to take us upward. "I've got you." Moisture dotted our clothes as we entered into the clouds. Jonah allowed us to drop, and we landed on a hard surface. I looked down. Beneath our feet was actual stone. Sophia and Imogen looked similarly confused. Sassy barked, and we turned around to face Jonah. Squeaks had bowed to us and spread her wings out wide like she was presenting something grand. "Welcome to the Air Kingdom," Jonah said. He floundered his arms in an elaborate, showy way, and the fog cleared. The buildings were white, built with massive columns of stone and lined with silver trim. Large domes topped the columns that overlooked a large white wall around the city's perimeter. Towers stood on each of the four corners of the wall. Lion-like statues stood before a giant gate, one that was slightly propped open. The moon overhead was only a quarter full. It illuminated the buildings, but didn't provide much light. Sophia ignited a ball of fire in her palm so we could see better. "Wow, this place is massive," Imogen said. Sassy barked in approval. "Isn't it, though?" Jonah waggled his eyebrows. "By the way, don't tell anyone I brought you up here. To bring anyone to the Air Kingdom who isn't Yapluma is a capital offense to the Air Elders. They'll chop my head off." "Yeah, we'll just put it in the paper tomorrow," I responded sarcastically. Jonah flipped me off. Sophia's mouth was open as she approached the gates. "It looks like a Middle Eastern city," she remarked. Jonah nodded. The city itself was built by the descendants of oil sheikhs who'd married Hawkeye that explored their lands. It was a way to honor them. I always thought Jonah's features looked more Arabic than Hawkeye. We walked forward through the gates. Large arches stood next to long walls that held glimmering mosaics of air creatures. Marble buildings towered beside statues of previous air chiefs from long ago. There were elaborate fountains everywhere, but they'd been turned off. The city itself was crumbling into decay, and there were some places where graffiti and vandalism had taken place. Even with all of that, the splendor was barely concealed. I could only imagine what this place looked like at the height of its glory. It was eerie. The city seemed so proud and majestic. For it to be completely abandoned by the people who built it was bizarre. "So no Yapluma ever come up here?" Sophia's eyes roamed the buildings curiously, and Esses copied her as their heads swiveled from one way to the other. "I mean, some Yapluma students fly here to goof around, drink, and have sex," Jonah said. "And there are a few Yapluma archaeologists who come here from time to time to do some excavating and research. But overall, it's pretty empty. If the other tribes noticed Yapluma vanishing all the time, they'd get suspicious." "How does the city stay afloat with no Yapluma around to keep it flying?" Imogen asked. "A long time ago, the Air Elders infused their magic into the city so it could float on its own. Like what I did with the crystal," Jonah said. "The buildings themselves actually have air magic in them, along with the pathways and the rest of the architecture." "So why was it abandoned?" Sophia asked. "After Anichi was wiped out, the Air Elders decided intertribal communication needed to be a top priority," Jonah explained. "Isolating ourselves from the rest of the tribe would only create a deeper divide between us and the rest of the houses. So Yapluma abandoned the Air Kingdom and focused on creating alliances instead. But we didn't tell the other houses, just in case Yapluma ever needed to return to the city again." Our footsteps echoed as we walked through the city. I was on edge, half expecting someone to jump out from behind a building and attack us at any minute. After all, we were chasing after some kind of animal in order to get the last piece. Who knew what it could be? "I'm confused as to why it's called a kingdom. Hawkeye don't have kings," Imogen said. "It's called a kingdom because the Storm Lord was the literal king over it," Jonah said. "The Air Chief ruled the tribe on the ground, but in the skies, the Storm Lord had full authority. They were almost considered two separate groups, the Yapluma that lived on the earth and those that lived in the air." "You sure know a lot about this place, Jonah. It would have been helpful if you'd told us about it a few months ago," I remarked. "I literally just remembered all of this. It's not something I think about all the time," Jonah countered. "I haven't been up here since—" Jonah cut off. If I had to guess, the last time he was up here was with Raynar. No wonder he'd put it out of his head. Imogen tapped a finger to her mouth. "Dean Eliza said the air piece would be here. The painting has got to be somewhere. But this place is huge. How do we know where to look?" "She said the beast was guarding it," Jonah said. "If I had to make a guess, there's only one place it could be." Jonah turned down a side street and we followed. After walking for 15 minutes, we came to a gigantic structure in the middle of the city. The towers and domes on this building were much larger than all the others. The building itself seemed to gleam underneath the light of the moon. Inside was what I could only guess were hundreds of rooms. It looked like a place where a sultan would reside. "The Air Palace. That's where the Storm Lord used to live," Jonah said. "I'll bet anything the painting is in there." "Let's go get it then," I said. We took the steps up to the main entryway. As we walked through the massive doors of the palace, we entered into an elaborate throne room with marble floors and a giant stone chair still at the head of the room. We had to maneuver around debris that had fallen from the ceiling, as well as furniture that had been left abandoned by Yapluma long ago. I sought for footprints in the dust, but there weren't any. There was no indication anyone was here but us. The main floor of the palace was empty. We explored room after room, but the beast wasn't anywhere to be found. We passed many paintings, but none of them were the one we needed. It would sure help if we knew what we were looking for, Imogen said after we finished an extensive search of the kitchen. Something's here. I can feel the beast manipulating the air currents, Jonah said. I think it's upstairs. Sassy let out a low growl and hissed. She transformed into her kitsune form. Her fur glowed a harsher golden than I'd seen it before, and her vines poised to strike. The other familiars had a similar reaction. Esses hissed, and his fur stood on end. Squeaks jerked her head and pounded her hooves against the marble like she was going to charge. Jonah flung his hand out as an indication for us to halt. Do you feel that? Jonah asked. Imogen and Sophia and I looked blankly at each other. No, I said. Exactly. Everything stopped. He gestured for us to follow. The three of us kept close behind Jonah as he climbed the next flight up, while Sassy and Squeak circled protectively around us. Esses kept his ears up, like he was listening. I think the beast knows we're here, Jonah said. He's waiting for us. Like that isn't ominous, I grumbled. The next floor was open to the elements. Most of the ceiling had given way so that the moon could illuminate the area. The room was huge, 300 feet long or more and just as high. It was empty compared to the other rooms, with not much more than rubble and the occasional fallen stone to preoccupy the space. Once we got to the second floor, we heard a guttural growling. Jonah immediately yanked us behind a huge square stone with his air magic. We peeked around. My insides plummeted when I saw what it was. The beast was 50 feet in length. It had the head and body of a lion, but bird's feet with massive talons. 2 large wings rested on its back, and long canines poked out of its wide mouth. The creature's fur was light gray in color, and its mane was black. Lightning flashed in its blue eyes, and thunder could be heard every time it took a step. Small black clouds, flashing with electricity, gathered around it like a protective shield. It looked like it was created out of a literal storm. This was a highly dangerous animal. A dragon couldn't take it down. This was going to be one hell of a fight. Holy shit, it's a Yugalu, Jonah breathed. A what? Imogen didn't even know what it was. They're storm monsters, Jonah whispered. They're a huge part of Yapluma folklore. I didn't even know they existed. They're supposed to be a myth. Just beyond the Yugalu on the other side of the room was the painting. It was still covered up in a cloth and leaning against the wall. The Yugalu paced back and forth in front of it with its massive fangs bared. It was obvious we weren't getting to that painting without a battle. I don't understand. If it's so big, how did it get into your house to get the painting? Sophia asked. Before our very eyes, the Yugalu transformed from a solid beast into a column of air. Though the creature was transparent, I could still see features. The beast was able to walk through statues and fountains in the room, like a ghost would. The Yugalu changed back, and its form flickered twice before becoming solid again. Does that answer your question? Jonah asked. His face was calculating. Squeaks glanced at him. He nodded before saying, If the legends are right, Yugalus are immune to every element except air. Fire, water, and earth won't do a thing to hurt it. If this thing is going down, I've got to be the one to do it. The three of us let out similar noises of protest. Jonah, are you crazy? I hissed. You'll get killed out there if you try to take that thing on by yourself. I'm the only one who has a chance. You guys are going to get hurt, he insisted. Yugalus are storm creatures, so the only way to bring one down is to create a storm that's stronger than he is. That's how you can get it to submit. If the stories are right, anyway. Let me help you. I can summon lightning, Sophia insisted. You haven't been able to conjure lightning in a while, Sophia. I guess now's a better time than ever for me to try, Jonah said. But you've never done it before, Imogen pointed out. So? Jonah's expression was determined, raging. Just stay out of the way. I can handle it. We're not going to let you take on this thing by yourself. We're coming with you, I insisted. No, guys. Why do you think he was sent to guard the painting? A Yapluma is supposed to defeat him, the strongest Yapluma of all. To get to the painting, we need a Storm Lord to defeat him. But we don't have one here, so I'll have to do. Jonah puffed out his chest. I have to prove that I'm stronger than he is. But you're going to get hurt, Imogen protested. I've got this. Just stay behind me. Jonah dropped his bag. He emerged from the boulder and walked toward the Yugalu with fists clenched. Squeaks followed him with slow and intentful steps. Her head was lowered, and her wings were spread in a defensive position. She was getting ready to fight. Imogen, Sophia, and I looked at each other, as if asking if we were really going to let him do this, but we didn't have much of a choice. If our elements were useless, it'd only piss the creature off if we tried to fight it. But our faces were clear. If Jonah went down, we'd do whatever we could to get him out of there before the beast killed him. The Yugalu noticed Jonah coming. It snarled and faced him, but didn't make another move to attack. Jonah stopped. Hey, we need something that's right over there. Jonah pointed to the painting. Would you mind being a dear and letting me grab it real quick? Only the Storm Lord may pass, the creature responded in a heavy boom. It was using telepathy to communicate, like all familiars did, but we could all hear it. For a creature to be strong enough to use that kind of magic only made me more scared for Jonah. Jonah gave a nervous smile. Well, you see, I'm the best you've got, Boo. So are we going to play nice, or... The Yugalu lunged toward Jonah with an open mouth. All of us screamed. Squeaks pushed Jonah out of the way. Jonah fell to the floor as the Yugalu's jaws snapped right where he'd been only a few seconds before. Squeaks lashed out with her back legs and kicked the Yugalu in the nose. The beast reared on its hind legs and growled as Jonah leapt to his feet. Okay, Jonah shouted. You asked for it! Jonah rocketed into the air. His magic levitated him above the ground as the Yugalu gave chase. Jonah threw blasts of air magic back at the creature as he flew, but they hit the beast and bounced off without any effect. Jonah had to dodge and swerve out of the way as the monster's jaws nearly crushed him several times. Squeak spread her wings. She gave a galloping start, then leapt into the air. She lashed out at the beast's eyes with her hooves and attempted to draw blood with her beak, but the beast became transparent each time she drew near, only to change back to a solid form so it could lunge out when she got too close. Squeaks barely avoided the beast's talons as she dove underneath its belly to distract it. Jonah sent a high-powered wind the monster's way. Such blasts were enough to cut a human being in half, but they only drew slight cuts of blood on the creature's side. Jonah cried out in frustration. The Yugalu was tired of being on defense. It wanted to go on the attack. The skies darkened above, and the black storm clouds collected around the beast's form began to grow. Rain poured overhead from above. I tried to use my magic to stop it, but whatever forces the Yugalu was using to summon the rain was out of my control. This water wouldn't listen to me. As Jonah became drenched in the downpour, thunder crashed outward from the beast's giant feet. The thunder knocked Imogen, Sophia, and I over from behind our hiding place. Jonah was blasted out of the air, and so was Squeaks. The sound was so deafening it made my ears ring. Sophia shouted something to me, but her voice was lost to the thunder, and I was so dazed I couldn't understand anyway. It was like we were in the middle of a storm cloud. That wasn't the worst of it. As Jonah and Squeaks got back up in the air, balls of electricity began glowing in the clouds surrounding the creature. They ricocheted outward as the monster fired them toward Jonah. Jonah and Squeaks managed to swerve away from the lightning balls, but as they hit the walls, they blasted huge craters in the side of them. I yanked Imogen out of the way as a lightning ball hit the stone. Half of the boulder gave way and was reduced to rubble, making our hiding space tinier than it was before. If Jonah got hit by one of those things, there'd be nothing of him left to take back. "Jonah, look out!" Imogen shouted as a large lightning ball hurtled his way. Jonah whipped around at the last second to see the ball heading straight toward him and Squeaks. There wasn't enough time for him to get out of the way. He was going to be obliterated. Jonah's eyes flashed to his familiar, like his first instinct was to protect Squeaks over himself. As a reaction, Jonah jumped in the line of fire and put his hands out to block the lightning ball from hitting Squeaks. His eyes grew wide as the ball sailed directly at his chest, and the three of us screamed. Then Jonah did something amazing. He caught the lightning ball. It was like this was soccer practice or something. Imogen and Sophia both let out gasps of shock. Jonah seemed just as surprised as we did. His mouth was gaping and his eyes were giant. Squeaks gave a cry of joy. Jonah snapped out of whatever stupor he was in to hurtle the lightning ball back at his opponent. The Ugalu tried to avoid the bomb, but it was too slow. The lightning ball hit the Ugalu, and the monster was sent sailing backward as lightning exploded. As the smoke cleared, the beast got to its feet and shook its head. It wasn't hurt, but it was definitely stunned. Before the beast could get up, Jonah weaved his hands and conjured a windstorm like I'd never seen before. The air around him became a swirling vortex that dragged the Ugalu toward him. Jonah gritted his teeth, eyes closed in concentration. He forced his hands out, and the Ugalu went slamming against several pillars. The windstorm smashed the Ugalu into the walls, and the very palace shook as Jonah released his magic. He fell to his knees with the effort of sustaining the windstorm. The beast's legs shook as it tried to get back on its feet. As Jonah was recovering, Squeaks charged forward. Like she had during the elemental cup, Squeaks opened her mouth and screamed. From out of her beak came a whirling wind funnel that swept up the Ugalu and slammed it into the ceiling at high speed. Squeaks pushed the wind tunnel up higher until the Ugalu was in the skies above and far out of our sight. Squeaks brought her head sharply downward, and the beast came hurtling down from the sky. I heard stone crack as the beast slammed into the marble floor. The Ugalu gave a groan of pain. Squeaks drew back her scream, but only because she needed to catch her breath. As the Ugalu rose up again, it seemed to gain a burst of adrenaline. It ran with its jaws open, fangs extended. Squeaks remained in place with a glint in her eye and her feathers raised in warning. "Squeaks, no!" Jonah screamed. As the Ugalu closed in, Squeaks rocketed herself upward. She spread her wings and soared through the hole in the ceiling. Her form hovered in the clouds. She performed a swirling formation, and my mouth dropped open as I witnessed Squeaks change before my very eyes. Squeaks's body became like the sky, silver and translucent, with wind swirling around her form. As she gave another scream, the clouds themselves moved at her command and took the form of hippogriffs. There were hundreds of them, stomping their hooves and beating their wings behind her. Squeaks dove downward, and the collection of cloud hippogriffs followed. The hippogriff herd slammed into the Ugalu, and their hooves crashed into the beast as they trampled over it. The monster cried out while Jonah watched Squeaks control the herd with wonder. As Squeaks turned around for another blow, the Ugalu raised a mighty paw and knocked her out of the air. With the hit, the herd of cloud hippogriffs vanished. She went tail-spinning downward and landed on her side. The fall was hard. I thought I heard something crunch as Squeaks went down, and she yelped in pain. Her hooves scraped against the marble as she struggled to get up. "Squeaky!" Jonah cried out. He went to run to her, but another swipe from the Ugalu's giant paw forced him to run the other way. The beast's talons scraped against the floor as it clenched its paws in rage. The Ugalu opened its mouth. Like a dragon breathing fire, strains of lightning emitted out of his open jaws. There were hundreds of strands that ignited the air as the Ugalu literally breathed electricity. I grabbed onto the girls and pressed them against the rock. We didn't have time to look. The lightning pressed down around us, and we screamed as we felt the temperature in the room raise. We were totally going to die. But hey, at least it was together, right? Like I hadn't had that thought 1,000,001 times before. This was just the newest escapade of shit in our collection of misadventures. I wondered if the Ugalu liked its food chewy or extra crispy. Then the lightning all around us stopped. We looked around the boulder to see where the lightning had gone. A sense of pure disbelief ran through me as I saw the lightning crackling around Jonah's form. He was controlling it. Jonah could literally manipulate lightning. The Ugalu began to back away as thunder shook the room, but it wasn't coming from him. Storm clouds gathered around Jonah's form, and the rain coming in through the hole in the roof shifted to hail down upon the monster. Jonah raised both of his hands, and 2 enormous lightning beams emitted from his palms and shot upward into the open air. Imogen was jumping up and down and cheering. Yes! Yes, yes, yes! This was impossible. How could Jonah do such spectacular things? There was only one clear answer. Dean Eliza hadn't lied. She never was the Storm Lord. He'd been right in front of us all along. Jonah gave a smirk and said, "Next time, don't mess with the Storm Lord, bitch." In one motion, Jonah put both of his hands together. The lightning bolts collided and became one. He blasted the shot toward the Ugalu. The lightning consumed the creature, and the beast roared in agony as it was slammed backward by the blow. Jonah kept fueling the magical blast until the Ugalu submitted. The creature fell to the floor and didn't move as the magic slowly subsided. It was still breathing, but had obviously given up the fight. When the beast was down, Jonah immediately ran to Squeaks. She struggled to her hooves before giving a happy chirp. Her wing was bent at a strange angle, but otherwise she wasn't hurt. The beast moaned. It shakily got to his feet and shook its head, but made no move to attack again. Instead, it bowed lowly to Jonah. "Every Storm Lord throughout the centuries has had to first defeat me in order to claim the title, and you have. Welcome, new champion," the Ugalu responded. Sophia and Imogen both gave loud cheers of victory. I joined them with thrilled applause. Jonah's smile was huge. His tone was laced with astonishment as he said, I can't believe any of this. I didn't even know." "Storm Lords are not born. They are chosen. The ancestors have gifted you powerful abilities because you have proven the strength of your heart," the beast said. "In these times, the Yapluma need a Storm Lord such as you to protect them." "But I don't have a Thunderbird. My familiar's a hippogriff," Jonah said as he stroked Squeaks's head. "Many Storm Lords have had Thunderbirds as their familiars, but there are others who have not," the Ugalu said. "Being bonded to a powerful avian familiar is proof of the power running through your veins." The Ugalu eyed Squeaks's wing. "I am impressed. Never has a Storm Lord fought me and had themselves or their familiar come out with such minor injuries." Squeaks gave a few happy noises, and Jonah added, She says she'll bear the injury with honor, as a mark of her fight. The Ugalu inclined its head. You have earned what you came here for. Go now and speak with the Storm Lord of the past. He shall help you along your journey. The beast spread its wings. It took off and exited the room through the ceiling's opening, vanishing into the night. Once the beast was gone, Imogen and Sophia ran out screaming from behind the boulder. They jumped onto Jonah in a group hug. Sassy wove around Squeaks's ankles while Esses climbed onto Squeaks's back. He placed a hand on her wing, and it straightened out immediately. The three of them were jumping up and down in celebration. Storm Lord, Storm Lord, Imogen sang. My best friend is the Storm Lord. I am the Storm Lord, Jonah squealed. Wait until all those assholes at school hear about this. I can't wait to rub it in their faces. Oh, hold on, I said, and the three of them paused. You know we can't tell anyone about this. Aw, Jonah whined in protest. Why not? He's got a point, Sophia added. If the elders find out you're the Storm Lord, they'll totally take you out. I'll just fry 'em with my brand new powers, Jonah said eagerly, and he took a stance like he was pretending to fire off lightning balls. I'll be the king of Yapluma. Sure you can pull that magic out of your ass whenever you want, Your Highness? I asked. Obviously, Jonah rolled his eyes. I wouldn't be the Storm Lord if I couldn't, right? Okay, do it right now. I crossed my arms. Jonah tried. When he failed to make lightning appear, he made a face. Okay, maybe I need a little practice. Squeaks chirped like she was amused. Jonah let out a dramatic sigh. Fine, you ruin everything, Liam. Jonah pouched out his lip. Yeah, that's me, the chronic ruiner, I said. But as much as I'm enjoying the fact you're a total badass, we might want to get back to what we were doing. We turned around. The moonlight illuminated the painting on the other side of the room. The fabric it was under rustled slightly in the wind. The airpiece, Sophia breathed. We were so close to getting answers. The last piece of the prophecy was only a few steps away.
Chapter 20. Sophia. Watching Jonah defeat the beast was beyond anything I'd ever seen. I'd never realized how amazing Jonah's powers were before. I bet it was why he was the only one of us who managed transference on the first try. Jonah had this blissful look on his face, like he was completely at peace with being the Storm Lord. He was so full of himself, I could already tell this was all we'd hear about for the next month. Well, I pressed, gesturing to the painting. Jonah straightened his spine. Let's do this. Jonah stepped forward, leading the way. The air kingdom was eerily silent. The only sound came from the soft pad of our feet and a gentle whistling of the wind. It was an ominous feeling if I ever felt one. Jonah stepped up to the painting and grasped the sheet in his hand. Wait! Imogen cried. All eyes turned to her. She twisted the strap of her pack around in her fingers. Before we do this, I want you all to know that no matter what the airpiece says, I love you all so much. Being friends with you... Imogen sniffled, and my heart sank. Being friends with you has been the best experience of my life. A light smile touched the corner of my lips. Me too. And me, Jonah said. We all looked to Liam. His lips twitched into a smile. Yeah, me too. Imogen wiped at her eyes. Okay, Jonah, do it! I held my breath. Jonah yanked on the sheet and revealed a breathtaking painting. I'd seen the copy of the portrait in the printout Imogen had shown us, but it was nothing compared to this. The painting was taller than I was and incredibly lifelike. Emmett Chang, the previous Storm Lord, was beyond talented. Each brushstroke was done with precision, and he'd used a rainbow of colors, some of which I felt I was seeing for the first time. I could practically see the clouds in the image swirling and hear the crackling of thunder. It was obvious he'd held deep love for his craft. Everyone inhaled a breath at the same time and held it. Several seconds passed as we stood there, marveling at the magnificent spirit art. Finally, Jonah broke our trance by lowering himself onto one knee. Squeaks bowed beside him, dipping her head so low her beak touched the ground. The rest of us followed suit. Jonah's voice rang out through the hall. "Emmett Chang, Stormlord and Elder of the Yapluma tribe. I, Jonah Chani, Stormlord and badass, summon thee." I couldn't believe my eyes. Right in front of us, the paints began to swirl, as if the image itself was coming alive. Elder Chang's painted face twisted until a nose grew out of the painting, then the rest of his face. A figure identical to the one in the painting stepped straight out of the frame until he took a full form. He crossed his hands and looked down at us with the kind of look a father might give his newborn. We were all stunned into silence.
"My child,"
Elder Chang said gently to Jonah.
"you have summoned my spirit. How may I serve you?"
I knew Elder Chang was nothing more than a spirit, an imprint of his soul on the painting. But he looked so solid, like he was truly standing in front of us in the flesh. It was surreal, knowing he'd died so long ago. Jonah gaped up at the former Stormlord, but finally found his voice.
"We were hoping you knew the wording to the prophecy, given by Shawana Harjo."
Elder Chang held his head high and nodded once.
"I do. The question is, Stormlord, are you ready to hear it?"
"Yes," Jonah practically begged.
"Shawana split up the prophecy and gave a piece to every house. We've collected them all except the air piece. Kinpago is in trouble, and we need this last piece to make sense of it all and save the Hawkeye."
Elder Chang dropped his gaze and shook his head regrettably.
"I'm afraid there's nothing you can do to save the Hawkeye, my child."
We all exchanged a glance.
"Nothing we can do?" Jonah asked. "What does the prophecy say?"
He said nothing. After a beat of silence, Jonah added,
"Please."
Elder Chang took a deep breath. Every muscle in my body went still as I awaited the long-anticipated reveal. After several seconds, Elder Chang finally spoke.
"The prophecy states, when the tribe divides in two and war has begun, the Hawkeye have reached the point of no return. Smoke will blaze through the sky and signify the Hawkeye's extinction."
I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. It felt as if the Air Kingdom was shaking beneath us, though it was just my own body quaking. While I reeled, Imogen jotted the words down in a small notepad she'd brought along. Point of no return? Extinction? Were we truly out of hope? Would my home be destroyed before I'd barely had a chance to save it? I could feel the blood draining from my face. My friend shared an equally hopeless expression.
"Are you sure that's what it says?"
Jonah asked. Elder Chang nodded.
"Yes."
I shot to my feet. "No, that can't be right! We can change this! We have to!" Imogen stood beside me. She clutched her notepad in her hand so tightly that the pages were crinkling. "Agreed! There has to be more!" I didn't know why I was still holding on to the hope that we could reverse Shawana's prophecy. People had told me time and time again that prophecies always fulfilled themselves. But hadn't Shawana said the outcome was up to me? How could I just abandon my people to let them perish? Liam stood beside me and placed a gentle hand on my shoulder to get me to calm down, but I didn't. My hands balled into fists and I started pacing back and forth. Jonah got to his feet beside Imogen. Squeaks looked flustered while she watched him stand, as if wondering if she should keep bowing.
Sophia.
Liam said softly. I shook him off. I can't believe... This can't be right. Shawana said...
This is all just more confirmation that we need to leave,
Jonah pointed out. And abandon everyone? Imogen cried. What about the children? I added. Jonah looked like I'd slapped him in the face.
Sophia, the tribe's already divided in two. Defortai and Bayami. There's no turning back. We're too late.
Liam pressed his fingers to his eyes, like he was tired of having this argument. He was supposed to be our leader, but at this point he didn't have any words. Even he didn't know what to do. So what? I snapped. I'm supposed to help Defortai win? I won't do that!
So let's leave, Jonah begged. Maybe that's the best way to prevent the prophecy. If you're not here, it can't be fulfilled.
No, no, no! Imogen raked her fingers through her pixie cut and started flipping through her notes frantically. There has to be a way! Jonah grabbed her by the shoulders and forced her to look at him.
This isn't our fight anymore, Im.
Liam sighed.
Jonah's right. I want to save the tribe too, but we need to take care of the people we love first.
I couldn't do it. I couldn't give up. I shook my head as I ran the pieces of the prophecy through my mind. The fated Coigny child, born in the summer solstice in the year of the dragon, shall bring glory to the greatest house. The future of the tribe is in Navita's hands. No Hawkeye shall survive if the weakest refuse to bend. When the tribe divides in two and war has begun, the Hawkeye have reached the point of no return. Smoke will blaze through the sky and signify the Hawkeye's extinction. The prophesied one will bring death beyond comprehension. It is she who shall cause Tawakwa's darkest hour. That's when it hit me. I couldn't bear to think of it, but maybe we really had reached the end. I spoke slowly, unable to believe the thought was coming out of my mouth. Maybe I've already done my part.
What do you mean?
Liam asked. I swallowed. The trial. It all started with us, Liam. Liam reached out for my hands.
That's not true, Pawi.
But it is, I insisted. Think of how many people have died since then. It's because of me that Defortai even exists. It's because of me that they're going to win. You don't know that, Imogen said in a reassuring tone. What does it mean, Elder Chang? I spun to look at him, but I was shocked when my eyes met nothing but the flat painting. Elder Chang's spirit was gone. No! I shouted. I raced toward the painting and ran my hands along the surface frantically. I checked the frame like I might somehow find his spirit hiding within the canvas. There was nothing. I whirled back toward Jonah. Bring him back! I have so many questions! Jonah frowned.
Sophia, I think it's pretty clear what the earpiece means.
My fists tightened. You don't know everything just because you're the Storm Lord. Jonah's jaw dropped.
You need to calm down so we can figure this out.
I started pacing again. Essus tried to crawl up my leg, but I was too agitated to stop and pick him up. I nearly trampled him, and he jumped away. How can I be calm? Our own people are about to die! Liam reached out and pulled me into a hug. I wiggled, but he only held me tighter. Turns out, I really needed that hug. I relaxed into him. A single tear streaked down my cheek. I just wanted to save them all, I whispered. Images of the faces I was abandoning flashed through my mind. Lindsay, Miranda, my grandparents, Adriel, so many others. Liam ran his fingers through my hair.
I know, Sophia. So did I.
Silence settled over the Air Kingdom. After a few moments, Imogen stepped forward and wrapped her arms around both Liam and I. The three of us rocked back and forth, and we all looked to Jonah.
Come on, guys, he whimpered. Don't make me cry.
Liam smirked.
Get in here.
Jonah joined in on the group hug. Our familiars came close, too. Squeaks wrapped a wing around us, and Essus curled his tail around my ankle, while Sassy pushed her way between our legs and sat on our feet. After several long moments of silence, I finally spoke. So, what are we going to do? We all stepped away from the group hug. Everybody seemed lost. Liam stepped in.
We're leaving, like we planned,
He said.
but now that we have all the pieces, we can get a second opinion.
From your dad? Imogen asked. Liam nodded.
Yeah, you might know what to do.
I hiked my backpack higher up my shoulders. Okay, then let's go. We returned to the ground the same way we came. Jonah made a big deal about how, now that he was the Storm Lord, he could have flown us all the way to Liam's house. But we knew we'd be seen from the skies. We crept through the darkness of the forest, being careful to listen for task force members, but it was silent all the way to the beach. My heart pounded the whole way back. I breathed a sigh of relief when we reached the shore. The boat Liam's parents had left for us wasn't far from the trees. We glanced around, and when we saw the coast was clear, we went running through the sand and hopped into the boat. Liam used his powers to propel us along so we wouldn't be given away by the engine. I kept glancing around, waiting for the task force to step out of the trees or something and announce that we'd been caught. But the night was quiet. Essus clung tightly to me as we pulled away from shore. I hope no one's worried, Imogen said, glancing at her watch.
What time is it?
Liam asked. Almost 1 a.m, Imogen announced.
That late already?
Liam balked. Jonah undid his hair tie and worked the strands back into a bun.
We must have spent a lot more time in the Air Kingdom than I thought.
Liam glanced behind us to the retreating shoreline, as if he expected someone to be following. I even noticed him look to the skies. I looked upward, too, but there was nothing except the moon, stars, and some clouds. Are we safe? Imogen asked, noticing Liam's intake of his surroundings.
Yeah,
Liam breathed.
I think we're safe for now.
It felt like an extra long ride, but eventually the lights of Liam's house came closer and closer. We pulled up to the dock, and for a moment, I truly believed what Liam had said was true. The 4 of us and our familiars were safe. But it wasn't more than 10 seconds that I'd stepped out of the boat and began tying it to the dock that 2 figures came running out of the house.
Liam!
Ezra sprinted so quickly, I was surprised he didn't fall on his face. Everyone froze and watched as Ezra's silhouette came closer and closer. Diami flew high above him, making circles in the sky. Ezra was followed by his mother, Haloki, though she wasn't as quick as he was. She seemed exhausted.
What's wrong?
Liam asked breathlessly. Ezra sprinted down the dock and reached Liam. He slammed into his brother so hard that Liam stumbled back. The 2 nearly fell off the dock as they embraced. Liam squeezed him once, then grabbed his shoulders.
Ezra, what's going on?
Ezra swallowed.
We thought you weren't going to make it. Where are Maddie and Drew? Are they with you?
Liam shot the rest of us a wide-eyed glance, then looked beyond Ezra to their mother, who'd stopped at the end of the dock.
No, she's not. What do you mean? What happened to her?
Ezra's expression dropped.
Dad hasn't seen her all day. He came back home to check, but...
Liam's face fell.
Where is he? He went out looking for you guys,
Ezra said. Liam clapped Ezra on the shoulder.
Get in. We're going back to help.
Liam, his mother protested. Her tone was gentle, but it was enough to make Liam pause. Let your father handle this. Liam turned to her.
How long has he been gone? Long enough to send another search party?
Haloki hesitated.
Sorry, Mom, Liam said, but we have to go look for Maddie. We saw the task force raiding the Yapluma village earlier tonight. If they finished, they might have moved on to the academy. Maddie's Bayami. She's a target.
Haloki steeled her gaze and she stepped forward. The way she walked across the dock, you'd think she was walking on air. She was so graceful. She walked straight up to Liam and placed a hand on the side of his face. The moonlight shimmered off the water and into her eyes. Come home safely. She turned to Ezra and did the same thing to him by placing a palm on the side of his face. Both of you.
We will,
Liam promised. Liam and Ezra climbed back into the boat. I tossed the rope back in and jumped in behind them. Ezra waved to his mother.
We'll be back soon.
I'm holding you to that, she said. No sooner had she said it than we were pulling away from the dock again. Diami followed us from above. My fingers tangled in Essis' fur as I held him close. My hands were shaking. I hoped nothing bad had happened to Maddie. When we returned to shore, the beach was just as quiet as we left it. It was almost eerie. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, though there was no reason for it. No one should be out here at this time of night anyway. We crept up the path and to the school. I was picturing the worst. Task force members stationed at every exit, Bayami begging for their lives. But when we got to there, it was dead silent. We hid in the trees and looked to each other for explanation. If the castle wasn't raided, where could Maddie be? Imogen thought aloud. Moments passed. Imogen paused for a second before saying, Yeah, that crossed my mind too. It sounded like she was talking to herself. I furrowed my brow and looked to Imogen. Thought what? She shot me back a look that said I was crazy. That if Maddie couldn't get out, she's hiding in the Anichi dorms. You just said that. All eyes turned to Imogen. No, I didn't, I said. Imogen frowned. You did. I just said, where could Maddie be? And you're like, the Anichi dorms. Imogen, I didn't. Shh! Imogen cut me off. She held a finger up and listened for several seconds. She spun around, looking deep into the woods. She raised her voice. Who's there? Jonah pressed the back of his hand to Imogen's forehead.
No one's there, Im. Are you okay?
She looked to the sky, then all around her. Ancestors, that's freaky! Where's that voice coming from? And who the fuck are you calling dipshit? What voice? I started, but I was cut off when Imogen inhaled a sharp breath. She looked down to Sassy, and the confusion on her face melted. It was quickly replaced by a heartwarming expression. Sassy! She sang as she bent to pick up her familiar, pulling her into a tight hug. OMG, you can talk to me!
Finally, Jonah said with a sigh of relief. I was wondering when you guys would start talking.
I felt a sting of jealousy hit me, since I'd never heard Essis speak before. But it was short-lived. There were much more pressing matters at play. Liam looked to the castle.
Well, if Sassy thinks Maddie might be in the Anichi dorms, I say that's the first place we check out.
Ezra placed a hand on Liam's chest before he could step forward.
Hold on. I'll send Diami to check it out. He can fly over the glass ceiling and see if she's in there.
Liam nodded.
Okay.
Ezra signaled up to Diami. We all watched as he soared around the castle. As he came in close to us, he shot Ezra the slightest of nods. Ezra turned to the rest of us.
He says she's there.
Liam's shoulders fell in relief.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go get her and bring her home.
I'll go, bro, Ezra volunteered.
No,
Liam replied firmly.
we stick together.
Ezra's jaw tightened.
It'll be easier for one person to go. We're less likely to get caught by the task force. I'm DeForti, so even if I do get caught, they'll let me off. And if they see you with Maddie, a Bayami?
Liam demanded.
If we all go, we can fight back if it comes down to it. We won't get caught.
Ezra seemed to sense that there was no use arguing with Liam.
Okay, you're the leader.
Liam signaled for us to follow him, and we all hurried across the grass and to a door near the south stairwell. We slipped inside unnoticed and tiptoed up the stairs. Even Squeaks was abnormally quiet for herself. We peeked into the hallway on the 3rd floor. The hall was completely deserted, which seemed a little strange to me. We hadn't spotted a single task force member since we arrived. "Where is everyone?" I whispered.
I bet the task force is all preoccupied in the Yapluma village,
Jonah guessed. Good point, I replied.
A blessing in disguise,
Liam muttered.
Come on, let's go.
We stepped into the hall and rushed as quickly and quietly as we could to the doors of the Anachi Tower. I worried that a task force member might turn the corner before we got there, but we slipped inside unnoticed. I blew out the breath of air I'd been holding, as did everyone else. As we climbed the stairs, I couldn't help but wonder what drove Maddie to hide in the Anachi dorms tonight. Had there been too many task force members roaming the halls to keep her from leaving? Was she planning to stake it out until they did bed checks? Had she fallen asleep before she left? Did she know the halls were empty now? We reached the top of the stairs, and my heart lifted in my chest when I saw Maddie sitting on one of the couches, safe and sound. We started toward her. But my relief lasted a mere split second. Maddie's eyes went wide when she saw us. She shot to her feet. "No, you shouldn't be here!"
Maddie, what's going?
She cut Liam off. "It's a trap!" My stomach plummeted to my toes as the sound of marching footsteps came from down the dorm hallway. All at once, task force members flooded into the common room from all directions. Our little group took a step back, pressing closely to one another. I glanced behind us at the entrance. 2 task force members had already stepped in front of it, aiming their guns at our faces. Essis screamed and clung tighter to me. Liam's hands curled into fists beside me, like he was ready to fight by any means necessary. Sassy turned to kitsune form immediately, and Imogen planted her feet firmly in a defensive stance. Ezra shot his gaze upward, as if checking for Diami through the glass ceiling. Jonah threw himself in front of the rest of us and held his hands out like he was holding an invisible soccer ball. He probably thought he was going to conjure a lightning ball like he'd done in the Air Kingdom and knock these suckers on their asses. But nothing happened. The beat of marching footsteps came to a halt as the task force members stood in formation. My eyes darted every which way, but all I saw were faceless, uniformed police. They had us completely surrounded. Eerie silence passed for a beat. Then came the sound of footsteps. They weren't like the march of the task force. They had a different rhythm, an angry, ominous beat that made my skin crawl. When I saw who the footsteps belonged to, my body ignited with heat. I kept one hand at the ready, prepared to throw fire if I had to. Oleander stepped out of hiding, dragging a handcuffed and gagged Alric beside him. He held a pistol to Alric's head. I wasn't sure if it was filled with Noxite bullets or real ones, but it was horrifying nonetheless. I half expected to see Bane being dragged behind Alric, but Bane was nowhere in sight, thank the ancestors. Oleander grabbed Alric by the back of the shirt and shoved him forward. Alric yelped and tripped into the middle of the room. His forehead slammed to the ground, since his hands were bound behind his back. Oleander pointed the gun at Alric's head.
What the hell is this?
Liam demanded. Oleander chuckled maniacally.
Don't play dumb with me, Bayami. I know what you've been up to. I know all about your smuggling operation.
Liam gaped at him.
How?
Oleander cleared his throat, and 2 figures stepped into the room. Mia and Micah. Damn it, Liam! I knew we couldn't trust her! The heat in my body grew by several degrees. Mia cowered behind Micah. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she gave Liam one of the saddest looks I'd ever seen. I might have fallen for it if I wasn't so riled up. Micah, on the other hand, stood confidently with his arms crossed. He shot Liam a smug expression, like he was proud to be getting back at him after all this time. I bet he never forgot the time we confronted him in the alley, when he caught him pushing Mia around. Micah's horrid, lizard-like familiar was even uglier than I remembered it. It stood beside Taryn, whose fur was falling out in patches.
Please.
Liam stepped forward.
Leave the rest of them out of this. It was my idea.
Liam, I protested. Don't! He shot me back a pleading look. It was a look I'd never seen before. Something that said this moment called for drastic measures beyond anything any of us could ever imagine. Whatever went down tonight, it was clear Liam would do whatever he had to in order to protect us. He'd vowed to keep us safe. I was afraid of how far he'd take that promise.
Chapter 21. Liam. We'd lost. We'd so fucking lost. The prophecy doomed us all to ruin and the tribe to extinction. Now my friends were in trouble. We'd been found out and we were outnumbered. There was no getting out of this. Oleander jerked his head. Irikari was led in from one of the dorm rooms by 2 large alicorns. The ice dragon had chains around her muzzle and legs. She brayed for Maddie to help her. The alicorn kicked her in the face, and she lowered her head. "Maddie, where's Drew?" Sophia asked calmly. Maddie gave a pitiful sob. Oleander smirked.
The little girl's boyfriend was detained to make sure she cooperated. We'll release him once we're done here.
He was a right bastard. I could see the look in his eyes. He wouldn't give Drew back even if we complied with his demands. Oleander moved forward.
I suggest one of you starts talking, he began. Alric's fate has already been sealed, but some of you might escape judgment if you begin confessing.
It was clear what he was suggesting. He stared right at me as he said the words. For some reason, Oleander wanted me to give myself up. I was the only bargaining chip we had, and we had to use it. This smuggling operation was my plan. Alric and I put it on, I said loudly. We coerced the others and forced them to take part. I'm fully responsible.
No,
Sophia rushed forward.
I won't let you do this.
This is the only way, I told her roughly. Couldn't she see I was trying to save her life? I'd do anything to save her.
We'll all take responsibility,
Sophia was begging, and it was hard to watch.
We all took part. We're equally guilty.
Sophia, stand down. The tone in my voice shocked her. I'd never spoken to her like that, and I think it scared her. Imogen and Jonah put their hands on Sophia's shoulders and pulled her back. Her nervous eyes shifted from Oleander to me as she tried to figure out what to do.
Is that a formal confession? Oleander asked.
It is, I said firmly. Judge me, but not the others. I promise to accept whatever punishment you give. Oleander's eyes narrowed.
And why should we not prosecute the others? They've all had involvement.
If you take me and let the others go, I'll come quietly. I won't try to escape, and I won't hurt anyone, I said. But if you don't and try to arrest all of us, we'll fight. We'll fight back, and we'll do everything we can to take people down with us. We'll kill everyone in here if we have to. You won't take us alive. The choice is up to you. Oleander grinned wickedly.
Deal. Take him into custody.
No! Sophia screamed. 2 task force members moved forward. One forced my hands behind my back, while the other slapped on cuffs.
The handcuffs are forged with Noxite, the task force member said. So don't be getting any bright ideas.
Yeah, right. I could feel my powers draining the minute they put them on. Oleander looked positively giddy as he said,
Liam Mito, you are hereby sentenced to death for high treason against the elders. Your sentence shall be carried out at sunset tomorrow before the entire tribe.
Fine, I snapped. Just get it the fuck over with.
Liam,
Sophia moaned. She was wailing in despair. Jonah and Imogen's faces were streaked with tears as they helplessly stood by, unable to do much of anything but hold Sophia and each other. No, that wasn't our agreement, Mia spoke for the first time. She strode forward in front of Oleander with her head held high. You promised.
Agreements can be changed.
Oleander spat at her. He gave a smoldering look to Micah.
Control your woman before I take her into custody as well.
Micah grabbed Mia and yanked her backward by her hair.
Fucking behave,
he snarled. Mia fell silent, though absolute shock shone in her eyes. Micah pushed her down, and Mia fell to all fours in front of me.
Liam,
Mia gasped.
Please forgive me.
I couldn't even look at her right now. I was so disgusted with her. Sophia was right all along. That's what you get for trusting an ex. I'd been so fucking stupid. I'd put everyone in danger, and for what? All because I couldn't stop seeing the good in people. There was no good left in Mia, not after this. Bro, Ezra gasped. He was holding on to Maddie, who was crying into his shoulder. It's okay, I said quietly, though my voice shook. I needed to be strong for them. It'll be all right. Ezra was torn. His expression wavered. If he tried to save me, he'd be killing everyone else in the room. But by doing nothing, he was letting me die. You need to take care of the family, okay? I told him. That's your job now. Ezra's face hardened, and he gave me a quick nod, though his lip trembled. It was too hard to watch, so I turned my back on the people I loved. I said nothing as the task force members escorted me out, painfully aware of the sound of Sophia's screams behind me.
Take him to the dungeons, Oleander said.
A task force member picked Alric off the floor and dragged him behind me. Oleander and the rest of the police abandoned my friends and followed us downward. The stairs went winding in a spiral toward what felt like the pit of hell. I didn't even know this school had an actual fucking dungeon. I thought the basement was it. But if I thought the basement was bad, this was 10 times worse. The only light was a few torches placed in uneven spaces along the wall. The floors and walls were stone, and the area was damp and musty. Cobwebs hung on the walls, and mice ran along the floor. The task force escorted me down a row of bars until we came to a small cell at the end of the block.
Forgive me for departing so soon, but I have to prepare your execution,
Oleander sneered in a delighted tone. I was uncuffed and thrown into the empty cell head first. My forehead smacked against the stone as the guards walked away, and I gave a cry of pain. There was blood trickling down my forehead, but fuck it. Oleander proceeded down a different hallway, and task force members dragged Alric behind him. The head dean didn't say a word, just kept his head down and his eyes closed, like he'd already accepted his fate. They vanished from sight. I heard the sound of a heavy iron door closing somewhere in the distance. Where the fuck were they taking Alric? Paranoia that I'd been left alone down here was starting to take over. A small puddle in the corner gave me hope, but when I tried to summon my powers, the water didn't move. I touched one of the bars and immediately experienced a buzzing sensation that was familiar. Bars were also Noxite. Motherfucker. I examined the walls for loose stone, the floor for cracks, anything that might give me hope this wasn't the end. But the cell was secure, and even if I could use my powers, there wasn't enough water in here for me to make an escape. The padlock was solid, and I didn't have anything to pick it. There was no getting out of here. I really was trapped. My back hit the stone wall, and I slid onto the floor. This cell had nothing, not even a bucket or a bed. I was going to die tomorrow. I couldn't fathom that as a fact. I knew I'd been sentenced to die, but the idea that it was actually going to happen was comical. I tried to take my own life last year, but right now, all I wanted to do was live. Whatever. I was glad for it. I'd sold myself to keep my friends safe. As long as they were alive, I didn't care what happened to me. I didn't know how, but exhaustion forced me to get a few hours of sleep. When I woke up, there was a small ray of sunlight streaming through a window at the end of the block I hadn't seen last night. I got off the stone floor and immediately cried out as a spasm went through my back. Every inch of my body racked with horrible cramps and tremors. Sleeping on that stone had really fucked me up. I had to move gingerly to give myself time to adjust to the pain. Hey, a bit of good news. If I was dead, at least I wouldn't have to deal with this shitty body anymore. My suffering was just about over. A shadowy figure on the other side of the bars caught my attention. I pieced together features, and revulsion curled inside of me as I saw Mia cross her arms over her torso and hug herself. "What are you doing here?" I snarled. "Fucking leave." "I've only come to explain." Mia came into the light. Her expression was desperate as she observed me in the back corner of the cell. "If you think I want an explanation from you, you're fucking nuts. You betrayed me. For the second time, and I was stupid enough to fall for your act." "It wasn't an act. I really did want to help," she pleaded. "I thought you changed. I thought you'd become a better person," I said bitterly. "Turns out you're still the same bitch who cheated on me and dumped me for a psychopath." "You don't understand. In this new world, you have to do what you must to survive. Being Defortai doesn't mean you'll be safe." "So you kill Bayami to save your own skin, is that it?" My knuckles cracked as I tightened them into fists. I was beyond infuriated. There weren't words for how mad I was. I was glad there were bars between Mia and I at that moment, because if there weren't, I was afraid of what I might do to her. "Liam, I didn't think they were going to kill you." Mia started crying. Tears poured down her face as she exclaimed, "Oleander promised he'd spare your life." "Oleander's a fucking liar," I shouted. "How can you believe anything he says?" "I had to do this for the sake of my family. It was the only way to keep us together." Mia's sobs grew louder. "Mike has been working for Oleander, but his performance has been disappointing. He's in trouble. If he failed the elders one more time, he was going to lose everything and they were going to dispose of him after. Telling Oleander about you was the only way to save his life." "Forgive me if I think exchanging my life for that son of a bitch is a worthy trade," I spat. Her voice shook. "You don't understand. I can't have my child grow up without a father. Liam, I'm pregnant." Mia's eyes overflowed as tears ran down her face. Some of my anger faded away at her confession. She put a hand on her stomach and took gasping breaths. "I didn't find out until recently, but this baby, it's everything to me. I'd do anything to protect him, Liam. Anything." My insides soured. I'd do anything to have a baby with Sophia, but we weren't going to get that chance now. We never would. Even if we found a way to work around me being infertile and the tribe refusing our child, Mia had taken that away from us. Well, congratulations, I guess. Hopefully you'll treat that kid a hell of a lot better than you've treated me, I snapped bitterly. I couldn't help it. I hated her right now. This baby needs a stable life, Mia said firmly. I was all for helping you rebel before I found out about him, but things have changed now. Overthrowing the elders is impossible. This is the way things are. Micah and I have to do what's best for our child. Does he know? I asked. She rubbed her stomach. Not yet, but I'm sure once I tell him, things will be different. I gave a skeptical noise. The best thing you can do for that baby is get yourself away from Micah. He's not going to be a good father. He'll change. This baby will bring us together. Please, he'll start abusing the kid right alongside you. Mia's eyes grew wide. He wouldn't do that. How many times did you think that before he started hitting you? Mia's eyes flashed to the side. I pressed myself against the bars. You listen to what I'm saying. If that kid grew up with no father at all, it'd be 1,000,000 times better than him having an abuser for a dad. What is that going to do to him? Watching Micah hit you? What's it going to do to him to let him get beat on? She shivered. It won't happen. We belong together. This baby, Micah will love him. Mia was a lost cause. She'd never believe Micah didn't have her best interests at heart. She had an addiction to a bad relationship, and she'd willingly bring kids into the situation if it meant keeping him around. I'd wanted to rescue her so badly, but saving her had come at the cost of sacrificing myself, and I just couldn't do that anymore. I couldn't drown myself to keep her afloat. Whatever happened to Mia and her child, it was in the hands of the Great Spirit now. I wanted no part of it anymore. I just wish I'd made that decision months ago. You want to make up for this? Go get Sophia, I said. You can get past the guards. Convince them to let me speak to her one last time. Then I'll forgive you. For everything. Mia nodded. Okay. I'm sorry, Liam. Yeah, sure. Sophia, hurry. Mia ran off. My legs were shaking, so I sat down on the floor again to get some rest. My eyes closed as I drifted in and out of consciousness. I was so tired. They still hadn't brought Alric back. It had been hours. I was terrified of what they'd done to him in the meantime. Or had they merely separated us? I didn't know. Eventually, I heard another door open somewhere down the line. I heard heavy hiking boots slapping against stone as someone came running down the hallway. My heart lifted when my gaze connected with brown eyes. A task force member was near, and he seemed disinterested in what was going on. Sophia fell to her knees when she reached my cell. The water soaked her jeans. I reached out through the bars and took her hands. The cell didn't permit us to do much else. Dried tear stains soaked her cheeks. It looked like she'd been crying all night. You've got 5 minutes, the guard said before he left us alone. Sophia broke down again. I reached up and wiped away her tears. Hey, don't cry, I whispered. It's all gonna be okay. Liam, you're going to die, she moaned. I saw them building the execution ring. It's actually happening. I felt like I was going to be sick, but the woman I loved was here and I couldn't fall to pieces in front of her. I changed the subject. Where's Esses? With Imogen. They wouldn't let me bring him down here. Sophia's frown was watery. Liam, you look awful. I forced a smile. This isn't exactly a 5-star resort, you know. Sophia gave a miserable laugh. I don't know how you keep doing this, she said shakily. I don't know how you stay so strong. She didn't know it was because I didn't have a choice. Everything I did for her, and I didn't want the memory of me breaking down before my execution seared into Sophia's mind for eternity, long after I was gone. What I feel doesn't matter right now, I said. I care about you. That bitch, Mia. I fucking hate her for giving you up. Sophia's voice was full of malice and loathing. She had a reason. Not a good one, but it's understandable, I said with a sigh. She's pregnant with Micah's kid, and Micah was in hot water with Oleander. Giving us up was the only way to make sure he stayed alive. Sophia's eyes cleared and her features softened. For the first time, it looked like Sophia could understand Mia's actions. It was probably the mothering instinct in her. She needs to take that kid and run, Sophia whispered. It doesn't matter what she does now. She's not our concern, I insisted. But Soph, you need to get the hell out of here. I'm not leaving without you. Her voice was firm and fierce. Her tears began to dry as she made the statement. You and I both know I'm not getting out of this one. I reached out and stroked her chestnut hair. I just wanted to run my hands through it over and over. We've gotten out of some pretty bad situations, she said. You've almost died how many times before? This one's no different. This time it's not just me who's in danger. It's all of us, I said. You get Jonah and Imogen and you leave. You understand me? Leave. Don't come back for me. Don't try to play the hero. If you try to stop the execution, they'll kill you too, and my sacrifice will have been for nothing. You can't expect me to sit back and watch you die. I don't want you to watch. I want you to be long gone before any of that happens, I stated. Take my family and go. Dad said he knows a safe place. Sophia shook her head. I won't do it. I'd rather die next to you. What is that going to do for me, huh? I took her face in my hands. Why would I want you to give up a single second of your life to try and save mine when we both know it's not going to work? I don't care. It's not worth living without you, she moaned. Don't ever say that. She was getting emotional again. My fingers combed through her hair. Sophie, come on. You've got to live your life and move on. You're going to find someone else and have lots and lots of babies, okay? That's what you want. It'll make you happy. You've got to go on without me. I'm not doing any of that without you. Her fingers ran along my arms and over the muscles there, like she was painting or sketching. I caught the glimmer of the engagement ring on her finger, and it was physically painful. I want your babies. It's okay. I felt like I was saying that over and over, and it would never really be okay, but there was nothing else I could do. You're gonna make it without me. You're strong. How can the ancestors let this happen? Her heart seemed full of despair. I don't understand why the Great Spirit wouldn't stop this. Sometimes the bad guys win, and there isn't anything we can do about it but leave what we lost behind and keep moving forward. I hushed. The prophecy's done, Soph. There's nothing left for you to do. You can be free now. I want you to fly high, baby, and don't look back. Sophia sniffed. I was aware of the guard's footsteps approaching. Time's up, he said. Say your goodbyes. No, I want to stay with them, Sophia screamed as the guard grabbed her by the forearm and yanked her to her feet. He pulled her in the direction of the exit as she cried my name over and over. Don't hurt her, I said feebly. Eventually, Sophia relented and allowed him to pull her away. He dragged her out of my sight, and I heard the door close again. Okay, she was gone, so now I was allowed to cry. I lay on my back on the stone floor and let the tears pour out of my eyes. I'd never see Sophia again, but she'd be alive. She'd be my last thought before the elders got done doing whatever they had planned for me. I just hoped to the ancestors, whatever man came after me took care of her just as well as I would have. But he'd never love her like I did. My passion for Sophia was incomprehensible. It went beyond feelings and could only be experienced at a soul level. If I had survived these past few years after Neshoma's death to lay my life down for Sophia, well, that was good enough for me. Hours passed. There was nothing to do but sit back and contemplate my life, but the time passed ridiculously fast. It felt like I couldn't grasp on to enough minutes, enough seconds. I only had so many precious moments before my life was stolen from me, and they were determined to slip away. It felt horribly akin to my near death in the tournament, and it was traumatizing to relive it all over again. When the light in the dungeons shifted, I heard the iron door that they'd taken Alric behind open. I watched a pair of task force members carry Alric down the hall as his feet dragged behind him. His face was puffy and full of bruises and scars. His clothes were soaked with blood, and his head hung limply on his shoulders. Alric was hardly recognizable. They'd tortured him for hours and only just gotten done now. Why didn't they torture me too? Didn't they think I had information to give? The answer was clear. The task force knew Alric was hiding something beyond the smuggling operation, something he'd failed to tell me. I was certain it was the same thing Ezra and the rest of them were keeping from Sophia, Imogen, Jonah, and I. The guards opened the door and threw Alric into the cell next to mine. He fell face first onto the stone and didn't move. The guards left. I inched closer to Alric's cell and inspected his injuries. It didn't look like he had any broken bones, but he'd been roughed up pretty badly. "Are you all right?" I asked. Alric painfully pulled himself to a sitting position. He leaned against the bars and breathed heavily, gasping for air. "I'll be fine once they bring an end to this charade," he rasped. He looked longingly at the puddle in his cell, like he thought about trying to drink it, but didn't have enough energy. "Where's Valda?" "In the outer gardens, chained up," Alric breathed. "It's where they'll do it." "Why haven't they executed us already? They've never hesitated to kill people before," I asked. "Because they want to make it a show. We're examples," Alric said roughly. "They won't allow us to die without a public audience." I was quiet for a moment before I said, "I'm guessing we'll be executed in a crueler way than is typical." Alric gave a painful moan as he shifted. "Are you familiar with the phrase, Ani morte e Kyra?" "Yes." It was an old Coigny way of execution. A victim would be tied to a pyre and a small fire lit beneath them. It wouldn't create enough smoke for the victim to die by carbon monoxide poisoning, so they'd slowly burn for hours, the flames starting with the feet and working their way up. Some history books noted that the process could take days. It was the worst thing that could happen to a Toaqua. "That's how you'll go. I'll be taken to a pool that's set up beside your pyre and submerged in increments. They'll hold me under until I'm struggling to breathe, then allow me to catch my breath before submerging me again. This process will continue, and they'll let me obtain shorter and shorter breaths each time until eventually they won't let me up at all. It's a process that will take hours." Alric spoke casually, as if he was talking about the weather and not his own death. He'd totally given up. They'd broken him. Horror crept over my bones and settled there. My gut twisted so badly it was actually agonizing. I didn't know how my tongue moved to ask the next question, because the rest of me was paralyzed. "What about your familiar?" "If Valda's lucky, her throat will be cut, but I don't see her going quietly." The only sound that could be heard was that of Alric's labored breathing. I debated on asking my next question, but I was going to die regardless, so I figured it couldn't hurt. "What were they interrogating you about?" Alric coughed. "Something that is none of your concern." Rage festered underneath my skin and heated my core. "That's bull," I spat. "I've done everything you've asked me to without question. I've been there for everything, for everyone, and I know you're hiding something. You owe me an explanation. Alric gave a tired sigh.
Liam, if I explained everything, you'd never forgive me.
You can't let me go to my grave without telling me what's going on, I growled. What you must know is that there are things I purposely kept from you and your friends. I would not have done this unless there was no other choice. My brother knows. Some of our friends know. They're in on it, I insisted.
Yes, and all of them have agreed that it was best to conceal certain things from the four of you. Trust me when I say that telling you everything would put Sophia's life in jeopardy, even now.
Fine. Alric could keep his secrets. Nothing was worth Sophia's life. It was obvious he wouldn't give up the goods, even at the end.
I only wish I could see him one last time,
Alric whispered. He stared at the other end of his cell, as if he could see Professor Perot now. I pitied Alric. I'd gotten to say goodbye to my love. Alric would never get to say farewell to Perot. He'd probably be dead long before Perot even got the news, wherever he was. I tapped my fingers against the floor. What I don't get, Oleander seemed pretty content to take me in the place of everyone else. He made it clear I was the one they were after.
They never wanted you, Liam,
Alric wheezed.
They're after your father.
I froze. What?
Chief Maito disappeared a few days ago. Oleander ordered his death sentence. No one can find him,
Alric said.
Your execution is to bring him out of the woodwork. They were going to use Maddie, but have considered this a better option. They have more evidence against you for the death penalty, not to mention Oleander wants to keep Maddie for himself, to use her gift for his own purposes.
My breath left my lungs and my hands tangled in my hair. I sprang upward and started pacing my cell, looking for a way out. Any way. Oleander had found out about Maddie's powers and he was going to kill my dad. I couldn't let that happen. I can't sit here while they're planning to use me as bait. I have to get out, I insisted. I ran from corner to corner, grabbed the bars, shook them, but nothing did any good. I finally resorted to kicking and punching at the door, but it wouldn't budge. I felt like a trapped animal in a cage, the walls slowly closing in.
Save your energy, Alric whispered. You'll need it.
A growing terror encompassed my chest as I heard the sound of multiple boots clomping down the hallway. 12 task force members, all holding Noxite guns, marched in front of our cells. The lead guard stepped in front of my cell and opened the door. It made a resounding clank that echoed ominously in my ears.
Sunset has come, kid, he said. It's the end of the line.
Chapter 22. Sophia. Liam's words rang in my ears as the task force shoved me out of the dungeons. You've gotta go on without me. No way in hell. You're strong. If I didn't find a way to stop this, I was nothing. I curled my hands into fists and racked my brain for solutions as I headed back to the Anichi dorms, where my friends and I had stayed the night. We'd been granted our freedom, thanks to Liam's sacrifice, but the task force was still watching us closely. No doubt they were ready to strike the second we tried to retaliate. Like Oleander said, agreements can be changed. I didn't believe for 1 second he'd uphold his end of the bargain once Liam's execution took place. He had no honor. Which meant I had to get Liam out of here one way or another, or we were all doomed. I wouldn't run like... I yelped as a hand shot out from a dark classroom and pulled me into the shadows. I'd been so consumed in my own thoughts that I hadn't been watching my surroundings. I tried to scream, but a hand slapped over my mouth to stifle it.
Shh, Sophia, it's me.
My eyes widened at the sound of that deep, rough voice. I grabbed his hand and pulled it off my mouth, then whirled around to face Luanu. He was wearing a bearskin rug on his back, like it was some sort of disguise, and held a bow with a quiver of arrows. Luanu must have felt the ring on my finger because his eyes flickered downward, though he didn't look shocked. It was like he already knew. At the sight of him, heat flared through my bones, so hot that my fire threatened to escape. This was all his fault. If he'd been here to save Maddie, none of this would have happened. He'd failed his kids. Because of him, Liam was going to die. Before I knew what I was doing, I swung my fist out, and it connected with Luanu's jaw. Nearby, Tatum let out a low growl. "Where were you?" I hissed. My voice was raw with devastation. Luanu rubbed his jaw.
I suppose I deserved that, didn't I?
Maddie was being held prisoner, I snapped, and now Liam's awaiting execution. You were supposed to be there for them, and you've been hiding like a coward. Some father you are. Luanu steeled his gaze, like the insult had no effect on him. If I hadn't been raging right now, I would have realized it was just a mask, one that a chief had learned to wear in times like this.
Please let me explain, Sophia,
he begged. I crossed my arms. Fine. Where have you been all night? Where were you when Liam needed you?
Yesterday, I went to find Maddie to tell her our plans to escape,
Luanu explained.
I couldn't find her anywhere. I returned to the house at midnight to see if Liam had gotten a message to her, that perhaps she was with you, but none of you were there. I ventured to the school to look for her, and snuck around in this.
Luanu gestured to his sorry excuse of a disguise.
I didn't know what had happened until I saw the task force taking Liam to the dungeons. I only learned about the Anichi dorms when I followed them to see where they were taking Liam. By the time I got to the dorms for the rest of you, they were so heavily guarded I couldn't get through.
You could have used your magic, I spat.
So they'd kill my son on the spot?
Luanu asked.
I know how Oleander works, Miss Henley. Liam is only being held prisoner to bring me out of hiding. The council hasn't seen me for days, and I intend to keep it that way.
So you'll risk your own son's life for your own? I exclaimed. Shh! Luanu shot a glance at the door and lowered his voice.
No, Sophia. Even if I come forward now, they won't pardon Liam. They'll kill us both. I've been waiting for an opportunity to speak with you. I intend to free both Liam and Maddie, but I need your help.
Maddie? I balked. They still have her? We hadn't seen her since last night. I'd assumed Oleander had let her and Drew go, per the agreement, and that either Luanu had found them or they'd fled back to the island. Luanu frowned.
I heard the guards talking. Somehow they found out about her gift. They're still holding her because of it.
My teeth gritted, but I was no longer mad at Luanu. This just went to show Oleander would do anything to get his way. I'm in, I said. Luanu breathed a sigh of relief.
If we're going to work together, Sophia, there's something I must get off my chest first.
Oh? I raised an eyebrow. Luanu took a deep breath.
Sophia, I must apologize for how I've treated you in the past. Ancestors know the terrible things I have done, and the day will come when I must answer to the Great Spirit. But I see now how wrong I was. I always believed that fire and water couldn't mix, but you and Liam have proven otherwise time and time again. Now I see that the only way to win this war is if fire and water come together.
His tone was genuine. It was so full of sorrow that my eyes began to well with tears. Never before had I heard such a sincere apology.
I guess what I'm trying to say, Sophia, is...
His eyes flickered down to my ring again.
Congratulations on the engagement, and welcome to the family.
Now I was crying for real. What the fuck? Tears streamed down my face as I took in his words. Luanu had made amends before, but it wasn't like this. Back then, he was willing to accept mine and Liam's relationship because it was what made Liam happy, despite Luanu's protests. Now I saw no ill will behind his eyes. Luanu wasn't just saying this for Liam's sake or some political move. He meant it. He wanted me to be his daughter-in-law. I wiped at my eyes. Thank you, Chief Maito. Luanu placed a hand on my shoulder.
Please, Sophia, call me Luanu.
Thank you, Luanu, I said. Then, before I knew what I was doing, I reached out and put my arms around Luanu's middle, the way I used to hug my dad. Luanu stiffened for a moment, before relaxing into the hug. Ancestors, he even smelled a little like my dad, like salt water and ocean breeze. We stood like that in silence for several minutes, until Tatum came up and shoved his nose between us. I assumed he wanted to get in on the hug, but he was so big that he basically just shoved us apart. I scratched the grizzly bear on the top of the head. Hey there, Tatum, I said. You want some attention too? The bear dropped his head, then looked back up at Luanu with a melancholy expression. Luanu's face fell. They shared a look I couldn't quite read. What is it? I asked. What did he say? Luanu stared at me with wide eyes, like he couldn't believe whatever Tatum had said. The strange look lasted only a second before he blinked and his face was back to normal.
Nothing, Sophia. It's time to rally the others and decide on our plan of attack.
They're in the Anichi dorms, I told him. But it's not safe there. The task force are watching. Luanu pressed a finger to his chin in thought.
Then we'll have to meet in another secure location.
I shook my head. There aren't any in the castle anymore. The Anichi dorms were our best shot, and they've been discovered.
There's another place, Luanu said. The 4 houses still maintain control of their dormitories. Have Ezra lead you to the secret passageway to the Toakwa dorms. I'll meet you there.
Wait, I said. Where are you going?
You're a free woman for now,
he reminded me.
But the task force still wants my head. I must not be seen.
Okay, we'll see you soon. I hurried out of the room and back toward the Anichi dorms. There were task force members at the base of the tower. They were walking around as if they were just passing by on patrol, but I knew they were there to watch our movements. Though we were free, Oleander was keeping close watch. I walked straight past them and up to the Anichi dorms. Imogen was nodding her hands together in her lap while Sassy spun around in circles like she was distressed. Ezra paced around and looked like he was about to punch something. Jonah sat on one of the couches with his hands formed in a ball, like he was trying to conjure lightning. Squeaks was using her beak and claws to tear apart a pillow in fury. They all wore identical looks of worry on their faces. Everyone's eyes darted toward me when I entered the common room. Essis jumped off the back of the sofa where he'd been sitting next to Imogen and bounded over to me.
How's my brother?
Ezra asked breathlessly. I caught Essis as he jumped toward my chest. He snuggled in tightly, like he'd missed me for the brief time I'd been away. Well, he's about to be executed, so you can guess, I stated flatly. Ezra's lips tightened.
Yeah, I can see it clear as day. Don't come after me, Sophia. Run away.
I raised my eyebrows. Exactly. Ezra huffed and crossed his arms.
Well, screw him. I'll do anything to save my brother. I would too,
Jonah said through gritted teeth.
If I could get these damn Stormlord powers to work!
Jonah shot to his feet and punched the cushion he'd been sitting on. Squeaks jumped from where she stood beside the couch. Jonah growled.
I was gonna whip some shit up at the execution, get my best bud out of there, but I must have used up all my magical juice on that beast. I won't be recharged before this goes down.
I held up a hand to get Jonah to calm down. We'll find another way. What's your plan? Imogen asked. I glanced around the room, as if I might spot a task force member hiding out in the shadows. Even if they hadn't stationed a spy up here, I knew this wasn't a safe place to talk. I can't stay here, I said. We need to pack our stuff and get going. How are we going to get past the task force without raising suspicion? Imogen asked. I bet they expect us to stay for the execution. Unless... Are we taking the smuggling tunnel? I shook my head. No, we're staying inside the school for now. But you make a good point. We'll leave our stuff here and come back for it later.
If we have to make a quick break for it, Diami can always fly through the glass ceiling,
Ezra offered. I nodded. Take only your familiars. We left the Anichi dorms and walked by the task force members. I couldn't see their faces, but I caught them turning their heads like they suspected something. Ezra rubbed his belly.
I'm mighty hungry.
I elbowed him in the ribs and he gasped. Yeah, because that doesn't look suspicious, I hissed. He shrugged as we entered the empty stairwell that led to the main floor.
It's not a lie. It's well past lunchtime, and we haven't eaten all day.
I lowered my voice, even though there weren't any task force members around. Then let's hope you can scrounge up some food for us from the Tawakwa dorms. That's where we're headed. Everyone furrowed their brows in unison, but Imogen was the one who spoke. The dorms? Sophia, what's going on? I can't say until we get there, I insisted. It could put us all at risk. You need to get us into the secret tunnel that leads to the Tawakwa dorms. Ezra rubbed his hands mischievously.
You've got it. And food will be easy to find. I've got a stash of snacks hidden in that tunnel.
Jonah eyed me.
What kind of mission has Liam baby got you up to?
I ignored Jonah's question because we exited the stairwell and there were 2 task force members walking down the hall. Besides the task force, we only passed by a handful of students and 1 professor, but they paid us no mind. For a Friday, the castle was pretty quiet. The melancholy atmosphere might have had something to do with the recent raids and the execution blocks they were building outside in the gardens, but what did I know? Psst! A voice came from inside one of the professor's offices. I almost didn't register it until it came again. Psst! Essis tugged on my shirt, and I backpedaled to glance inside the door, which was open only a crack. What I saw there made my heart stop. Maddie? I hissed. Maddie didn't look at all like herself. Her hair was disheveled, and there was dirt all over her face and clothes. She looked like she'd spent a week down in the dungeons, not a single night. Everyone else stopped in their tracks. Maddie opened the door wider and waved her hand. Come inside, quick! We glanced up and down the hall, but the coast was clear, so the 4 of us and our familiars ducked inside the office. The office was nothing more than a dark room with empty shelves lining the walls. It must have belonged to one of the professors who left at the end of last semester. Irakari took a step back into the corner to make room for everyone, but with herself, Diami, and Squeaks in the room, there was almost no space for the rest of us. By some miracle, Jonah managed to get the door closed. Ancestors, Maddie, Imogen whispered as she took in her appearance. We're so glad you're okay, I said, but I barely got the words out before Ezra shoved me aside. He scooped up his little sister and squeezed her tightly.
Maddie, what happened to you? We thought you were released and went back home.
Maddie shook her head. Oleander wanted to keep me locked up, but I escaped with Irakari. I tried going back to the Anichi dorms, but the task force was watching like a hawk.
Then why didn't you leave?
Ezra demanded.
They'll be looking for you.
Maddie wiped at her eyes. They still have Drew. I have to find a way to get him out.
No,
Ezra said firmly.
They'll capture you again.
Ez, this isn't up for debate. Maddie's eyes shone with determination.
Yes, it is, he insisted. Sophia has a plan.
All eyes turned to me. I swallowed the lump in my throat. Well, kind of.
What do you mean, kind of? Jonah asked. Let's hear it.
We have to get to the passageway, I reminded them. Ezra glanced around the room.
This looks like a safe place to talk.
Well, I can't tell you the plan because I'm not the one who made it, I said. They all exchanged a look of confusion.
Then who? Jonah demanded. Where are you taking us, Sophia?
I told you already, I replied. It's the only safe place to talk. Imogen narrowed her eyes at me, like she suspected there was something I wasn't saying. I can't tell you in case someone's listening, I said, but we have to get there quick. Maddie's tears had dried and she faced me. I trust you. I'm coming with.
No, Mads, Ezra protested. You could be spotted.
Maddie grabbed Ezra by the shoulders and looked straight into his eyes. Ez, I'm coming with. He groaned.
Fine. It's not far. Let's go.
I didn't know how we made it through the halls without being spotted. We had a freaking ice dragon and thunderbird at our side. But there wasn't a single task force member in this part of the school. They must have been out raiding houses or building the execution platforms. That or the ancestors were watching over us today, because Ezra led us into another empty classroom without so much as spotting a task force member. This is where the secret tunnel is? I asked, glancing around. It was just a normal classroom. Oh, you mean Ezra's sex dungeon? Maddie joked. Jonah nudged him with his elbow.
Dude, you have a sex dungeon and didn't tell me?
Ezra frowned.
I prefer the term hookup hallway.
Yeah, whatever, I said. Show us the way. Ezra opened a supply closet, and I glanced inside. There were shelves lined on either side with potion vials filled with a clear liquid. Ezra stepped into the closet and stood there for a few seconds, with his arms at his sides and his palms held up. What's he doing? Imogen asked. You'll see, Maddie said. After a few moments, the liquid in the vials began to rise into the air. I realized that the liquid was nothing but water. Ezra controlled it so that it formed into a big ball in front of him. Then he guided it to the stone wall at the back of the closet. The water moved to fill all the crevices between the stones, running like a river through them. The moment all the valleys were filled with water, a click sounded. My eyebrows shot up as the stone wall slid to the side. It was a lock only Toaqua could open. Clever. The door slid to the side all the way, revealing,
Dad?
Ezra cried. A long hallway stretched in front of us, completely blanketed in darkness, except for the small amount of light coming from the windows in the classroom. Luanu leaned against the stone wall like he was exhausted. He stood up straight when he saw us.
Inside, kids, quickly.
Luanu waved, and we all hurried in. Diami was so big that he barely fit. The door slid shut behind us, and Irakari gave a low croon. Ow! Imogen cried. Jonah, that was my foot!
Sorry,
he muttered. I cradled Essus in one arm and held up my free hand to light the passageway with my flame. Luanu's eyes landed on Irakari, then darted to Maddie.
Maddie, you're okay,
he exclaimed. Maddie threw herself at her dad and wrapped him in a hug. I'm fine, Daddy. I got out by myself. He pressed his nose into her hair as they embraced.
Good girl.
Maddie drew away from her father. What's the plan? Sophia says you have one. Luanu cleared his throat.
Yes, well, first things first. Sophia, I want you to stay out of sight.
What? I gaped at him. I thought you said you needed my help.
That was before—
No excuses. I cut him off. I will not stand back while the man I love is in danger. Nothing can stop me from helping you. Luanu hesitated. I must have sounded convincing because he finally nodded.
Okay, but it's a priority to keep you safe. Ezra and Maddie, I want you to return home and get the family to the rendezvous point. No way, Ezra stated. I'm helping you break out Liam.
I'm not going either, Maddie insisted. They still have Drew. Luanu's features hardened.
My plan only requires one Tawakwa, and I want to know you two are safe. For all we know, the task force is already at the island charging your mother with treason for hiding me away these last few days.
Ezra's face fell.
Which is why, Ezra, I need you to go to them,
Luanu commanded.
Someone needs to protect them.
Ezra looked conflicted, but he knew he didn't have a choice. He couldn't abandon his mother and younger siblings in favor of his older brother, not when his father already had Liam handled.
Okay,
Ezra caved.
I'll fly Diami to the island and get everyone off as quickly as I can.
Maddie crossed her arms. Until we get Drew out, I'm staying.
Maddie, I want you somewhere safe,
Luanu argued. In case you haven't noticed, nowhere is safe, Dad, Maddie burst. You just said yourself the task force might have gone after Mom. We each need to save someone. Ez goes after Mom and the kids, you go after Liam, and I go after Drew. Wouldn't you prefer to have a Natarai at your side anyway? Luanu gaped at her. Maddie was always so soft-spoken. I bet she'd never stood up to her dad like that before. For a moment, I thought I saw pride pass his features.
Very well.
Luanu nodded firmly.
Maddie stays. As for the rest of us, here's what we're going to do.
Everything was in place. Luanu's plan should work, in theory. But we only had one shot at this. If we didn't succeed, if things got out of hand, Liam's life wouldn't be the only one on the line. The outer gardens were supposed to be a happy place. They were where Liam and I had shared that amazing kiss at the elemental ball, where we watched Imogen and Jonah give a fashion show, and where we shared so much laughter and love. Now a dark cloud hung over the gardens, in both a literal and metaphorical sense. Practically the whole school was here, and I didn't think it was out of respect. I couldn't name a soul who'd want to watch this torture. No doubt the task force had incited fear into the students and faculty to force them to watch as their most beloved headmaster was put to death. There was no better Hawkeye for Oleander to make an example of. Everyone loved Alric. I stood toward the front of the crowd near the fire. I wore a blue Orenda Academy hoodie I stole from the Lost and Found. The hood was up, concealing my face. It was the perfect disguise, considering all the other students were wearing similar attire. The evening wind was anything but pleasant. Most people wore hats and hoods to ward off the chill. Essis was nuzzled in the outer pocket, waiting. Everywhere I looked, there were task force members. I'd never seen so many in one place at a time. Some had familiars at their sides, which we hadn't anticipated. This wasn't going to be as easy as we thought. Somewhere behind me were Jonah, Imogen, and Maddie, spread evenly throughout the crowd. It was all part of Luanu's plan. Rile the crowd and create a distraction so the task force couldn't stop us from going after Liam and Alric. Luanu stood inside the castle, watching from out a window where the task force couldn't see him. I scanned the crowd and noticed my friends. Lindsay and Miranda stood close to Vanessa. Each of them held one of her hands. Their familiars stood in front and behind her, like they were protecting her and the baby. Aisha was on high alert, as if ready to fry anyone who came too close. Vanessa's belly was huge now, and she was due within the month. I wish she could have stayed home. The gardens were dead silent. Even the familiars could sense what was about to happen, and not one made a peep. The only sound I could hear was the whistle of the wind through the trees. Dry leaves flew across the stone path at the front of the gardens, but besides that, nobody moved. Behind the execution devices, Alric's familiar, Valda, was being held down by chains. The amethyst dragon would be forced to watch as her elementai was tortured to death. The entire Elder Council sat in chairs, lined beside the water tank to observe. I tried to get a read on Madame Doya's expression, but she gave nothing away. The only hint of emotion I saw was when her eyes flickered out to the crowd. I followed her gaze to see Bane standing at the front, his hands crossed and features sullen. Bane had been missing all day. I didn't know where he'd been. We needed him right now. Though he hadn't been let in on the plan, I hoped he joined in to help when things started getting crazy. A drum beat sounded, marking the beginning of the execution ceremony. My stomach lurched. Soon more and more drum beats came. They were slow and melancholy, like the music you heard in movies when they walked a line of prisoners to the gallows. Only this was worse. I swallowed down the dry lump in my throat, just to make sure my body was still working. The doors to the castle opened, and my stomach plummeted to my toes. 2 task force members held Liam's shoulders and guided him into the gardens. His hands were bound in front of him by Noxite handcuffs. His face had drained of all color and hope. Liam walked alongside the task force members willingly. He didn't fight them. He didn't try to get away. He just accepted his fate. The task force members walked him on stage to a device built over logs that I knew would be ignited minutes from now. It looked like a cross they used to crucify people on, except it was attached to a lever they could move up and down, depending on how much of his body they wanted to expose to the flames. I felt sick. I could barely watch this. As they attached Liam to the device, 2 other task force members dragged Alric out of the castle. He stumbled. One of them grabbed Alric by the hair and pulled him back to his feet in a cruel manner. Several people in the crowd gasped. It was the first I heard anyone make a sound. Valda struggled in her chains, and her cries echoed to the mountains and back. The task force forced Alric's arms up and tied them to a similar lever structure, hands above his head. As they did so, the sound of footsteps against stone echoed throughout the gardens. Oleander walked out of the castle and stopped between the 2 torture devices. He looked out at the crowd with an expression of regret, like he was truly sorry for what was happening here. Manipulative bastard. Oleander pulled a scroll from his pocket. A legit scroll, like we were in the fucking Middle Ages. He began to read.
Caspian Alric and Liam Mito, you are both hereby charged with high treason.
He listed off their crimes, which made the 2 of them sound horrible. There were things on that list that went far beyond smuggling out wanted criminals from the tribe, as Oleander had put it. He suggested that the 2 of them had been working with Professor Fawn and Professor Kostas and were responsible for the plague that swept through the tribe last semester. He said they'd been plotting with Jamin's people and incited the riots that killed hundreds of Hawkeye. My hands curled into fists. I was ready to burn this fucking place to the ground. I'd had enough of these lies and was ready to get this over with. To end Oleander. Murmurs traveled through the crowd as he continued to read the scroll. Half the crowd seemed to believe it and sounded pleased Liam and Alric were getting what they deserved. The other half were in shock. No, not Alric. Oleander wouldn't lie. There must be some mistake. Oleander ignored the whispers.
The accused have been found guilty of masterminding the murders of over a dozen professors who disappeared after the riots.
Ludicrous! A voice came from the middle of the crowd. I recognized it as Jonah's.
Where's the proof? Where are the bodies?
The murmurs grew. Oleander acted as if he hadn't heard Jonah's outburst and continued to list off their crimes.
Caspian Alric has hereby been found guilty of illegally trafficking magical creatures in and out of Kinpago.
Illegal trafficking? I barely saw Alric around magical creatures, besides the Dracovern I'd seen him with a few times. But he couldn't have been trafficking them. Oleander was grasping at every straw he could. "We demand a trial!" Maddie's voice came from across the crowd. A few people murmured in agreement. "They've been framed," Imogen called. Task force members stationed at the perimeter of the crowd could be seen looking for those shouting things, but it was so crowded they couldn't find the source. Oleander rolled up his scroll and stuffed it back into his pocket. He turned to the task force behind him. From where I stood, I could see the vile look on his face. He wanted these two dead, and he'd find great pleasure in watching it happen. Oleander said something to the task force members. Then he took a seat beside the other elders as the task force moved in to begin the torture. One of them lit the flames beneath Liam's feet, while another lowered Alric into the water tank. Liam flinched, waiting for the red-hot, searing pain to hit him. Luanu and I were ready. I killed the flames beneath Liam, the same time Luanu spread the water out around Alric, creating a pocket of air around him so he could breathe. Liam's eyes shot open, and he looked downward in surprise. The flames were gone. The entire crowd shared a collective gasp. No one was expecting the elements to misbehave. Oleander shot to his feet. His nostrils flared as he scanned the crowd, as if to identify the culprit. "You see?" Imogen shouted. "Even the ancestors don't want them dead!" A few people within the crowd agreed, but others began shouting protests.
"They're working together!
Someone's rigging it!" Oleander looked shocked at first when he saw the fire go out, but now he smirked in satisfaction at the protests. He found pleasure in knowing there were idiots falling for his tactics. Oleander held his hands in the air to quiet the crowd.
"Fear not, fellow Hawkeye. These traitors will get what they deserve. As for anyone found tampering with the elements, they will be prosecuted in the same manner."
"Find the traitors!" someone in the crowd shouted. "Kill them!" another joined in. "Spare the innocent!" Maddie screamed.
"Yeah!"
a voice I didn't recognize added.
"How can any of these crimes be proven?"
It was a bit of a relief to know that we had part of the crowd on our side.
"The elders need not explain themselves,"
Oleander spat as he returned to center stage. He must have realized he let his real personality slip through instead of the persona he put on for the masses, because he straightened his tie and changed his tone of voice.
"As for those interrupting this execution..."
A task force member stepped forward and held a small black box out to Oleander. He opened it and pulled out an object I couldn't make out until he held it up to the crowd. A compass. Oleander smirked as he placed it in his palm.
"This is not just any ordinary compass. It is enchanted by the Arcania to identify sources of magic, which means that it will point to whoever was the last to use their powers."
Oleander's tone darkened, and my heart rate sped up.
"This compass will show who is responsible for meddling with the Elder's sentence today."
My entire body froze as Oleander looked down at the compass. His eyes followed the arrow straight to me, and he pointed an ugly finger in my direction.
"Get her!"
What the fuck? This wasn't supposed to happen. All we wanted to do was rile the crowd. I wasn't supposed to be captured. Task force members ran at me at all angles. The earth shook beneath their feet and wind whipped around me. I knew it was all thanks to Imogen and Jonah. A few task force members went down, but it didn't slow them all. They lunged at me, and I shot fireballs to protect myself. I glanced every way around me to find an exit, but I was completely surrounded. 3 task force members caught me at once, and I was slammed to the ground. Essis was almost squished in my pocket, but he scurried out of the way at the last second. 2 task force members jumped him and held him down, because apparently it took 2 grown men to hold down a freaking Kerbal. "Let go of me!" I screamed. I summoned heat to my skin to scare them off, but they must not have felt it through their gloves. Something poked me in the back, and I knew on instinct that it was a Noxite gun.
Move,
one of the task force members growled from behind me. My knees shook, but I did as they instructed. They dragged me up to the front and onto the execution platform. My gaze connected with Liam's, and my eyes began to water. I'd never seen him look as disappointed as he did in that moment.
Bowie,
he mouthed. I swallowed the tears back, only because I couldn't let myself cry in front of Oleander. If it were just me and Liam here, I would have been crying by now. The look he gave me was as if I'd just shot an arrow straight through his heart. I'd never meant to betray Liam, only to save him. And now I was going to be executed too, and right in front of him, no doubt. He'd asked me to leave, and I didn't. In a way, I had betrayed my one true love. The task force spun me around to face the crowd. Oleander reached up and snagged my hood down, ripping strands of hair as he did. I wished I could say the crowd was shocked, but it was as if they expected this from me.
Sophia Henley.
Oleander sneered my name.
The evidence is clear. You are hereby sentenced to execution for interfering with the Elder's sentencing.
2 task force members stepped around me and placed a huge hunk of wood in front of me. It looked like a tree trunk. Another came forward holding a giant axe. What the fuck? They were literally going to execute me medieval style, via decapitation. What the hell was wrong with this administration?
We had a deal,
Liam shouted at Oleander. Oleander ignored him and just chuckled. Doya shot to her feet and Naomi bared her teeth.
This is absurd. Sit down,
Oleander growled at her, before lowering his voice so only those on stage could hear.
You need to pick which side you're on, Madam Doya.
Doya's expression smoldered. His threat had made her hesitate, but at the same time it didn't look like she was going to back down. I narrowed my gaze at Oleander. You had this planned all along, didn't you? You never intended to spare my friends because you knew we'd step in. Oleander spoke lowly so only I could hear.
I can't have anyone tampering with my message, now can I?
That's all I was to him. A message. An example. We all were. I smirked at him. Good luck getting away with it. Oleander cocked an eyebrow.
Believe me, Bayami rat, I can handle anything you throw at me.
The terrifying roar of a grizzly bear echoed throughout the gardens as Tatum ran out of the castle and barreled his way through the task force members lined up nearby. Luanu rode on Tatum's back and let out a traditional Hawkeye battle cry as they charged. Luanu drew back a bow and aimed an arrow straight at Oleander's chest. All task force members aimed their guns at the water chief, but none of them shot for fear that Oleander would be taken down with him. Tatum came to a halt at my side. Essis cheered in victory from the arms of one of the task force members. The crowd gasped, but their voices were quickly silenced as they looked on in shock. Oleander's features faltered.
Chief Mido, it's so nice of you to join us.
Oleander was playing nice because he knew Luanu was the one person in the tribe he couldn't make an example of. He couldn't take down one of the elders so publicly, or people would surely turn against him. No one would believe it without a fair trial.
"Don't call me your chief," Luanu growled. "You lost the right to call me that the day you split up the tribe."
Luanu kept his arrow trained on Oleander, but he addressed the crowd.
"Oleander is not your ally. He and Chiefess West Phoenix have been enemies to the Hawkeye all this time. It was her idea to split up the tribe and incite a war, so she could gain ultimate power and put Coigny at the top. She desired that the Coigny would rule, instead of being treated as equals among all houses. Oleander stole her idea and acted first, but he never had the best interests of his house at heart. All he cares about is getting to the top himself, and he'll take down anyone to get there." "He's lying!" Oleander shouted. "The two-house system is what's best for the tribe!" "Then where are all the Bayami?" Luanu snapped. "You've raided their homes, taken their children, and incited a genocide, all in the name of power." "I'm cleansing the tribe of criminal activity," Oleander sneered. "You threatened the elders and their families to go along with this, and look where it's gotten us," Luanu shouted, like he hadn't even heard Oleander's rebuttal. "You're killing our own."
Oleander pointed a finger at Luanu and turned to the crowd.
"Lies! All lies! He's a traitor!" "Then let me ask you this," Luanu screamed to the crowd. "Who would you rather lead the DeForti? Chiefess West Phoenix or Elder Oleander?"
It was in that moment that the crowd went fucking nuts. Luanu knew what he was doing. The crowd was exclusively DeForti. Telling the truth about the Bayami genocide wasn't going to faze them. He had to hit them where it really hurt, pitting Annette's supporters against Oleander's.
"It was Annette's idea! She should be the one leading! Oleander's a cheat! At least he's a man. What does a woman know?"
"He's brand new to the council. He doesn't know shit."
"Oleander has honor. He speaks the truth."
Annette shot from her chair, seeing her opportunity and taking it. "Luanu's right. Oleander is nothing but a fraud. I should be leading the Hawkeye." Annette cocked her head ever so slightly, as if giving someone a signal. The next second, a group of people that dressed like the ones from the riots came swarming into the execution area. They looked like Jamin's people, but it was clear from Annette's subtle signal that she controlled them. She'd been ready for this, and she was going to pin it on Jamin the moment it all went down. Task force members began shooting Noxite darts into the crowd. Elementi and familiars went down, but at least a dozen got past them and made a beeline for Oleander.
"Let go of me!" Oleander shouted. "Not our chief! Not our chief!"
they chanted, as they dragged him over to the logs beneath Liam's execution ring. I froze up as everything erupted at once. I was immediately taken back to the night of the riots, but this wasn't like the nightmares I'd been having over the last few months. This was far too real. At least 20 fights had broken out among the crowd. Whirlwinds swirled around the gardens. The earth shook and vines grew to wrap around people's legs. Toaqua were summoning water from Alric's torture tank to fight their enemies. The Coigny who'd grabbed Oleander had started a fire beneath Liam and had tossed Oleander into the flames. His deafening scream rang out through the gardens as his flesh burned. The sound of a dragon's cry came from above as Irikari swooped down from the sky. Maddie rode on her back to rescue Alric in the wave of chaos, joined by Imogen and Sassy. I thought I saw Bane rushing forward to help them, but there was so much happening that I couldn't be sure. Valda pulled at her chains, struggling to escape. I could see the chains straining to hold the dragon down. Somewhere in all the chaos, Essis' scream tore through all the noise. That's what snapped me back to attention. A task force member was squeezing Essis tightly as he tried to struggle away. I leapt into fight mode and ran over to him. I shot a fireball out of my hand, hitting the task force member square in the face. The fireball slammed into his helmet so hard that it shattered his visor. He dropped Essis, and my familiar bounded over to me and jumped on my shoulder. "Let's go!" I screamed. I turned to Liam. Luanu and Jonah were trying to get to him, but they couldn't get past the flames. I jumped straight over them and killed the ones around me with my magic, while I reached up to untie the ropes binding Liam to the cross.
Bowie, what did I tell you?
Liam coughed through the smoke. I never made any promises, I shot back. The deafening sound of shattering glass made the two of us flinch. I glanced behind me to see the water tank had broken. A tsunami of water was spreading out through the gardens. It met with the flaming pile of wood beneath my feet. A mix of steam and smoke rose on all sides of us as a chilling hiss drowned out most of the other noises.
Sophia, save yourself,
Liam snapped. You don't have a choice, I growled. I'm getting you out of here. The ties binding Liam down broke free, and I caught him as he slumped forward. They must have not fed him a thing, because the weight he put on me suggested he could barely move his muscles. I'd never seen Liam this bad before. It was worse than when he'd been in the hospital with pneumonia earlier this year. Essis placed a paw on Liam's arm as I dragged him out of the fire. Luanu met up with me at the edge of it, but it was almost impossible to see. The fire had escaped the execution ring now and was burning the gardens to the ground. There was so much smoke it hurt my lungs, and I was Coigny. Liam went into a coughing fit as I draped him over Tatum's back. Essis jumped on the grizzly to stay close to Liam so he could heal.
We need to get everyone out of here,
Jonah shouted above the roar of battle. Luanu pushed Tatum toward the doors of the school.
Get inside, all of you. We'll gather everyone in the great halls and escape. Understood?
Tatum began to run with Liam and Essis on his back. Jonah, Squeaks, and I raced into the school behind them. I prayed that the rest of our group would be there already with Alric. But when we got inside the doors, it wasn't the safe haven we thought it'd be from the war zone out in the gardens. Curtains and tapestries were on fire, and the flames ate away at regalia displays and feathered headdresses. Right in front of our eyes, our beloved Orenda Academy was being destroyed. My worst fear had come true. I was facing the riots all over again. The only question was, how many of us would make it out alive?
Chapter 23. Liam. All around us was chaos. Students and familiars were running everywhere, trying to escape the flames and trampling over each other to get out alive. I stirred on Tatum's back, slowly regaining consciousness. A few minutes ago, I was tied to a freaking pyre. Now, me and my friends were literally trapped in a matchbox that was going up in smoke. "The Great Hall!" Dad shouted again. He charged forward. I slipped off of Tatum's back so he could fight, and Essis jumped into my arms. Dad shot his bow into the crowd, and one of the arrows hit a task force member in the chest, bringing them down. Tatum roared and put his head down, barreling his way through the violence and clearing a way through. We ran toward the great hall, away from the flames that were slowly encroaching over the walls. "Liam, are you okay?" Sophia screamed over the noise. Her worried expression clearly noted my poor health. "I'm good," I shouted back. I hadn't eaten and barely slept, but Essis's healing powers gave me the strength to stay on my feet. The adrenaline was pumping through my veins. I'd last until we were in a safe place. Squeaks was helping Tatum clear a way through. A task force group ahead of us raised their Noxite guns to shoot, but Jonah pushed his hand out and a gust of air sent them smashing into the ceiling. We crossed through the hallway and entered into the great hall, and the noise increased tenfold. There were already so many bodies, so much blood. Corpses of both Elementi and familiars littered the floor as task force members and Hawkeye battled for blood. Elements whizzed through the air, making the room look like it was igniting in fireworks. Meanwhile, Annette's assassins dueled Oleander's men, and it didn't look like either of them were gaining the upper hand. Yapluma flew overhead, and people dropped from the skies, bones shattering on the ground as Noxite darts and elements took them out. "Over there!" Dad pointed, and we followed his lead. Bane was waiting in the great hall with Maddie, Imogen, and Alric. Bane was holding Alric up, who was slumped over and looking half dead. Maddie had taken water with her from the pool and shot it into the crowd before ordering the liquid to return to her hand so she could repeat the process. Imogen had manipulated the stone statues in the Great Hall to fight for her, and they prevented any task force member from coming too close. The statues knocked them down and ended their fight with a heavy blow if they dared to attack. Sassy and Irikari formed a protective barrier around the group. Sassy had transformed into her kitsune form. She lashed out with her vines at task force members and whipped them into submission. When a task force familiar tried to charge her, Sassy wrapped her vines around the panther's form and tossed him across the room. The cat yowled as it slammed against the wall and struggled to get up. Irikari spread her wings and shot daggers of ice into the crowd. When her snow breath hit task force members, they froze in place and became blocks of ice, immovable and helpless. Valda had broken out of her chains. I could hear her from outside as she flew above the school, searching for Alric. The dragon's cries shook the walls, and the flags depicting the Defortai symbol fell from the ceiling at the weight of her screams. Both of the doors to the Great Hall were open, but there was a task force barricade blocking the way out. They refused to let people through and shot Noxite darts into the crowd madly, with no concern as to who their bullets hit. When people pressed against the barricade, the task force members raised their hands and sent lethal blows from their fingers, which hit the chests of those attempting to escape. Their bodies absorbed the magical impact and went cold, falling backward onto the floor. The wails of dying familiars could be heard everywhere as their elementi fell. Many magical creatures curled around their bonded partners in an attempt to defend their remains from desecration as they themselves slowly passed away. They were killing their own people. Bayami, Defortai, it didn't matter. No one was an exception. When familiars tried to barge their way through the barricade, other magical creatures on the side of the task force prevented escape. Elementi dove out of the way as giant familiars crashed together in the great hall, sending furniture flying. Gore poured from wounds as enormous reptiles ripped into griffins, direwolves, and pegasi. Unicorns had blood on their horns, and Periton battled to the death until their antlers were broken and lying in pieces on the floor. We were trapped inside. There was nowhere else to go. Squeaks grabbed onto a task force member in front of her and threw them overhead. We joined with the rest of the group in the middle of the great hall, but felt suffocated as elementi started closing inward. We were going to be crushed. "Back off!" Maddie screamed. She sent her water magic out in a spinning disc, and it cut into the backs of several people, opening them up. They cried out as they went down, and Maddie's eyes sparked with tears. She didn't want to hurt anyone, but she had no choice. "Give me some of that," I said. Maddie split the water she had and hovered it over to me. I maintained a steady flow of it around my hand as Dad turned in a circle. "There must be a way." His eyes narrowed. "You all right, Caspian?" Alric's head bobbed in a slow roll. Bane grimaced. "We're outnumbered. No one's coming for us, Liwanu." "They'll come," Dad swore. I had no idea who he was talking about, but I didn't have any time to ask because he started barking directions. "The greenhouses aren't far. We'll make our way out through the dining hall and then—" Dad's voice was drowned out by noise as suddenly one of the walls in the great hall gave way. People screamed and scattered as stone went flying. Valda had broken through the wall. The dragon created a gaping exit in the castle that people ran through in an attempt to escape. As she stampeded through the wall, multiple stone bricks went flying, one of them as large as our group. It went sailing through the air toward us, threatening to crush us all. "No!" Sophia flung her left hand out while tightly grasping the spirit totem around her neck. From her palm bloomed a visible, transparent shield, which she expanded outward. The white shield slammed against the stone brick, and the object shattered into pieces. Sophia dropped her hand, wincing, and the shield died down with it. Multiple people around us stared at Sophia in wondrous horror, although most people were too busy fleeing to notice what she'd done. Everyone around us who didn't know about the spirit totem gaped. Bane's face was particularly comical.
Miss Henley, how did you—
Long story. This totem gives me Anachi magic, Sophia said. I can make a force field. Not a strong one, but enough to help us.
Marvelous,
Bane said, and a ray of hope lit up his face.
Can you keep one around us as we move?
I can't hold it for very long, Sophia explained quickly. I'm still learning. We didn't have time to talk further. The floor shook with the approach of dragon footsteps. Alric stumbled out of Bane's arms and to Valda. The dragon laid down her head as he grew near, and Alric climbed on top of it. He sat on the crook between her neck and head, holding onto her horns as Valda charged forward.
Caspian, don't try it, Dad begged. I have to make this right, Alric called back.
A fireball erupted in his palm, and Valda ran away from the group. That sure sounded like he was going after Oleander. As she left the ruins of the Great Hall, Valda's stampede was interrupted by a shadow approaching from the clouds. It was Oleander's familiar, Skyless. He descended through the smoke that was quickly consuming the skies, red scales glinting in the flames that surrounded the area. The Drakish roared, and one of its heads shot down in an attempt to grab Valda by the neck. She lunged out of the way, and the Drakish changed direction to circle back around again. The dragon hybrid spurted jets of flame out of each one of his 5 heads. Alric redirected the flames so that they diverged into the air instead of hitting Valda. Skyless growled in frustration as he soared by. Valda rose up on her hind legs to snap at Skyless, but the Drakish lunged out his claws and they snagged on Valda's left wing. She gave a loud roar of pain and fell back down to the earth, creating a mini earthquake. Alric tossed fireballs at Skyless while Valda recovered, though each of his shots missed. Valda's wing was tattered and bleeding from Skyless's claws. She could no longer fly. She had to fight on the ground. Skyless landed and swung his long tail at Valda. She ducked and lunged out with her fangs. Valda successfully managed to latch onto Skyless's tail, and she dug her teeth in. She wrenched Skyless around and flipped him onto his back before she climbed to prod him. Valda attempted to deliver a fatal blow to Skyless's chest, but she was unable to get at his heart with 5 heads to deal with. Alric could only keep 2 occupied at a time, while Valda was left to deal with 3. Eventually, Skyless launched her off, and the Drakish was back on 4 legs again and charging at the female dragon. Alric held on for dear life as the 2 dragons battled for dominance, rising on their back legs to claw at each other with a horrific violence that went beyond the laws of nature. All of us were frozen in horror, too scared to get involved. The dragons didn't care who they stepped on or hurt in their battle. Several people were smashed underneath the feet of the behemoths as their battle led back toward the Great Hall. I couldn't move. My feet were stuck to the floor even as my heartbeat quickened in terror. We had to get the fuck away from them before we were all crushed.
Elliot, go after Caspian, Dad instructed. I need to get the kids out of here.
Bane nodded. He moved faster than I'd ever seen him as he approached the advancing dragons. Bane gathered several strands of water from one of the nearby fountains and wrapped bands around the heads of the monster. He tried to hold Skyless down as Valda and Alric attacked, though his face strained with effort. I wasn't able to watch much more because Dad grabbed my shirt and dragged me behind him. We were forced to turn our backs on Bane and make a run for it. The exit Valda had made was crowded with people and tough to get through, so Dad turned the other way and headed down the hallway in the direction of the dining hall. As we ran, Squeaks and Sassy pressed in beside Sophia as if they were protecting her. Sophia couldn't move 2 steps without the familiars mirroring her movements. Essus scrambled out of my arms and jumped onto Sophia's hoodie. He snuggled into the pocket in front of her stomach and gave a low hiss, his hair standing on end. "What's gotten into them?" Sophia screamed, completely baffled. "Sassy won't say," Imogen cried. Jonah gave a blank look and shook his head, like he didn't know either. The familiars obviously knew something we didn't. Maddie was slowing us down, her head whipped from one direction to the other, hopelessly looking for Drew. I grabbed her hand and pulled her along, forcing her to keep up. The cafeteria was just as chaotic as the Great Hall was. All the entrances were blocked once again by task force members, though they were having trouble controlling the crowd as the flames grew in intensity. The castle was really going up now. I struggled to breathe amidst all the smoke. Friendly faces could be seen in the middle of the dining hall. Lindsay and Miranda were back to back, shooting off columns of flames from their hands at task force members and anyone else who challenged them. Their faces were panicked, like they had no idea what to do or where to go. Medusa bit anyone who drew near. She wrapped herself around the bodies of the people Lindsay dropped, crushing them with her strength. Evelyn, Miranda's Kirin familiar, charged and headbutted Elementi away with her horns. On the other side of the room, Wyatt could be seen. He didn't have any water with him, so he resorted to punching people and familiars who got too close. His knuckles were bloody, and red dripped from several cuts on his face. I didn't see his walrus familiar anywhere. They'd probably gotten separated. "Guys!" Imogen called, and she waved. The 3 of them recognized us, and their eyes lit up, but there were too many people blocking the way from us to them. Then Evelyn stepped before the group and closed her eyes. A pulsing magic emitted from the Kirin, and the sound knocked Hawkeye off their feet, clearing a way through. The barrier died down as it swept through us, and I shivered as I felt the power of Evelyn's magic. Miranda patted Evelyn's neck as they approached, telling her she was a good girl. "We were just looking for you," Lindsay said breathlessly, throwing her arms around Sophia. "It's a madhouse in here. There's no way out." "There has to be a way," Dad said firmly. He was refusing to give up hope. But I didn't think the rest of us shared that sentiment. There were too many people, too many task force members. The chances of all of us making it out alive were dismal at this point. "I don't know where Tuscan is," Wyatt said helplessly. "He could be anywhere." "We'll find him," I said, but it seemed like a weak promise. Locating a missing familiar in this mess was hopeless. "Vanessa!" Someone bellowed over the crowd. My heart dropped as I saw Bren wretchedly calling his wife's name over the madness. "Vanessa!" Bren's chimera familiar tore into anyone that got too close. Kingston ripped apart Elementi and familiars both who dared stray into his path. Many people gave them a wide berth as Bren recognized us and bolted our way. "I heard the school had broken out into a fight. I came to get Ness and Aisha," Bren explained quickly. "Has anyone seen her?" Lindsay quickly shook her head. "We lost Vanessa after the execution broke out into a panic." "I need to find her. I'm not leaving without her," Bren vowed. "We'll go with you," Miranda said quickly. "Where would she hide?" "The Coigny dorms. She'd feel safe there," Lindsay blurted. "Let's go," Bren said. He summoned a fireball in his palm and pushed a Tawakwa to the floor who'd gotten in his way. "It's crucial we stick together," Dad objected, but no one listened to him. Bren, Miranda, and Lindsay headed the opposite way in a vain search for Vanessa, their familiars tailing at a run. Sophia went to follow, but Dad grabbed her wrist and held her back. "We can't worry about them," Dad said quickly. "It's imperative we get you out of here, Sophia." "Me?" Sophia shouted. "What about everyone else?" "I promise, everything will be explained once we get there. Please trust me," Dad pleaded. Sophia blinked at him. She bit her lip as she watched her friends scamper away before she nodded.
"We go toward the center of the school," Dad said. "With everyone trying to find a way out, the battle will be weaker there."
"We could try escaping through the smuggling tunnel," Imogen suggested wildly. "With the flames eating up the towers? I don't think so," Jonah shot back. "I can calm the flames," Sophia said. "It'll give us enough time to escape." "If you could do that, why don't the Coigni put the fire out?" Jonah asked. "Because half of them are probably trying to do just that, and the other half are following Oleander's orders to erupt this place," Sophia responded grimly.
"It doesn't matter. We need to get out of this area. It's too dangerous," Dad said. "We'll come up with a plan when we're in a safer location."
He led the way out of the dining hall. It felt insane to be going deeper into the school, but it turned out to be a good idea. It seemed like the fires had mostly wrapped around the outer building and the core hadn't been affected yet. The air was clearer here, and it was easier for me to breathe. As we neared one of the main staircases, a flood of task force members came out of nowhere. They began firing, but we dodged the Noxite darts and shot off elements as fast as we could. There were so many. When one fell, another took their place. The familiars pounced onto them and ripped out their throats as we fought to stay alive. I heard a cry for help. Mia was cornered. She was curled up into a ball, her arms wrapped around her middle and screaming. Taryn was at her side, though the canine familiar was limping and tired. A group of task force had cornered her and were raising their hands to fire. Out of the corner of my eye, I watched as Micah fled the scene. He'd abandoned her.
"Mia!"
Wyatt shouted. His eyes had taken on a mad craze.
"She's a lost cause. Forget it,"
I called. But fuck all if Wyatt listened. He charged into the group of task force members with raised fists and started punching anyone who was close. The distraction gave Mia and Taryn enough time to slip by to safety. Wyatt was shot by a Noxite dart and carried off by the task force as Mia and Taryn ran away. It had happened so fast, none of us had time to interfere. A hollowness grew in my core as one of my oldest friends faded from my sight. I didn't know if they'd kill him. I didn't know if I'd ever see him again.
"Keep moving," Dad said.
He shoved me and I stumbled forward. Jonah barely caught me as we headed to the center of the castle. This was too much for me to deal with. It was too much. I couldn't handle this. My ears grew numb to the screams and pleas for mercy all around me until it was just static. I felt desensitized, dazed, cold and unfeeling. The school that had been my home for the better part of 4 years had turned into a graveyard. It was more than overwhelming. It was unbearable. We passed so many places I recognized in a mad dash to escape. Sophia and I had fooled around in that closet. Jonah and I had gotten drunk in that empty classroom my sophomore year. Imogen and I had exchanged books in that library. We'd all gathered around that foyer just the other week and bitched about Doya. I'd watched my brother wrestle with Cade in that hallway and took bets with Wyatt on who would win just last year. Neshoma and I spent almost every day lounging on that bench right there. I'd throw my leg over the seat and he'd lay on top of it, neither of us with a care in the world. We'd sit there and people watch until Jonah found me, told me to quit being a loner and join everyone else in the commons. I used to avoid that corridor because it reminded me of my familiar, but right now all I wanted to do was stay. I could still remember how it felt when I ran my hands between his ears and buried my fingers in his thick black fur. Orenda Academy was the only place I still felt connected to Neshoma, and it was dying. As we rounded a corner, my heart stopped cold. Oleander stood in the middle of a long hallway, a line of task force behind him. All of them had their hands raised, elements glowing within. Horrible burn marks marred Oleander's features. Oleander wasn't fucking around this time. Forget the Noxite. He was going to kill us. A wide smile spread across his face.
Maddie, I was hoping I'd find you here. Don't speak to him, Dad said immediately, casting a glance my sister's way. But Oleander chuckled. I think you all realize the situation is quite hopeless, Oleander said. Don't you, Maddie? His voice was like a sickening lullaby, drawing my sister in. Maddie shivered as she said, What do you want? There doesn't need to be any more bloodshed. Oleander extended a hand. Come with me, girl, and your family goes free, with the exception of Miss Henley, of course.
What do you want with Sophia? Maddie asked nervously.
Both of you girls show extraordinary power, Oleander cooed. I only want to put that power to good use.
To hurt people, you mean?
Maddie snapped. To make a better world. You and Miss Henley should have never been categorized as Bayami. A poor mistake. The two of you are much too strong, Oleander said. I'm only trying to make the tribe the best it can be. Oleander's eyes locked on Sophia. Miss Henley, what do you want? Don't you think it's time people stop dying for you? Sophia took in a ragged breath. Oleander's words cut into her. I didn't want them to have any effect, but they did. Sophia didn't want anyone else to get hurt. I caught something in her eyes. She was going to do it. She was going to give herself up to save us. I'm not going with you, Maddie proclaimed. Her loud voice broke the connection between Oleander and Sophia. Oleander's attention flickered back to her. Maddie, imagine the good we could do together, the kind of tribe we could create, Oleander said. With your knowledge of the future, there wouldn't be a need for any more wars. We could put a stop to the violence, once and for all. I saw the greedy glint in his eye. Oleander had an obsession with learning about the future, and he thought Maddie could give him all the answers. He didn't understand nor care that her gift didn't work like that. He wanted a prophet, and she was his only chance at getting one. He'd kill all of us to capture her alive. When Maddie didn't respond, Oleander made a tisking sound. That's too bad. I was hoping we could come to an agreement, but it looks like I'll have to tell your little boyfriend you're not interested in saving him. He was crying out for you when last I left him. Maddie's lip quivered at the mention of Drew. Before Maddie could give an answer, there was the sound of marching boots behind us. Oleander's face blanched. I turned and witnessed a line of coigni approaching in unison, each of them female. They were led by Chiefess Annette, who was flanked by Haley. Annette's phoenix, along with Anwara, hovered over the brigade. Annette curled her mouth into a nasty smile and said, There you are, you little snake. I've been looking for you. Oleander gave a nervous laugh. Now, Annette, let's not get carried away. The title of High Chiefess belongs to me, Annette snarled. It's time you got out of my way. Annette raised her hand simultaneously with her assassins. I realized that there were two different sides pointing elements at us, and we were stuck in the middle. Get out of the way! Dad pushed Sophia to the side, and all of us dropped to the floor as elements raced overhead. Fire met with water, earth, and air. The only thing we could do was cling to the stone tile while Annette and Oleander waged in a war for power. Don't hurt the Natterai! Oleander screeched. The two lines broke, and individuals raced forward to combat opponents individually. We scrambled to our feet and pressed to the wall to avoid the battle, but currently there was nowhere for us to run without getting caught in the line of fire. Annette fired column after column of fire in Oleander's direction, but the coward had taken place behind a group of task force members and was using them as shields to protect himself. It was obvious Oleander was becoming quickly overwhelmed. His gaze locked on Maddie before he gave a rage-filled snarl and turned to flee. Annette had Oleander in her sights. With one more fireball, she could easily take him down. But there was one person who was in her way. Sophia.
Annette's eyes shone with joy at the thought of taking 2 birds out with 1 stone. She could eliminate her rival and the girl who'd caused her so much trouble, all in one blow. Sophia was too far away. I couldn't get to her. Sophia turned just as Annette was gathering her magic. She didn't have enough time to make a counterattack. She was going to die. Ancestors, no, not her. Anyone but her. I screamed inwardly, giving a desperate prayer that erupted in the very core of me. Sophia! Dad pushed her out of the way before Annette and charged, putting himself in the way of the fireball. He knocked Annette down, and the fireball ricocheted toward the ceiling instead. Embers went flying everywhere. Annette screamed with rage as she got off the floor, but by this time Oleander was already gone. Dad scrambled away before Annette could retaliate. The task force members broke off, and Annette's remaining assassins gave chase after Oleander. But they weren't the only ones. True! Maddie screamed. She raced after Oleander. Irikari roared and ran forward after her elementi. Maddie swung herself onto Irikari's back, and both of them disappeared around the corner in an anguished search for Drew. Mads, no! I shouted, but it was too late. None of us could keep up with a charging dragon. I'll go after her, Dad said quickly. He pulled himself onto Tatum and looked directly at me. Meet me at the statue of the rearing Pegasus outside the atrium. If I'm not there by the time you arrive, get yourselves out. Then Dad was gone. It was just the 4 of us, plus our familiars. Sophia tugged on my arm. Liam, the statue, she cried. But my eyes were locked on a skirmish in the hallway. Haley was having trouble keeping up. 2 task force members had cornered her, and though Anwara had taken one on, Haley couldn't defeat the other. Her magic was countered each time by her enemy, who avoided her fire powers and used their water magic to combat her moves. Looks like Haley couldn't handle picking on someone her own size. Served her fucking right. Annette noticed that her daughter was struggling and stomped over. With one fluid movement, Annette cast a wall of fire over the 2 task force members, and they screamed as her magic burned them alive. As the bodies of the 2 task force members hit the floor, Annette whirled on Haley. Haley was left quaking before her. I'm sorry, Mother, she belted out. I'll do better next time. You're weak! You've always been weak, Annette screamed as her face turned red. We would have caught Oleander by now if we didn't have to wait for you to keep up. I didn't mean it, Haley stammered. Above her, Anwara let out a pleading coo. I'd never seen Haley look so vulnerable and small. You don't have what it takes to lead the tribe, Annette snarled. She advanced on Haley and launched a fireball. The fireball collided with Haley's cheek and sizzled, burning off skin. Haley screamed with pain, cupping a hand to her eye. A large burn formed over her eye and bloomed on the side of her face from her mother's magic. What happened next? I don't think any of us saw it coming. Haley cast a resentful look toward her mother, and Anwara dove toward Annette's phoenix, screeching a war cry. The elder phoenix was there to meet her with open claws, but Anwara didn't fly into them. Instead, she swooped around and opened her beak. A cannon of flame erupted from Anwara's belly and streamed out of her mouth, enveloping Annette's phoenix in flames. The elder bird wailed in agony as the flames encompassed his body. His wings beat frantically in an attempt to escape, but the effort was futile. Anwara kept the flames sustained, and the other phoenix fell out of the air. The charred corpse of Annette's phoenix hit the floor with a harsh thud, ashes peeling off of its burnt husk. Annette's phoenix didn't move. Annette fell to her knees, her entire form quivering. She crawled on her hands and knees to her familiar's body and pulled him onto her lap. Anwara wasn't bothered. She hovered over the scene with an impassive expression no one could deny. The familiar was clearly glad the other phoenix was dead. But Haley was completely shaken. She stared wide-eyed at her mother as Chiefess Annette clung to the corpse of her familiar. "You've killed me," Annette rasped, tears streaming down her face. It was only then that 2 shocked tears dripped out of Haley's eyes, too. "Liam, come on!" Sophia was still pulling on my arm. I snapped out of it. We left Haley and Annette behind, though the memory of what Anwara had done was seared into my mind forever. As we passed a staircase, Sophia's face drained of all color. "Julian!" she shouted, realization flickering across her features. Jonah and Imogen both looked sick at mention of the abandoned dragon egg. "Where is he?" I forced out. "The Anichi dorms. All of our stuff is up there," Sophia burst out. "I'll go get him. Get to the statue." Before anyone could stop me, I started climbing the staircase. On any other day, it would have taken me ages to climb 3 flights, but there was no time to dawdle. I'd suck up the repercussions of my illness later, if I made it out alive. When I got to the Anichi dorms, I had to put the top of my shirt over my face to act as a filter. I immediately went to the doorway that led through the smuggling tunnel to see if it was safe to use, but once I opened it, smoke came billowing out. It burned my eyes and immediately hit my lungs. I slammed the door and gasped for air as my lungs contracted, praying to the ancestors I wasn't having an asthma attack. As my mind reeled, I searched the common room for our stuff. Sophia's backpack was in the corner. I could see the red shell of the dragon egg as it peeked out the top. I grabbed the backpack, but with a quick look inside, my insides tightened with dread. Thin lines ran throughout the egg. I could hear tiny sounds as the dragon inside rapped against the eggshell, trying to get out. The egg was hatching. Perfect fucking timing, as usual. I zipped up the backpack and flung it over my shoulder, hoping Julian could wait until we got the hell out of here. There wasn't any time to grab the rest of the luggage. We'd have to leave with the clothes on our backs. I found Sophia, Jonah, and Imogen waiting by the Pegasus statue near the atrium, though my stomach bottomed out when I saw that Dad and Maddie weren't there with them. Squeaks gave a loud caw as I approached, and Sassy joined in with a few quick barks. "I found him," I said breathlessly as I skidded to a stop. "But the Anichi dorms are going down. The fire's taken over up there." "What about the tunnel?" Imogen gasped. "We can't escape that way," I said, shaking my head. "The smuggling tunnel is blocked up with smoke. We'll suffocate if we try, even with Jonah's magic." Jonah punched the stone statue, frustrated. His knuckles bled, but he didn't act like he cared. "Okay, so what do we do? Your dad told us to leave if he wasn't here by the time we arrived." The 4 of us looked helpless. We knew what we'd been told to do, but none of us wanted to leave without Dad or Maddie. It was Sophia who made the decision for us. "We don't have a choice. We have to do what your dad said, Liam. He obviously knows what's best." A cold lump grew in my throat, but I forced it down and said, "You're right. Come on, we can try the northwest corridor. There's a back entrance that way." The back entrance was usually locked, but with luck, we might be able to force our way through. Once we got there, however, we found the area overwhelmed with task force and students. Everyone had the same idea. Students tried to squeeze through the small opening all at once, while task force shot Noxite into the crowd. "What do we do, Liam? What do we do?" Imogen clung to my shirt, her voice wrought with despair. Jonah and Sophia looked to me, their eyes pleading for some sort of direction. But I couldn't lead in a situation like this. What was I supposed to tell them? To lie down and wait to die? "I can help." A deep voice broke in through the insanity. A muscular man with a strong jaw and wavy blonde hair towered before us. His enormous gray hippogriff stood behind, head held high. Out of all the panicked faces, this guy seemed like the one person who was still calm. I recognized him. He was the giant who'd left Alric's office last semester. They'd gotten in an argument about something, though I didn't know what. The only reason I remembered him was because he was the only person I'd seen who was taller than Jonah. Who the hell are you? Imogen squeaked.
A friend,
The stranger said.
He looked to Sophia and said, Miss Henley, I am relieved to have found you.
How do you know my name? Sophia breathed.
Everyone knows your name, Miss Henley, he replied, and it's very important we get you to safety.
The floor rumbled. More task force members came flooding in. The gray hippogriff turned to face the horde and gave a fierce call. The man's eyes narrowed. Jake, we have to go, a woman cried near the staircase. Her eyes were focused on the strangers before she shot a gust of wind up the staircase, knocking several task force members over. It was a valiant effort, but more kept coming. Jake's knuckles cracked. The wind around him picked up, ruffling the hippogriff's feathers.
Sabor and I will hold them off. Go to the atrium. Liwanu should meet you there, Jake said quickly.
His familiar Sabor cracked his beak and looked thrilled at the prospect of violence. You know my dad? I asked, astounded.
Yes, leave quickly before there's no chance.
Before we could say another word, Jake ran in the opposite direction and joined the Yapluma girl at the staircase. He flung his hands out and a whirlwind erupted, smashing the staircase to bits. The task force members that weren't swept up by the whirlwind were stuck at the top of the staircase, unable to get down without finding another way. Jonah looked impressed.
Go now, Jake commanded, while you still have time.
Imogen, Sophia, and I hesitated. We didn't know this guy at all. Was it all a trap? Guys, I feel like we can trust him, Jonah shouted over the noise, and Squeaks nodded in agreement. We should do what he says. Jonah, just because you think he's cute doesn't mean he's on our side, Imogen snapped. Jonah's cheeks turned pink. I do not think he's cute. We don't have a choice. Look, Sophia pointed down the hallway. An onslaught of task force members were marching toward us. Jake, Sabor, and the Yapluma woman were the only things standing in their way. Well, looks like we're following directions. Come on, I shouted. With my decision, the group followed me. We abandoned the corridors and changed direction, toward the atrium. Once we got there, I was relieved to see my dad standing outside the glass doors of the inner courtyard, though my heart seized when I saw my sister wasn't with him. Only Tatum was at his side. Dad's eyes cleared when he saw us coming near.
Thank the ancestors. I hoped Jake would find you.
Maddie? I asked, my throat tight. Dad shook his head.
I don't know where she is.
His voice seemed devoid of all hope.
She could be anywhere in this mess.
We can't abandon her, Sophia protested.
I'm not going to, but the four of you need to leave, Dad said firmly.
The sound of voices emitting from inside the atrium cut him off. Dad pulled us behind a wall. Through the windows surrounding the atrium, we saw Elder Mallison enter into the room with a dozen task force members behind. He was ordering them to search the area. It wouldn't be long before we were found. Dad's voice lowered. Listen to me. There's a secret passageway not too far from here. Remember the statue of the dancing sprite? If you press down on her hand, the wall will open up. It'll take you to the gardens. From there, you'll have a better chance. What about you? I asked hoarsely.
Forget about me.
Dad put his hands on my shoulders.
You need to take care of your family, understand? That's what's important now. They come first.
I didn't get it. He was my family. So was Maddie. I didn't know what he was talking about. Did this have something to do with Sophia and I being engaged?
Liam, listen to me, Dad said. Whatever happens, don't interfere. It's not important now. It'll be all right.
Dad's voice was clear and soothing. I felt like I was 6 years old again, and he was trying to comfort me after I was sure there was a monster under my bed. I was a grown man, but the world had never seemed more frightening. I felt like he was passing me the torch, and I didn't like that feeling.
I'll distract him, Dad said. Go.
Dad headed through the glass doors of the atrium to face Mallison and the task force. Jonah and Imogen looked anxiously down the hall, but my eyes were glued on Dad's back as he and Tatum strolled toward Malison. "Liam, let's go," Sophia hissed. But I didn't want to. I couldn't leave. Not like this. "We have to stay and make sure he's okay," I begged. "Don't make me leave now, Sophia. We'll watch, just for a few minutes to make sure he escapes." Sophia's expression twisted. She glanced at Imogen and Jonah like she didn't know what to do, but no one said anything. Squeaks's hooves danced nervously on the stone, and Sassy whimpered lowly as I pressed myself to the wall and dared to peer through the window to watch. A few of the windows had been broken, so I could hear Dad when he said, "You were the worst mistake I ever made with the Council, Malison." A couple of task force members laughed. I heard Malison cackle with them and reply, "We've been looking for you for days. Where's your boy?" "Far away from you," Dad lied. "I suggest we stop talking and get this over with." "You always wanted things your way, but this time I have to agree." "No knockside darts," Malison announced. "You heard Oleander. He wants Chief Mito dead. Let's finish what we started." The task force began firing elements, but Dad had already moved. He threw aside his bow and wove his hands in an intricate fashion. The water from the koi pool, the waterfall, and the fountain inside the atrium created a huge wall of water that caused all other elements to fizzle. Malison tried to manipulate the water himself, but his magic wasn't as powerful as Dad's, and the element wouldn't listen to him. In a colossal show of magic, Dad moved the water so that it created a spiraling cylinder and swept up the task force members that approached. The cylinder changed into a wave that crashed from one end of the atrium to the other. Tatum changed. As Dad grew the wave's intensity, Tatum morphed into it and became a bear of water. His size grew until he rivaled the wave. The water bear stampeded throughout the atrium, crashing into task force members and crushing them underfoot. Malison scrambled to get out of the way, taking refuge behind a pillar as Dad's magic rushed throughout the inner courtyard. But those task force members weren't the only ones. More kept coming. Dozens of police came in through the doorway Malison had entered. When Dad took down one, 2 more came in to take their place. I watched his eyes grow frantic as he and Tatum struggled to fight them off. Malison's cruel smile was growing wider and wider with each passing second. Dad couldn't handle all of them. Even with his power, there were too many. He was horribly outnumbered. Then a rock slammed into his back by a Navita, and Dad cried out in pain. I tried focusing my powers on stopping Malison's heart, but I couldn't do it. Not from here. I was too weak. "Soph, expand the force field around my dad," I begged. "I can't," Sophia said. Her expression was strained as she attempted to cast the force field at a distance. The shield flickered once or twice around him, like it was in danger of going out. She was tired. All of us were tired. Even Sophia's powers had limits, and we were at the brink of them. I went for the door, but Jonah grabbed me and held me back. "Let me go, damn it!" I cried. My voice was loud, but the battle in the atrium was so loud no one heard me scream. "Liam, we need to leave," Jonah said firmly. He tried to yank me in the direction of the sprite statue down the hall, but I wasn't budging. "We need to help my dad." I kicked out, but my feet met nothing but air. Imogen and Sophia observed, unsure of what to do. "Your dad told us to leave. We need to obey his orders," Jonah snapped roughly. "Let me go!" I did the only thing I could. I hurt Jonah. I still had a fistful of water that I'd taken from Maddie earlier. I froze it, then brought my fist slamming backward into Jonah's face. Jonah let me go and staggered away, holding onto his nose. Blood spurted everywhere. I darted for the door again, but Imogen cried out for Sassy, and the kitsune's vines wrapped around my legs. I fell down, then grabbed the vines around my legs and kicked them off before Sassy could tighten her hold on me. Imogen flung her arms out, and the stone floor wrapped around my feet, but I used the water in my hand like bombs, shooting jets downward to shatter the stone. Squeaks tried to get in my way, but I shot an icicle in her direction. She jumped out of the way, shocked I'd actually attempt to hurt her. I didn't want to hurt anyone, but I'd do anything to anybody if it meant stopping this. At a loss for anything else to do, Imogen and Jonah threw both of themselves on me, taking an arm each. Squeaks grabbed the back of my shirt, and Sassy held onto my pant leg with her teeth. But still, even with all of them holding me back, the magic pumping through my blood and the terror of what might actually happen kept moving me forward. Sassy couldn't hold me, Jonah couldn't, neither could Imogen or Squeaks. I was inches away from the door. If I broke through it, Malison and the task force would know we were here and would probably kill us all. But I wasn't thinking straight. In that moment, I didn't care if I lived or died. All I wanted to do was save my dad. "Sophia!" Jonah desperately cried, but it was a useless attempt. The entire fucking world couldn't hold me back right now from saving my dad if it tried. But there was one person who was stronger than I was, and she was the love of my life. "Liam, don't make me do this," Sophia begged. She raised her hands slowly. Her eyes were wet, and Esses gave a warning cry from inside her sweatshirt. I didn't care. My fingers reached for the handle. Sophia closed her eyes and turned her face away. She gave a sob, and tears streamed down her face as her magic enveloped me in a column of flame. Imogen, Jonah, Sassy, and Squeaks let go. I gave a harrowing cry of pain as Sophia's flames began licking up my arms. I could hear skin as it bubbled and cracked, feeling my body melting under her power. I nearly passed out from the pain. Her flames were so incredibly intense that I didn't have time to think. My forearms blackened before my very eyes. I didn't realize that the animalistic screams of pain were coming from me until my knees hit stone. Sophia only pulled her magic back when I'd fallen to the floor. The flames died instantly. The pain had vanished, as the flames had killed the nerves. She'd only burned my forearms, leaving my clothes and face untouched, but her fire had completely ruined my hands. I was unable to do anything but lay there and breathe. Every breath felt like agony. I heard tiny nails scrabbling on the floor and saw Esses standing next to my head. I watched, dazed, as third-degree burns began knitting my flesh together into new skin. As Esses worked his healing power over me, I watched through the glass as the fight continued. Tatum and Dad were pressed against a wall. Tatum was back in his grizzly form, and the familiar was acting like a cornered animal. He swiped out with his paws and roared for the task members to go away, yet they advanced closer and closer. Then the glass ceiling of the atrium broke open, and one of Skylus's heads crashed through. The Drakish dove one of his heads downward and enveloped Tatum within his teeth before the bear could retaliate. The dragon hybrid clamped his jaws down, and a sickening crack could be heard throughout the atrium as Skylus broke Tatum's spine. My mind went blank then. I raced for explanations, for hope. I'd outlived Neshoma. Dad could do the same thing with Tatum, right? But Dad wasn't me. As Tatum's lifeless body fell to the floor from the jaws of Skylus, Dad cried out in grief. He put a hand to his heart as if it physically pained him to remain upright. Malison grinned. He held up a hand for the task force, and they stopped advancing. There remained a still half-circle as Dad panted from the loss of losing Tatum only seconds before. "Looks like this one's done for," Malison seethed. "We have other matters to attend to. Let this traitor spend his last miserable hours in anguish." Malison left. He took his task force members with him, and the room became empty. Skylus, satisfied with what he had done, spread his wings and took off. Dad was the only one left in the inner courtyard after mere minutes. He stood blankly over Tatum's body, like he couldn't believe what had happened. Sophia, Imogen, and Jonah stood completely still. I struggled to get up. My arms shook with the effort of trying. I had to go to Dad now. I had to tell him he would be okay, that he could do this without Tatum. Then another figure advanced from the shadows. She knelt down and took an arrow from Dad's discarded bow, which was still lying on the ground. Her advancement from behind was so quick, I didn't see it coming until it was too late. Before I could cry out a warning, Chieftess Annette raised the arrow and plunged it into my father's back. It speared through his chest, right through his heart. All hearing faded away. If I was screaming or crying, I didn't know it. Time itself had stopped. From here, I could see Annette's lips move as they mouthed words. "You cost me everything." Dad collapsed. Annette staggered backward. She made it a few more steps before she tilted against a column. She sank down it slowly, her nails gripping the sides, until her form crumpled on the ground and the light faded from her eyes. Dad broke the arrow off in his chest and pulled it out. He gave a gasp as blood poured out from the wound. His eyes widened, and he slumped across Tatum's body. He gave a few quick, short breaths before he slowly stilled. His eyes remained glossy, mouth open like he was still in shock. His lungs gave a shuddering noise. Then he became quiet. I slowly rose to my feet. No one stopped me as I gently opened the glass door of the atrium. I walked toward Dad with quiet steps. This couldn't be real. It was just a bad dream. "Dad?" For as loud as it had been only moments before, now it was deathly quiet. When I came to where he lay, I fell down next to him. I rolled him over so that he was on his back instead of his stomach and shook his shoulder. His glass eyes stared blankly up at the ceiling and not at me. "Dad, come on." I shook him again. "Dad, I want to go home." I knew something was wrong when I heard Imogen sobbing behind me, but I didn't know what. Dad continued to gaze at something I couldn't see. I shook him harder this time. "Dad, please, get up. You have to get up." I had to be crying because my face was wet, but I didn't want to admit it. This couldn't be true. My dad couldn't really be. Sophia collapsed next to me. She flung her arms around my shoulders, and Esses curled up on my lap. This felt like a shitty repeat. The agonizing feelings pulsating across my chest were all too horribly well known. I knew what this emotion was, but I didn't want to face it again. "Dad," I whispered one last time. "Don't go." Too late. I remembered I'd begged the ancestors to take anyone but Sophia. I didn't know they actually would. They'd answered my prayer in the worst possible way. Tawakwa's darkest hour had come. The Water Tribe had no chief, and my dad was gone.
Chapter 24. Sophia. I couldn't move. I couldn't speak. The end to the prophecy was here. It had come true. It is she who shall cause Tawakwa's darkest hour. Luanu's death. I'm the one who caused the riots. I'm the one who stopped Liam from saving his dad. I'd killed him. Oh God, I'd burnt Liam. I could hardly wrap my head around what I'd done. I'd hurt him to save the rest of us. The only way to stomach it was knowing Esses had healed him afterward, but putting him through that kind of pain, I hated myself for it. The memory of watching the love of my life be burned alive by my flames was pure hell, and there was no escaping from it. "We have to go!" Jonah shouted, pulling me back to attention. He was tugging on Liam, trying to pull him off his dad, but Liam wouldn't budge. Tears ran down his face, but other than that, he didn't react. He was like a statue. I glanced upward, wondering if we could make it out of the shattered ceiling. But Jonah's powers still weren't recharged, and Squeaks couldn't handle all of us at once. Through the windows of the atrium, we could see task force members running down the halls and shouting orders at each other. If we didn't get out of here now, we didn't have a chance. "Liam!" Imogen joined Jonah in pulling him off his dad. Squeaks grabbed Liam's shirt in her beak and tugged hard. Between the three of them, they dragged him away. Liam just stared at his father's lifeless body, like he was nothing more than a shell of a human being. Like a piece of himself had died with his father. He didn't fight as Jonah shoved him onto Squeak's back. Seeing him like that made me want to fall to pieces alongside him. Imogen and Jonah looked to me for guidance. That's when it hit me. I didn't have time to fall apart. I had to be strong now. With Liam out for the count, I had to step up and be the leader of the reject team. Otherwise, we were all dead. "We have to get to that sprite statue Luwanu talked about," I said firmly. "This way." I headed in the opposite direction of the task force and led my friends out of the atrium and back to the main halls of the school. Jonah cleared the air of smoke in front of us, but it barely helped. Smoke billowed all throughout the school and filled our lungs. The roaring crackle of fire could be heard from every angle as it ate away at any burnable material it could find. We came to a T at the end of the hall, and I pointed to our right. "This way!" But when we rounded the corner, my heart stalled in my chest. The first thing I saw was Valda standing at the end of the wide corridor. She'd stepped in front of Alric to protect him, but he pushed past her. Alric was worse for wear than I'd ever seen him. His hair was in complete disarray, and soot covered his face. His clothes were torn and hung off of him in strands, and he clutched his stomach like he'd been injured. Madame Doya stood with her back toward us. Naomi bared her teeth at Alric. The two faced each other. Neither noticed us. I looked around for Bane. Last I'd seen him, he was going after Alric to help him. I didn't see him anywhere now, which scared me. "You know what I have to do," Madame Doya said, flatly and without emotion. Alric took a step forward, but he grimaced as he moved. "Then you know, Eleanor, that I will fight until my very last breath." I couldn't see Doya's face, but I imagined it turning into a sneer. "Very well, Caspian," Doya said, in that same stoic, unfeeling manner. "You give me no choice." Doya flicked her wrist, and I gasped as long wisps of flame shot from the walls and in Ulrich's direction. He waved his hands, and the flames separated and redirected on either side of him. Valda crouched down low and let out a terrifying roar. Naomi growled, then sprinted toward the dragon. It all happened so fast that I didn't realize what was happening right away. Doya against Alric. It sounded insane. But after Doya had stuck up for me time and time again, after she said she wanted me to be chiefess, I really thought that she was on our side. I was starting to think her apathetic nature was perhaps a mask for the elders. But standing here now, watching her attack Alric, I knew that I was wrong. The fun-loving, adventurous girl I'd seen in my mother's photo album had died long ago. As much as I held on to the hope that she might still be in there somewhere, she wasn't. Doya must have been lying when she said she wanted me to be chiefess. She would always be a cold-hearted woman, driven by anger and a thirst for power. It was clear now she'd always been on Oleander's side, and she'd do anything to get her way, including killing the head dean. Naomi leaped onto Valda's back and sank her teeth into the dragon's neck. Valda reared back on her hind legs, slamming her head into the ceiling as she cried out. She swiped her claws at Naomi, but the fire lion jumped out of the way and began tearing her claws into Valda's wings. Doya continued to shoot flame after flame at Alric, while he did all he could to defend himself. Alric wasn't weak by any means. There was a reason he'd been head dean. But after everything he'd been through these past few days, being held prisoner and tortured, not to mention the fights he'd already been through with Oleander's familiar, he didn't stand a chance. "What do we do?" Imogen cried. Tears filled her eyes as we watched in horror. "We have to save him!" Imogen and Jonah looked to me. We all knew it. If anyone could save Alric, it had to be a Coigny. There was too much fire racing through the air for anyone else to get involved. I hesitated. Doya was my mentor. She was far stronger than me. That moment of hesitation was my mistake. Before I could process it, Alric had created a wall of fire that spanned from one wall to the other, blocking our view of him. It shot toward Doya at an incredible speed, so fast that if she'd blinked, it would have slammed straight into her. But Doya was ready for it. She lifted her hands, and the wall of fire stopped dead only inches from her. If she took a step forward, she could touch it. Doya swirled her hands, and the wall of flames began to shape to her will. The flames transformed into a huge fire tornado that took up the entire corridor. Flames from all along the walls swirled into the tornado until there was nothing left but scorch marks on the walls and fragments of tapestries. She'd gathered every last bit of flame into the twister. The roaring cries of the dragon and lion echoed down the hall, but I couldn't see them past the flames that reached to the ceiling. In the blink of an eye, Doya thrust her hands forward, and the fire tornado swirled down the hall at lightning speed. "No!" I screamed. But it was too late. The tornado whipped Alric off his feet. Torturous screams echoed down the hall, and all I saw was the shadow of a burning corpse as Alric fell to his knees. Doya's flames consumed him, wiping out everything in their path, including Alric's life. Doya heard my cry and whirled toward me, but I barely noticed as my eyes turned toward Valda and Naomi. Valda's gaze darted down to Alric's burning body. She let out a mournful cry that made my guts twist. It was the single distraction Naomi needed to lunge at Valda's throat. Naomi's sharp teeth sank into Valda's flesh, and the dragon roared in pain. Naomi's strong jaws clamped down harder on the dragon's throat. And then, rip! Naomi yanked her head to the side, and flesh tore from Valda's neck. Scales and blood went flying as the lion ripped Valda's trachea straight from her body. Valda stumbled, and hot blood poured out of her body as the dragon sank to the floor, dead. I thought I was going to be sick, but the nausea didn't compare to the red-hot rage blazing through my body at that moment. Doya was a traitor, a murderer. She'd killed Alric. I couldn't hold my fire back. Everything came rushing out all at once. I shoved Essus onto Squeak's back and ran forward. A scream ripped from my lungs, and I aimed my hands at Doya. A jet of flame larger than anything I'd ever conjured before shot from my palms, straight at the woman who'd protected me time and time again. No matter how many times she'd saved Sophia Henley, she couldn't run from Kyra Coignici. My spirit name meant Blazing Fire Spirit, and that meant I would stand and fight for the people I loved. No one got away with murdering my headmaster, my leader, who'd smuggled so many good people to safety. Madame Doya would have to answer to me, and she would pay for what she did. Doya's magic pushed against my own. It felt like I was aiming my fire at a brick wall. The harder I pushed and the more fire I conjured, the more she pushed back. "Sophia!" Doya screamed past the sounds of the raging inferno around us. The flames had returned to eat away at the school again, and smoke was filling my eyes and my lungs. "You don't want to do this!" Doya threw her arms apart, and my flames split straight down the middle. Her fiery red hair billowed around her as flames rushed past on either side of her. She wore that tight expression I was so used to, only it was 10 times worse. Doya stared at me in a way that should have lit me aflame. "You killed him!" I shouted. "I had to," she screamed. "You don't understand." "I understand perfectly," I spat. "You're on Oleander's side. You always have been." Tears began to stream down my face, but the flames shooting from my palms didn't slow. "You knew the prophecy wasn't as it seemed," I accused. "You knew it was talking about De Forti. That's why you protected me all this time. You wanted Oleander to win." Doya's features shifted into an even more terrifying gaze. Her nostrils flared, and I could have sworn I saw smoke puff out of them. "You have no idea what I want." Doya thrust her arms outward, and the flames I'd been conjuring shot straight back at me. Somehow Doya had taken control of them. They hit me, knocking me off my feet. My back slammed into the flaming wall. I bounced off of it and landed on my ass on the ground. I gasped for breath as Doya advanced on me. She held a fireball in her hand and stared down at me in disgust. "Sophia, I—" The sound of Naomi's growl cut her off. Doya's gaze snapped in Naomi's direction, and her face fell. I didn't know what Naomi was saying to her, but it was obvious they were having a conversation. Doya turned her wide-eyed gaze back to me, and her lips curled back into a sneer. There was a mixture of surprise and disgust on her face. "Sophia! How could you?" I had no idea what she was talking about, but whatever Naomi had said to her, it distracted Doya for too long. A loud squawk sounded through the corridor, and Squeaks jumped between me and Doya. She reared up on her hind legs and smashed her foot across the side of Doya's face. Doya screamed and clutched her cheek, but that was all I saw before Essis jumped in my lap. Liam's face swam in front of my vision. He wrapped his arms around me and pulled me close, rocking me from side to side. But he must have still been in shock because he didn't say anything. He just held me. "Come on!" Jonah roared. He reached out and grabbed Liam and me by the shoulder and dragged us to our feet, using what air magic he had left to help us up. "Imogen!" "Hold on!" she shouted. "I'm buying us time!" Around us, the castle rumbled as Imogen used her earth magic to control the stones. Doya shot fireball after fireball at Squeaks, but Squeaks dodged them all, advancing on Doya like she was about to rip her throat out. Sassy jumped forward, her vines snapping in all directions. "Squeaks, come on!" Jonah shouted. Squeaks squawked so loud it vibrated the castle. Then she whirled around and followed Jonah's command, coming back to us. Imogen screamed as she brought her hands together, and the stone around us crumbled. The ceiling caved in, sending dust flying everywhere. Smoke billowed up through the hole above us. I stared wide-eyed at the barrier between us and Doya. I couldn't see her, but I heard Naomi's growling and Doya screaming my name as we sprinted in the other direction. Doya couldn't follow us past the stones. My heart hammered. "We'll have to go around!" I led everyone down another hall and used my magic to kill as many flames as I could, but it was getting worse by the second. Jonah manipulated the oxygen in the air, but it wouldn't be much longer before we couldn't breathe anymore. Finally, we rounded the corner and reached the sprite statue. I pressed down on her hand like Luanu had said, and the sound of stone grinding against stone met my ears. I hurried around to the back of the statue. I saw that a tunnel had opened in the wall, just big enough for us to crawl through. "Everybody in!" I demanded. I planned to wait for everyone else to get in first, but Squeaks nudged me, pushing me in first. Essis scurried along at my side. I crawled forward quickly to make room for everyone else. Liam crawled in next. He was coughing up a lung, though he still hadn't said anything since his dad had died. He had this blank look in his eyes that just told me he was confused and lost. I don't think he even knew where we were right now. When I saw that everyone was inside the tunnel, I turned and guided everyone to the end, where we found an opening between two huge bushes in the gardens. They were nothing more than a shell of what they used to be, with dying embers glowing at the ends of the branches. I killed the embers with my magic to let everyone through. Behind us, the castle continued to burn, the flames eating away at everything in their path. Parts of the forest were on fire, too, from where it had spread from the gardens. There was no turning back now. We started toward the mountains, which was the only clear path from the fire. Essus stood on my shoulder, sniffing the air. As we entered the woods, my heart stalled. Two figures took shape through the trees. I noticed they were followed by a small feline and a white goat. "Grandma! Grandpa!" I shouted. I thought I was seeing things. Maybe I was hallucinating from all the smoke inhalation. But when they ran forward and surrounded me in a hug, I knew it was real. I pressed my nose into my grandpa's shirt and inhaled a deep breath, enjoying the clean air. I drew away from their hug. "What are you two doing here?" "We saw the flames from the Coigny village," Grandma said in a rush. "We came to find you." Grandpa took me by the shoulders.
Sophia, we need to get you and your friends out of here.
"I know!" A squawk sounded through the forest, though it hadn't come from squeaks. In fact, I'd never heard such a terrifying bird call in all my life. My blood ran cold as two people sauntered out from behind the trees. A cockatrice and a god-awful ugly swamp creature called a bunyip stood at their sides. The bunyip was the same size as the cockatrice, but had green and brown fur and horns instead of eyes. Raynar and Mallory. Raynar clicked his tongue.
I can't let you do that. Oleander wants Sophia, and she's not leaving.
Grandpa threw himself in front of me.
Like hell she's not!
Grandma crossed her arms and joined my grandpa in front of me, her head held high. "You're not taking her." Raynar shrugged.
Have it your way.
He cocked his head, and the cockatrice followed his command. Before my grandparents could conjure fire, before I could even blink, Alvarez snapped his beak forward. He caught my grandmother around the throat and sliced his sharp talons across my grandfather's chest. Grandma didn't even have a chance to scream before her throat was slit from the cockatrice's razor-sharp beak. Grandpa went down, clutching his chest and crying out in pain. Mallory's evil cackle echoed through the forest, like she was amused by the slaughter. Horror tore through me like a sword. I barely had a second to process what had happened before Alvarez tore my grandmother's stomach open with his beak. He began ripping her innards out, splaying them on the forest floor. A warm liquid sprayed upward into my face, and it took me a second to realize it was her blood. My grandma's cat hissed at Alvarez, but one swipe of the cockatrice's claws, and Thelma's head went flying off her shoulders. Blood splattered across the tree beside my grandmother's familiar. My hand shot to my mouth in horror as I screamed in terror and grief. It all happened so fast that I could hardly process it. I couldn't believe it. My grandparents, they... Jonah stepped in front of me, and Imogen's fury-filled eyes locked on Mallory. The earth began to rumble beneath our feet. Sassy's vines snapped, and the trees began to rock and sway. Jonah stepped toward Raynar. Lightning crackled in his hands for the first time since we left the Air Kingdom.
You're going to pay for that,
Jonah threatened. Raynar chuckled.
I'm so scared.
Jonah threw his hand out, and lightning struck the tree beside Raynar. Raynar and Mallory's laughter died instantly, and Imogen and Jonah moved in to attack. I didn't see what else happened because I rushed over to my grandpa with Essis at my side. My grandma was already gone. I couldn't save her, but maybe I could save him. Liam froze in place beside me, like he couldn't stand to watch any more people die after the massacre we'd seen tonight. He couldn't tear his eyes away from Thelma's severed head. The sounds of fighting faded through the trees as Jonah and Imogen chased Raynar and Mallory off. My grandpa gasped as I took one of his hands. He clutched the other to his chest, but more and more blood kept coming out between his fingers. Alvarez had nicked his heart.
Sophia,
He struggled to say through ragged breaths.
there's something I need.
Shh, Grandpa, I whispered. Essis is going to help. Essis placed a paw on my grandpa's stomach, but blood pumped out of him so fast that I feared there may not be time. I bit down hard on my lower lip to silence my doubt. Grandpa shook his head while his familiar wailed from beside him. The dull sheep's cry was unbearably heartbreaking.
Sophia, you have to know.
Grandpa squeezed my hand tighter, struggling through the pain to speak. I leaned down close so that he could whisper in my ear.
I'm not your grandfather.
My heart stopped, and tears streamed down my face. What? No! My voice cracked. Why was Grandpa using his last breath to lie to me? His bottom lip quivered.
I love you like my own, Sophia. But Lucy and Anthony aren't your real parents. There were 2 children born on the night of your birth. Our biological granddaughter died in childbirth with Lucy. Your mother gave you to us to raise, but we sent you with the Henley family to protect you.
I shook my head in disbelief. This couldn't be real. Why hadn't they told me this before?
You must find your real parents,
Grandpa whispered.
Promise me, Sophia.
I gaped at him. Holy shit! He wasn't suffering from some dying delusion. He was telling the truth. Who? I asked through the tears. Who are my real parents? Grandpa's eyes clouded over, like his vision had gone.
I don't know who your father is, but your mother is...
Grandpa's hand went limp, and the life drained from his eyes as his lungs gave a dying shudder. I felt his heartbeat fade until it wasn't there at all. Grandpa, no! I screamed, slamming my fist against his shoulder. No! My whole body felt heavy and empty at the same time. An invisible force squeezed me tighter and tighter with each passing second. I gasped for breath that wouldn't come. Grandpa, come back! I pleaded. Sobs tore through my chest like a blade. Who is my real mother? Who is she? In the distance, the sound of marching feet could be heard.
They escaped into the trees!
My head snapped upward, and I pulled my trembling, blood-covered hands off my grandfather's body. My sobs quieted as I listened to the voices in the night.
Don't let them get away!
My adrenaline spiked, bringing me back to reality. Beside me, Liam's eyes went wide. Fuck, I muttered under my breath. The task force is coming. Just as I said it, we saw the first of them burst through the trees. They were coming at us so fast, and there were so many of them. I hesitated, but the task force just kept coming. Liam gasped, and that's when I knew what I had to do. I shot to my feet. Fire burst out of my palms, raining down on the trees in front of us and creating a huge wall of flame to hold the task force off. Sophia! Liam! Imogen's voice came through the forest in the opposite direction. I scooped Essis up in my arms, then grabbed Liam's hand. We have to go! I tried to usher Grandpa's familiar along with us, but he wouldn't move. He curled up next to my grandfather's body, whimpering. Liam stared down at the helpless creature and swallowed. I knew we were thinking the same thing, and I could hardly bear it. With my grandpa gone, his familiar would soon follow. There was nothing more we could do. We had to leave the mutilated bodies of the grandparents I loved behind. And that nearly killed me. Liam tugged on my arm, and we ran toward the sound of Imogen's voice. Essis screamed in protest, holding his paws out toward my grandpa like he wanted to go back and help, but he was already gone. Imogen and Jonah hurried through the trees toward us, Sassy and Squeaks by their side. "Did you get Raynar and Mallory?" I asked breathlessly. Jonah shook his head sadly.
"They got away."
"The task force is coming," I warned them.
"Then let's get our asses out of here,"
Jonah said. We ran up the mountain as fast as our feet could carry us. It was surprising how quickly we moved, considering how worn we were from everything that had happened. But I guess when your life is on the line, you're willing to push through anything to save it. Even grief. The whole time, my mind raced as I tried to accept what just happened as reality. How could my grandparents be gone? Why had they been so foolish and tried to come find me? How could they have lied to me all this time? Did I even know them for who they truly were? Did I even know myself? We didn't stop until we were halfway up the ancestral mountain and were confident we'd lost the task force. We stopped in a clearing. I remembered it from when Liam told me about the ancestors my first semester here. My friends all sat on the ground to take a break, but I just stood there, unable to move as I looked back the way we'd come. Through the darkness of the night, all I could see was Orenda Academy ablaze. Everywhere I looked, there was fire consuming the castle I once called home. Not a tower was left untouched. The bright red flames were in stark contrast to the dark sky, and even from this distance it almost hurt my eyes. And yet, I couldn't tear my gaze away. There was no home anymore. My family was gone. I didn't even know who my real parents were, and the one place I belonged in this world was burning to the ground. I was lost. All I could hear were the words of the air prophecy echoing in my mind. Smoke will blaze through the sky and signify the Hawkeye's extinction. The prophecy had been fulfilled. We had no hope left.
Chapter 25. Liam. "Come on, buddy. You gotta get up." Jonah yanked on my arm. I'd been sitting against the totem pole in the mountain clearing for a good 40 minutes, though it felt more like decades had passed. I'd aged years since this morning. I'd grown up in the span of a few seconds. Annette stabbing Dad, Alric burning to death, blood pouring from Betsy's throat, Thelma's head rolling from her shoulders, Alan being torn apart before my very eyes. It was too much to handle. Their deaths repeated on a playback reel over and over in my mind. I was afraid to shut my eyes, for fear I'd see the whole thing once again. I knew how this went. I thought I'd escaped it forever, but I never would. I relived Neshoma's death in my dreams for months. I'd watched my father die. I'd seen Sophia's face as her grandparents were torn apart by a cockatrice right in front of her. These were things that'd be holes in my spirit for the rest of my life, if you could call it a life. My limbs were so leaden and heavy I couldn't move. "Bud, let's go." Jonah didn't take no for an answer. He forcibly hauled me to my feet. I swayed, but Jonah put his hands on my shoulders to steady me. "We can't stay here," he said firmly. I just stared back at him. It was like I didn't know how to speak English anymore. The words were confusing and jumbled. What did he mean? I didn't know. Liam, you have to say something, Jonah pleaded. His shoulders slumped forward, and Squeaks gave a quiet coo. I hadn't said a thing since my dad had died. I was unable to make words come out of my mouth. Talking seemed like something the living would do. Guys, Sophia's gone, Imogen said in a rush. She came out of the bushes in a panic. Sassy was at her heels, yipping. She walked off by herself. That got my fucking attention. It was like I came rushing back into my body. Where'd she go? I don't know. Imogen took deep, gulping breaths as she tried not to panic. I swear she was just there a minute ago. The three of us split up and began calling for Sophia. I headed down the mountain as fast as I could, which wasn't very fast. I was weak, tired, and worn, but I forced my body to keep going. If Sophia was lost, we needed to find her before the task force did. I saw Esses. He was sitting at the base of the mountain. His head was tilted and his ears perked. He gave a helpless squeak. It sounded like the noise of an animal that had been left behind. Ahead of him, Sophia had staggered down the mountain path. Her steps were slow and wobbling. She moved like a zombie. She was walking like her soul had been broken and there was nothing left in her. Sophia! When I called her name, she turned around and gave me a deadened look. Ashes and soot were streaked across her face. Tracks of tears made thin lines within them. I'd never seen her look like that in my life. She'd been completely led astray. People weren't meant to be put through hell like this. Humanity couldn't endure the things it did to each other. Sophia turned her back to me and continued down the path. She didn't have anywhere to go, but still she walked. I scooped up Esses and jogged in front of her. I put out a hand to stop her. Polly, stop. Where are you going? Somewhere. Anywhere, she replied. Far away from here. Esses crawled out of my arms and into hers. He clung to her chest. Sophia wrapped her arms around him and snuggled her face into his fur. Esses hugged Sophia with all his might and curled his tail around her cheek. Footsteps on the trail signified Imogen and Jonah had caught up. They stared at us for a moment before Imogen came beside me. We have to leave. Where? Sophia whispered. Where in the world is safe now? We know a way. Follow us, Jonah said. Squeaks led the way around the mountain and through the brush. When we got to the woods, Imogen and Jonah wove a way around thick vegetation that I'd never been before. Guys, where are we going? I asked. I kept my arm tightly around Sophia, half because I was worried she'd run off again, and half because if I didn't hold her right now, I was scared I'd have a breakdown. Sophia's bag was still over my back. I could feel Julian's egg as it bounced between my shoulders. He hadn't hatched yet. That was the only blessing we'd received this night. You all know there's a cave system under Kinpago, Imogen said. Jonah and I found an entrance to one of the caves. It leads out of here. We found it months ago, Jonah said. We've only been back a few times since. We came to a huge stone wall. It was 10 feet tall and definitely looked like it had been built by Navita. I expected Jonah to lift us up over it until Imogen grabbed onto one of the stones to start climbing. The wall's got a magical ward around it. Our powers won't work. Bottoms up, Jonah said. He started by helping Imogen over the wall. I tried to lift Sophia, but I was too tired. I ended up falling down. Jonah got her over before he gave me a boost. Squeaks flew Sassy and Esses to the other side. Once we were over the wall, I looked around. Imogen headed into the trees, and my jaw dropped as we entered into a clearing. Rabbits with deer antlers and small wings hopped and flew around. When they saw us coming, they ran for cover, though a fat one got stuck in the hole to his warren and a friend had to push him through. "Wolpertingers!" Sophia shouted. The smallest bit of light had come back into her eyes. "Told you they were real," Imogen grumbled sourly. Sassy peeped in agreement beside her. "And Berlangers," I said. Imogen was right after all. These creatures did exist. Tiny puffs of fur with huge eyes, curly antennas, and fuzzy feet rolled around the clearing, making cheering noises. They bounced off the trees and up and down on the grass. They looked like fluffy tennis balls come to life. "And lily bats," Imogen said, pointing. Nesting in the trees were bats. They had wings that looked like the white petals of lilies. As the moonlight touched their forms, they spread their wings in unison. The colony took off, probably in search of bugs to eat. "We didn't tell anyone about this place because we wanted to protect the endangered creatures here," Jonah said. "This place really is magical," Sophia hushed. "With these creatures running around and Essis, it gives me hope that some of the Anachi creatures that are supposed to be extinct are still alive somewhere." We watched the colony of lily bats disappear before moving on. The Wolpertingers were hiding, but the Berlangers didn't seem afraid. They bounced around our feet and ricocheted off squeaks as we walked, like they were enjoying the company. The Berlanger scuttled off as we came to the mouth of a large cave entrance. Imogen jerked her head. "Come on, this is the way out." Jonah shivered, but he started toward the cave with a steely expression. "Well, let's get this over with." We entered the cave. Sophia lit a light in her hand, but it wasn't fire. It was a white glow, her Anachi light. She'd obviously had enough of fire tonight. Our echoing steps were the only thing that could be heard as our group proceeded down the damp and twisting tunnel. "Do you guys really think this leads to a way out?" Sophia whispered. "I've walked it a few times, though I've never gotten to the end. It's too long. One of the shorter tunnels leads to a highway," Imogen said. "We have stuff there waiting." "What?" I froze. "You mean you were planning for this?" "Don't ask, Liam," Imogen begged. "Wait until we get out of here." Her tone was suspicious, but I was too exhausted to argue. Imogen kept her eyes focused on the ground, like she was looking for footprints or something. "The first time we were down here, we ran into an orthus, a two-headed reptile," Imogen said. "I'm looking out for it." "Yeah, and it nearly bit my head off," Jonah complained. "You're exaggerating." Imogen rolled her eyes. "We think it's safe now, though. Last time Jonah and I checked, there weren't any signs of life down here." "When was that?" I asked. "Only a month ago." What aren't you telling us?" I growled. My arm tightened on Sophia. Imogen and Jonah looked at each other. "Just hold on, Liam. I promise I'll explain everything," Imogen whispered. I kept my mouth shut, but I was kind of peeved Imogen and Jonah had been keeping secrets. Jonah practically ran through the cave to get out of it as quickly as possible, but the rest of us slowed him down. He let out a huge sigh of relief as the end of the cave came into sight. It was shielded with pine tree branches. "So, what's waiting for us at the end?" I asked, hoping to the ancestors it was a way out of here. "My parents didn't get all my money," Jonah said. "I used what I had left to buy this." Jonah parted the trees. Ahead of us was a brand new gray pickup truck, one of those monsters that sucks up a ton of gas. Jonah's chest swelled with pride as we approached the vehicle. "I upgraded everything on it. It's lifted, has a turbocharged engine, a cold air intake, and an aftermarket exhaust system." He slapped the hood, and Squeaks did an excited dance. "The tank's full. It'll get us a few hours away before we'll have to stop again." "You can't be fucking serious," I said. My shoulders dropped as I watched Jonah open the driver's side door. I wasn't a fan of human-built machines. I didn't have a problem with vehicles as long as they were made by supernaturals, like my dad. He built my bike. Thinking about my dad hurt, so I tried not to. Look, this is our one way of escape. Squeaks can't carry us all, and we don't have a carriage, Imogen snapped. Just get in. Whatever. It was that or walking, and I don't think I could take another step. I reluctantly climbed into the back of the truck, and Sophia got in beside me. Jonah started up the engine. Sassy hopped onto Imogen's lap up front, while Esses fastened the middle seatbelt around him next to Sophia and snuggled happily in his seat. Outside the truck, Squeak spread her wings and took off into the skies. She'd follow us at a distance from above where she wouldn't be seen in the cloud cover. I grabbed onto the door handle as we started moving. Sophia noticed that I'd gone pale and took my hand. Liam, relax. I took a deep breath and blew it out. I really didn't like cars. They were rolling death traps. I knew that was ironic because I rode a bike, but my bike was magical. It was totally different. Imogen reached into a cooler up front. She passed out granola bars and bottles of water. It isn't much, but it'll hold us over until we stop. I didn't feel much like eating. The thought of it made me want to throw up. But at the same time, I hadn't consumed anything in well over 48 hours. I'd be in for a serious health crisis if I put off eating any longer. Sophia bent forward and ruffled through her backpack. She gasped when she saw the lines moving through Julian's egg. What's going on? He's hatching, but it could take a few more hours, I said. He's not ready to come out yet. She nodded and moved the egg aside to dig at the bottom of the bag. I was shocked when she deposited 3 pill bottles into my hand, as well as my inhaler. I put some of your pills in my bag when you were imprisoned, just in case we made it out, Sophia said. You're a lifesaver, Soph. They wouldn't last me long, but at least they were something. We traveled down the road for 15 minutes in silence before I said, Okay, it's time to tell us where we're going. Imogen? Jonah glanced at her. She turned around in her seat to look at Sophia and I. Guys, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. About my tournament winnings. I'd been wondering what had happened to them. When Sophia and I didn't respond, Imogen confessed, I bought a house. You what? Sophia and I asked at the same time. I purchased it before we left on the hose-ho for vacation, Imogen said quietly, just in case we needed a place to go. But you wanted to stay and fight the most, I said. I know. Imogen's eyes grew misty. This was supposed to be a last resort. She wiped at her face. That's what I told myself anyway. I knew I was lying to myself and that we'd have to leave eventually. I just didn't want to. So you've had this place ready for months and you didn't tell us? Sophia snapped. I know, I should have told you guys. Imogen shook her head. I just wanted to get revenge on the elders so bad. I was so concerned with getting vengeance. I put you all in danger, and I'm so sorry. I can't believe you, Imogen. Sophia crossed her arms and fell back against her seat. Imogen bit her lip. I said nothing. I didn't know if it would have changed anything if we'd left sooner. We were supposed to leave with my family. Neither plan had really worked out. Don't be so hard on her, guys, Jonah said softly. We're all each other's got now. Sophia's face softened. What about our families? What about my parents and Amelia? Your parents and brothers, Im? Liam's? Sophia cut off at the mention of my family. My throat tightened. Ezra was probably waiting for us with Mom and the rest of our siblings somewhere, wondering why we hadn't shown up yet with Dad or Maddie. Dad had been murdered. I didn't know if Maddie was dead or alive. What matters is getting us to a safe place, Jonah said firmly. We can search for our loved ones once we know we're out of Oleander's reach. He's never going to stop looking for you, Sophia. Trying to find our families now is just going to put ourselves and them in danger. Sophia didn't respond. Her eyes were fixed on the trees whizzing by the window. We all knew Jonah was right. Didn't make the truth any harder to swallow. My eyes were too tired to stay open anymore. I passed out less than half an hour into the trip. I was aware of Sophia as she curled up next to me and Ess's tiny snores below us. "Jonah, we should pull over." Imogen's voice woke me up a few hours later. Sophia and I had fallen asleep against each other. It was still dark out, probably early morning. "We have to keep going." I could hear the fatigue in his voice. Imogen put a hand on his arm. "You're going to fall asleep at the wheel. We need to take a break." Jonah sighed. He pulled off the road. He drove the truck into the woods and off-roaded until we came to a spot where the trees were too close together for the truck to get through. Jonah parked the car behind a group of trees to hide it. Then we walked until we found a clearing. It was cold out. I shivered as I gathered wood and built a fire. Sophia lit it, and Jonah pulled logs around the fire for us to sit on. Squeaks came down from the skies and curled up by the fire. Her eyes shut immediately, and Sassy curled up by her side. Essus nestled in Sassy's tail and watched us with his wide blue gaze. This felt horribly like the elemental cup, and I thought that had been the worst of my life. Psh, I had no idea. Imogen began setting up a tent, and Jonah went to help her. She unrolled sleeping bags from the back of the truck and passed around portable meals for us to cook and eat. Everyone was tired, but no one wanted to sleep. We sat on the logs by the fire long after we'd gotten done eating and just stared at the flames. Sophia hugged herself. "Guys," she said. Her eyes watered. "You need to help me find my parents." Imogen's eyebrows furrowed. Jonah sat up. "What do you mean?" "My grandpa told me before he died that Lucy and Anthony Grayson weren't my real parents," Sophia rattled off in a monotone. "There were 2 children born the night Tawakwa attacked Coigny, but one of them died. I survived. The woman who's my real mother, she gave me to my grandparents to keep me safe. Then they gave me to the Henleys." "You didn't get a name?" Imogen whispered. Sophia shook her head. Her voice was choked. "No, I have no idea who they could be." She wiped away tears with the heel of her hand. "All I know is they have to be Coigny because I have fire magic. But other than that, I've got nothing." She sniffed. "I need to know where I come from, and I feel like once I know who they are, all the questions I have about myself are going to fall into place." Jonah got up. He laid a hand on Sophia's shoulder. "We'll help you find your real parents, girl. They're out there somewhere." He smiled. "Hopefully they're a hell of a lot better than mine." I wrapped my arm around her waist. "You know I'll always be here for you, no matter what. You deserve to find your family. I know they're out there somewhere, waiting for you." Sophia gave me a soft kiss. Imogen popped right up from her seat. Her hands were bunched together into fists, and her voice cracked when she spoke. "I don't know where my parents or brothers are. I've lost my home, my school, everything. But I know I have my family right here," Imogen said. "Wherever you guys are, I'm home." Jonah flung an arm around Imogen's shoulders. "You guys are a better family to me than my own ever could be," he said. "Sophia, you're my true sisters. And Liam, you're my brother. As long as we've got each other, we can do anything. We can get through this, and we'll come out stronger for it. I have a feeling better days are coming." Sophia and I rose together. "I don't know my parents, but I know who I am," Sophia said. "We might have lost everything today, all of us, but it won't be in vain. We're going to make a better world together, in honor of the people we lost and what they sacrificed for us to get here. We're going to make our ancestors proud." An idea came to form quickly in my head. "We'll make a new tribe," I said. "It'll be a tribe of our own. We don't need the elders. We just need each other." "Then let's make a pact, right here, right now," Imogen said quickly. "We're going to rebuild. We'll find our families, and we'll make a tribe that will represent everything the Hawkeye should have always been. It'll be unified. One tribe. One tribe, the group of us said together. The words sounded, I don't know, magical. There was something about them that said nothing would ever be the same. From this moment on, everything would change. The four of us would make a new world. Together. The group turned as we heard a cracking sound. Sophia's backpack was wriggling. Julian was breaking free. Instinctively, I dove toward the backpack and pulled the egg out of it. I sat down on the log and placed the egg on my lap. As I did, the shell exploded. Little bits of egg flew everywhere as a newborn, fledgling dragon stumbled free. The dragon had 4 legs, and his red scales were as scarlet as the eggshell had been. Silver spikes ran all the way down his spine and ended in an arrowhead tail. 2 straight horns protruded from his head, and fiery eyes flashed when they landed on mine. Julian was no bigger than my forearm, but already he looked fierce. "Oh my gosh, he's beautiful," Imogen burst as my friends crowded around me. Julian gave a low growl in his throat that sounded more like a chirp. He looked up at me, as if searching for guidance. When our eyes locked, a warm feeling grew in my stomach. I lifted a hand and ran it over Julian's scales. He squeaked in pleasure, then charged into my shirt. Julian cuddled himself against my torso, his little talons scratching at my jeans as he rubbed against me. "No way," Jonah said. He sounded awed. "Liam, he just imprinted on you." So does he think I'm his mom or something?" I asked as Julian's chirping sounds grew louder. He was really loving this. He bumped against my hand like a cat would, and I scratched his back so he'd calm down. "Do you realize what this means?" Sophia said in excitement. She gave a dance behind me, and Jonah cheered. "No." I hadn't taken dragonology, so I didn't know what they were talking about. "Dragons don't bond with anyone after they've imprinted on an elementi," Imogen breathed. "Liam, he's yours." Mine? Julian was mine? Julian let out a puff of smoke before he gave a contented coo and curled up on my lap. A rush of love and attachment overcame my heart just then, and I had to hold back tears. I couldn't believe it. I thought it was impossible. I never believed I could have a magical creature again. I didn't think one could ever love me, but here Julian was, acting like I was the only person he needed in the world. He'd never replace Neshoma, never be my familiar, but he didn't need to be. I had a companion now, one that had bonded with me. I didn't have to be alone anymore. No matter what, Julian would always be there. Magical creatures came to you at your lowest point, and Julian had arrived when I'd needed him most. My old life had died today. It had to, in order to give me a new one. All of us would grieve for what we'd lost and everything we'd suffered. But life would move on. Nature demanded that. We were still alive, and by the ancestors, we were going to give Oleander and the task force hell. We were going to show the elders they couldn't keep us down. No matter what, we'd always get back up for one more round, even if the odds were stacked against us. Sophia and I would get married. We'd have our wedding, and we'd find her real parents. We'd bring our families back together again and reunite with our friends. The brightest morning always came after the darkest night, and the greatest rewards always came after the most painful trials. We were going to make a new beginning. And somehow, some way, we'd get our tribe back. End of Book 4.
Author's note. This story will continue in The Elemental War, Academy of Magical Creatures, Book 5. A note from the authors. The authors acknowledge that the United States of America is a country formed on stolen land. We respect and honor the indigenous peoples who have lived here for centuries, and we recognize there is still much work to do to make reparations and heal the damage caused to the many indigenous nations who were first here, both in the past and today. May we remember the atrocities once committed, create a better world in the present, and look forward together for our future. A special thank you to our sensitivity reader, Chris Riley, of the Cherokee tribe, for her invaluable feedback on Indigenous life and culture, as well as her commentary on living with chronic illness. This book contains characters with the following medical conditions. The information included is meant to educate readers on disabilities featured within the Academy of Magical Creatures series. Post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. PTSD is a mental health condition that develops in response to traumatic events, such as war, natural disasters, or sexual assault. It currently affects over 7 million Americans. Symptoms may include flashbacks, depression, anxiety, tiredness, and trouble digesting food. The Academy of Magical Creatures series is part of the Hidden Legends universe, a paranormal fantasy world created by authors Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis. Included in this universe are the following series: the University of Sorcery series, the College of Witchcraft series, and the Prison for Supernatural Offenders series, with more to come. Each Hidden Legends novel features magical romances with disabled characters fighting for a better world. You can find out more about the Hidden Legends universe by going to www.hiddenlegendsbooks.com. This has been The Air Omen, Hidden Legends, Academy of Magical Creatures, Book 4. Written by Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis. Narrated by Jennifer Jill Araya and Graham Halstead. Copyright 2019 by Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis. Production copyright 2024 by Megan Linsky and Alicia Radis.